All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the May 13th, 2025 meeting of the Board of Education of Charles County. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Welcome again. As always, I will start with our mission statement. The mission of Charles County Public Schools is to provide an opportunity for all school-age children to receive an academically challenging, quality education that builds character, equips for leadership, and prepares for life in an environment that is safe and conducive to learning. On that note, I will now hand it off to Dr. Navarro, our superintendent.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Morley, Vice Chairperson Kramer, board member, staff, everybody here today and watching us online. First, I'd like to start by congratulating La Plata High School sophomore Munachi Obinali.
Congratulations.
Let me tell you why, too. She was recently named the 2025-2026 Student Member of the Board of Education-elect. Obinali received 80% of the votes from students who participated in the election, and she will officially be sworn in at the board's June 23rd work session, and she will be joining us at our next work session, which will be on the 19th. So congratulations, absolutely, to her. We're excited to have you with us. I also want to share my appreciation and thanks to my colleagues and board members who joined me last week at the Charles County Commissioners' public hearing on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Joining me that evening was an impressive showing from EACC to lobby for public education and adequate funding. Wow. They showed up, and next year, I'm definitely going to get a hot dog. With the current cuts and changes impacting public education right now, I vehemently support and appreciate EACC's strong showing and advocacy for the resources our students and staff deserve and need. And I urge the public to continue following the budget approval process. The county commissioners are set to adopt the fiscal year 2026 county operating budget on May 20th. As we move closer to the end of the school year, I want to share a few brief recognitions and additional updates. As a reminder, the last day of school for students is Friday, June 13th. June 11th, 12th, and 13th are 2-hour early dismissal days for students. The last day for our teachers is Tuesday, June 17th. Charles County Public Schools will have a short instructional break through the end of next month as staff continues to prepare for summer school, summer boost programs, and all of the other summer learning opportunities we have in place for students. To learn more about camps and other summer learning, please visit our website and look under the quick links menu for the summer camps and summer school web pages. Another early congratulation I share is to the upcoming graduating class of 2025, some of them sitting back there. In 2 weeks, I, along with school staff and board members, will help to confer diplomas to more than 2,300 graduates set to walk across the graduation stage. The ceremonies are set for May 27th through May 29th at the Regency Furniture Stadium in Waldorf. Charles County Public Schools will live stream all graduation ceremonies on the school system website, and please follow our website and social media accounts as we highlight the accomplishments of the class of 2025. And we are all praying and sending memos upstairs to make sure we have no weather concerns. But we also have a plan for that, so make sure you stay tuned to social media and look out for graduation information. Later this week, our dedicated pupil personnel workers are hosting the annual Community Resource Day on Thursday, March 15th from 3 to 6 p.m. at North Point High School. The event will be held rain or shine and brings together community resources to link families with services, resources, and support. There will be clothing, school supplies, and food giveaways, along with information about employment opportunities, skills training, and mental wellness supports. Parents can also attend and learn more about summer camps, immunization clinics, and how to start the application process for their child's pre-kindergarten enrollment. Interpreters will be on hand to assist those who speak Spanish. Please mark your calendars and attend if you're able. Lastly, I want to close and share details about the virtual school safety town hall that the board and Charles County Public Schools held last week. I appreciate and thank the more than 500 community members that joined us for the meeting. The presentation and recording of the town hall are posted on the school website under the town hall events area of the Board of Education website. And we are also going to be posting this week the FAQs that came out of that meeting so that we answer everybody's question. I encourage, if you were not one of the many families that showed up, to please take some time to review the information and the recording of that meeting. In the presentation were both short-term and long-term enhancements that will be embedded in the 2025-2029 strategic plan that includes measuring our progress and impact on supporting student safety, engagement, and well-being. Additionally, please note that we will be updating our community and the board regularly, including during the fall and spring months when staff present to the board data on school climate. Please follow the school system's websites for any CCPS updates. As always, I appreciate the support of all Charles County Public School stakeholders. Thank you, and let's get ready for graduations.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. All right, next up, we have Mr. Sean Howell, our EACC president. Welcome, Mr. Howell.
Thank you. Appreciate the shout out, Dr. Navarro. Officially, we had 24 speakers and about 80 people there, and we will always have an extra hot dog. So
The chicken salad was phenomenal.
the food truck was amazing. I will follow, and she's more later on that. Chairperson Moore Lee, Vice Chair Kramer, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, my Board of Education, CCPS staff, and distinguished guests. I'd like to follow up from that CCPS Board of Education Safety Town Hall. Chairperson Moore Lee discussed various issues during that meeting, and I'd like to specifically follow up on one, laws. I want to clarify some current laws that specifically impact elementary schools. I know that this board is aware of these laws, but I'd like to take a moment to inform the public about some of the challenges educators, administrators, CCPS, and the Board of Education are currently facing. There is a misconception that students from grades K to 2 cannot be suspended. That is incorrect. K to 2 students can be suspended if the school psychologist approves it and prevents an imminent threat. The term imminent is a gray area in this context. Given this law, I'd like to discuss the caseloads of school psychologists. The National Association of School Psychologists, or NASP, recommends a caseload of 500 to 1 in their 2020 professional standards. I won't even begin to question that 500 to 1 as we go through the era we're currently in. I just want that number to sink in. Looking at the CCPS individual sites on schools and focusing solely on elementary schools, there are 14 elementary schools with over 500 enrolled students, ranging from 514 all the way up to 856. Interestingly, this includes the unopened Thornton School, which is projected to enroll 661 students. Only 8 elementary schools have enrollments below 500. These two facts contribute to believing the state statistics, which according to NASP for the 23-24 school year, indicate that Maryland school psychologists are now serving between 1,001 and 1,500 students. It's a lot to take in. Let's unpack that for a moment. According to NASP, Maryland, and I believe Charles County reflects the data from the 23-24 school year, is showing that school psychologists are managing anywhere from 2 to 3 times the recommended caseloads. I know that this staffing issue is something that Dr. Navarro has tried to address through her annual budgets in the last 2 years. To be clear to the concerned adults out there, psychologists are mandated by law to attend certain meetings, like this potential suspensions meeting. So why does the cost of stretching this one position so thin? We have incidents such as repeated concussions for school administrators caused by elementary school students, as well as staff members being bitten, kicked, hit, punched, and spat on. These incidents also don't take into account things thrown in classrooms like desks, books, and teachers having to rebuild their classrooms after the chaos created by some of our elementary students. These events occur in front of other students, impacting our students who may be repeatedly subject to this behavior. It adds trauma to staff members, and it adds trauma over our younger students. I'm sharing this information to highlight the numerous variables involved in addressing extreme behaviors among all students, particularly in elementary schools. EACC will participate in a summer evaluation of state laws related to student behavior. Our goal is to identify potential changes that could enhance student learning conditions. We hope this effort will lead to collaboration with educational stakeholders to implement the necessary improvements for the students and staff of Charles County and the state of Maryland. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. All right. Next up, we have Ms. Gertrude Lawson from AFSCME. Welcome, Ms. Lawson. Hi.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Gertrude Lawson, and I'm proud to serve as president of AFSCME Local 2981. I'm pleased to share that our recent Sharp Students training was a great success, and we are excited to welcome our new stewards. And we'd like to come together and appreciate each and every one of us. Unfortunately, the K-12 training has been rescheduled, so they now just gave me a date. So now the new training will be on May 20th. Regarding the union dues we discussed is still outgoing. We recognize that they are approving, and we appreciate them taking their time, due diligence, going through that and trying to fix the dues. Hopefully, they will be resolved by the end of this month. I'd like to thank you so much for your support, and everyone have a good evening.
Oh, thank you very much, Ms. Lawson. Much appreciated. All right. So, next up, we have Mr. Kevin Lowndes, our Chief of Teaching and Learning. He has an information item on supporting students with disabilities. And joining him will be Mr. Larry Johnson, our Director of Special Education. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Morley,
Good
Vice
afternoon.
Chairperson Kramer, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Navarro. I'm here today with Mr. Larry Johnson, our Director of Special Education Services. I would like to recognize Mr. Johnson for going out and meeting with many stakeholders to help him develop the plan you're going to see here today. He started by being part of a special education committee, which consisted of many stakeholders within the county, and listening and understanding where some of our concerns lie, and starting to put some processes and programs in place to address some of these concerns. And so I'm going to turn it over now to Mr. Johnson, and he's going to present to you a plan in how to move forward with special education.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for
afternoon.
having me and giving me the opportunity to present on where we're going with special education. That's been the number one question is, congratulations, Mr. Johnson. Now, where are we going next?
Yes.
Right, so that's what we want to know. So that's what today is about, is what is our plan, our strategic plan for special education. I need you to know that this plan today is going to give you the highlights of that strategic plan. It is almost finalized. We are still meeting with more stakeholders. We're going to provide time for additional stakeholders, public comment, that kind of thing. And we'll be able to present to you the finalized version at some point in the near future. All right, so this kind of goes into the planning process. As Mr. Lowndes kind of explained, I started this position informally in December, was in my acting role in January, and then became the official director in March, okay? From the very moment I started, I was getting a lot of emails and calls about what needs to happen in special education. So this plan is in part hearing from all of those stakeholders, both informally and formally. We also created a special education work group. That work group consisted of our EACC president. It consisted of administrators, special educators, IEP facilitators. It was a good group to be able to inform where we're going in that strategic plan. And again, through CCAC, CCAC was another good group of parents coming in, expressing their concerns, things that they would like to see different. Also having Dr. Navarro come to CCAC to present the new iteration of the superintendent strategic plan, getting feedback there that also we were able to utilize in terms of the development of ours. What you do need to know is this strategic plan is based off of the first iteration, and we are going to have to update it when the new version is developed as well. So there will be an additional update once we are finalized. In addition to our alignment to the superintendent's strategic plan, we have also ensured that we are in alignment, obviously, with federal and state law, but also with the state's priorities. Surprise, surprise, the state's priorities are very similar to ours. In all of the directors' meetings that I have gone to, every other district is experiencing the same level of concerns that we are around certain issues, mainly behavior, particularly pre-K through 2, the suspension laws that Mr. Howell just mentioned. These are all state priorities. In addition to that, supply, retention of special education teachers, disproportionality in terms of suspension, identification of special education students, strengthening family and school partnerships, and most importantly, really a larger role for general educators and expanding the professional development that they receive. So these are all state level priorities that our plan is in alignment with as well. Okay. So again, these go over some highlights from each area. The first one is strategic priority number 1, which looks at student learning and achievement, so all of our outcomes for our students. The way that we have aligned is looking at specially designed instruction and making sure that we see academic growth. So this really looks at our overall professional development for teachers, looking at our MTSS structures, our multi-tiered systems of supports, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 interventions specific to special education students, and making sure that it is very clear in our district what those steps are, what the interventions are, what the data cut scores are, what data you should be using, how to progress monitor, what data tells you what to do, right? And so we are going to make sure that moving forward, our MTSS is very clear and it is accessible to anyone who needs it. In addition to that, professional development around specially designed instruction, differentiated instruction, universal design for learning. These are all in alignment with the state's priorities in terms of what they feel every educator needs to know in order to make sure that instruction is accessible for special education students and will lead to growth. These are all best practices for special education. So this will be through district-wide professional development, which is why it's important to have mandated time with all educators in order to build that capacity. One of the highlights that I'm going to give you from Priority 1 is all around our programmatic handbooks. One of the things that I have kind of seen as a pattern is a need for more clarity on what high-quality special education instruction should look like in every classroom, whether that's an inclusion classroom, self-contained classroom, SOAR classroom, EA, etc. Individuals in the schools, administrators, general ed teachers, special educators themselves, instructional assistants, they want more programmatic guidance on what a high-level classroom should look like. There's been an ask for rubrics that are aligned to these expectations. There's been an ask for look-fors. Administrators want documents that they have in hand to walk into any classroom and say, this is what I should be seeing, and to be able to provide feedback. So that's what this is coming out of, is that need that we've heard from multiple stakeholders. We want to know what should special education look like across the county. And so all of the programs are working on handbooks. We're looking to have those ready by August, our 10.5-week professional development for special education teachers, and then rolling into back to school. You also need to know that those handbooks, we are trying to make sure it's not seen as something in addition to. So we know that Charlotte Danielson is a huge push. The coaching framework is a huge push. So those handbooks are going to be in alignment with Charlotte Danielson's framework so that everyone is on the same page in terms of what they should expect in any classroom of ours. Okay. Make sure I didn't miss anything. The last piece of that is just making sure that there's monitoring and compliance, not only from central office staff, but also from building level staff, to be equipped and have the ability to go in any special education classroom and be able to provide feedback and support, targeted support, wherever needed. So that is a great focus for us, is to make sure that all stakeholders in the building, that they are equipped with resources and tools that they need to support our programs. This next one is looking at intentional rostering of regionalized programs. Particularly, we're looking at elementary SOAR. One of the the huge needs that I found is around our SOAR program and wanting to make it better, right? Wanting to make sure that students are showing growth and that we are rostering in a way that is intentional. For example, we do have classrooms right now where we have multiple grade levels in one room. Anyone who's been an educator before, you understand the complexities that presents when you have more than 2 grade levels in one classroom. To make changes in this area requires a reset for us in the SOAR program, and to look at how do we be more intentional in our rostering to have no more than 1 grade level, really, is what we're aiming for. There are some obvious benefits to that. As a SOAR teacher, if I have 1 grade level and my classroom only has 2nd grade students, I only have to collaborate with 2nd grade teachers, and of course the specials and electives. So that's powerful in that I don't have to meet with all of these teachers from all of these different grade levels. I could become an expert in that 1 grade level. And the design is so that the students would loop with that teacher. So if I'm with them in 2nd grade, I would move with them to that next grade level. So we're looking to have grade bands. It would be K to 2 and then 3 to 5. So if I'm a teacher, I would teach 3 to 5. 1 year I may have grade 3, the next year I go to grade 4, grade 5. So those students have consistency with their teacher. That teacher also gains expertise. Around this, we have met with CCAC to get input, parents. We have additional Zooms that are scheduled for next week, Monday and Thursday, with additional parents of SOAR students to explain where we would like to go. We have worked with transportation to look at bus routes, and you should know that the bus routes are either comparable or shorter. We've also added 4 additional SOAR classrooms through the staffing process. So that's also brought down the teacher-student ratios, which was a huge need for us in the SOAR program. So yeah, more to come in terms of what that looks like for the elementary SOAR program. This is aligned to a need around being able to have a seamless and intentional, collaborative family engagement process in Charles County. I've heard through parents, there's information here, information there, information everywhere, and we're lost in trying to keep up. And doing some research with other districts, some districts that I've seen, they have a parent engagement site. That's one site for CCAC, Parent Center, for anything related to parent engagement in one place. We're going to be scheduling a meeting to look at how we can bring together not only CCAC Parent Center, but also our Office of Community Engagement and Equity, our World Language Department for our multilingual learners. Right? We want to make sure that we have all of those stakeholders in one room and say, how do we be more intentional about our offerings so that it makes sense to the parent how things are flowing, and how do we send out a proactive plan for the whole year so parents kind of know what to expect, and just kind of keep it updated in terms of dates change, things like that. But parents have a general sense of where we're going with parent engagement in a more intentional way. Priority 2 is all around access and equity, really making sure our students experience their instruction in the least restrictive environment as much as possible. One of the highlights is going to be ensuring a full continuum of services for pre-K 3 and 4. So where this really is a adjustment for us is this year we really try to aim for full-day pre-K 3. And some students were successful, and others, this proved to be a lot. This was an adjustment for some 3-year-old special education students who attend school for a full day. So what we're looking to do next year is let the data drive the decisions. Most of these students are coming from infant and toddlers. We do have some of our students that come from Child Find, and then we have transfers from out of county, but most are coming from infant and toddlers. We have the data, right? We need to let the data drive what's going to be appropriate to these students in terms of what their 3-year-old and 4-year-old day looks like. So primarily this half-day option is for that pre-K 3 that we're talking about, and making sure we're letting that data drive it, as well as looking at self-contained supports for students who require it as well. So offering that full continuum and looking at the data to drive how much time, what's most appropriate for those students.
So for folks that need to kind of get a better understanding of what that would look like. That would look like half days for some of our 3-year-olds. So what we've learned from some of our parents this year was
That's a
that
lot.
the full day was too much for their child, and they wish they had a half-day option. And so next year, we will be providing a half-day option for some of our 3-year-olds. That is the best way to meet the services that they need.
Absolutely. This next one is for our students that are on the non-diploma bound track. This is an this is a new initiative in terms of providing endorsements that will go on students' transcripts. Where this is helpful is students can now get endorsements for skills that they have that are in alignment with post-secondary opportunities. Where this is helpful, there are going to be, for example, students who are eligible through DDA, they'll be able to get additional services and better alignment of services based on these endorsements. Also being able to have better integration with post-secondary inclusive options in the education system. Colleges, universities will have better alignment based on these endorsements. So we're thankful that this will certainly help to align resources for students that fall in this category.
So you'll hear more about the endorsements later for our students that are in our other CTE programs, because that is something that the state's requirement, and you'll hear about that in our CTE presentation.
This next one is a huge one, as you all know, with the recent town hall around safety, culture, and climate. Is also, Dr. Navarro's priority is safety. And so that's what this section looks at, is the safety of our students and what are we doing to ensure safety for all students. There is a House Bill 1204 that is all around elopement. Dr. Navarro commissioned a team, including myself, that represents special education, student services, OSAL, everyone. There's stakeholders there, looking at Mr. Heim, things around safety, fencing. And so that committee has come together. We are charged with creating a district-wide plan. That plan certainly includes professional development that's going to need to happen. We try to make sure that it is integrated into what our staff is already used to doing. So in terms of providing incident reports using the same mechanisms that principals already use to file reports. Also coming up with safety plans, response plans, using school-wide safety plans and integrating templates within what schools are already used to, but just around elopement. Giving guidance around IEP, behavior intervention plans, behavior support plans, pre-intervention, MTSS around elopement. How do you respond to an elopement, things like that. We're also looking at, safety mechanisms, alarms, door alarms, things like that, fencing, taking a look at all of our elementary schools and really looking at outside areas and just making sure that they are as safe as possible. So just know that team is still working. We're working on that plan. It's still in development, and more details to come. This one is around suspension disproportionality. There are a number of districts that are disproportionate when it comes to suspensions. Fortunately, right now, we are not formally tasked with addressing this through the state. We are not significantly disproportionate for consecutive years, so we do not fall under that category, which is considered CCEIS. When you fall under that category, it means that you have to divert a percentage of your grant funds to address this disproportionality in suspensions. We are not there. What I will say, however, we receive data from the state. Now, when the state sends data, it's from really 2 school years prior. And so at that time, we had a risk ratio of 3.74, which means that for suspensions of greater than 10 days, that students with disabilities were 3 times more likely to be suspended for more than 10 days. And so that data is showing that we are disproportionate. Now we have to see what our data looks like for, last year as well, to see if we fall in that consecutive year category, in which case, we may or may not be in that CCEIS status. We have proactively put together a disproportionality suspension committee. It includes, executive staff, school administrators, student services, central office, and we're looking at suspension trends. We're trying to identify where there are root causes to suspension. We are going to put together a document, a guidance document for not only just identifying those root causes, but also what to do about them. What are some best practices to avoid suspensions, alternatives to suspension? Based on that document, school principals would then work on their school improvement plans, looking at their data, and they would use that document to guide that school improvement plan process if they have, difficulties around disproportionate suspensions. So that is our task, is to build that guidance document for teams to follow moving forward. The last but not least is looking at talent development and retention of special education staff. There are two highlights. The first one being Gold Book. This is special education teachers absolutely love Gold Book. In previous years, every teacher kind of had access. Moving forward for next year, we're going to have to prioritize this for new teachers. We're bringing it back next year. This year, they did not have access to it at all. So we were able to move some things around to get it for just new teachers. This resource is very powerful in that it does make the IEP writing process much more efficient, comprehensive. A lot of our professional development around this is utilizing this tool to then use as a springboard for individualization for individual students. All right, so it's not a copy-paste kind of thing. This is really about using this as a springboard, as a professional development tool. It teaches you how to write goals and objectives, how to scaffold objectives. All of it is aligned to what MSDE requires our IEPs to look like. So everything that comes out of it is, it does meet all of the requirements for the state, but it also helps our new special education teachers for sure in their first year. Last but not least, we are establishing a committee on case manager workload and hearing from EACC, around workload and how long it takes to complete case management related tasks. We are putting together a committee. We have had, actually just checked this morning, to move from 18 applications to 20. So we have 20 teachers who want to exert some leadership in terms of some ideas around how do we make things better for the special education teacher. We're hoping to get some great ideas out of this that makes the job a little bit more efficient, a little bit more doable. As you know, case managers not only case manage, but they also provide instruction. So we want our teachers to spend more time working on instruction as opposed to case management. That's what this is all about. Next steps, we are finalizing the plan. Again, these are just highlights. There are many other initiatives for all 4 priorities. We are gathering more input. We would love your input as well. We're keeping everyone informed. We're going to share these updates. We'll make sure that it is accessible somewhere where folks can look at it and comment. We will take all of that information and utilize it to continue to work on the plan to make sure it's what we need in special education. Okay? Any questions?
Thank you very much. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Oz?
The only thing I just want to highlight is that, when you saw, we're looking at focusing in on not only training teachers and retaining new teachers, and he gave that one example, is that there's actually, many examples that he's working on, and he's working on with the greater a professional learning community that's looking at how do we build the strength of all our teachers, and what type of individualized training do we need depending on whether they're special ed or pre-K or, a elementary teacher, middle school teacher, or a high school teacher. So, he might not have it specifically in here, but we are making sure that special ed is included in all of our initiatives and going forward within the district initiatives.
All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Butler-Washington, you had your hand raised?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your presentation. I have 2 questions for you. The first one is, how are students encouraged to understand and advocate for their learning needs?
Okay, so that would be a part of their building student agency, which falls under priority 2 for us in terms of access and opportunities. As students are, let's start with age 14 and up. Part of teaching them is how to be independent, through their transition plans and post-secondary outcomes. But it also starts very, very young, with even our pre-K students, teaching them to be independent, fostering, moving away and from too much scaffolding and too much hand-over-hand support where appropriate. And so part of the IEP, what we always look at is how do we fade the supports that we have. And sometimes it's a difficult conversation with parents. Once you have things on IEPs, it's hard to sometimes have that conversation that it may be time for it to come off. We want to foster that independence, but yeah, student agency is all about being able to one ensure that we have appropriate instruction, but also look at how do we intentionally fade these supports, fade these accommodations where appropriate, so that students can have that productive struggle, and we have to be willing to exist in that productive struggle. Sometimes those are difficult conversations to have with parents, where you have the productive struggle happening, sometimes we have stakeholders that want to rescue. And when we're trying to build independence, that's where that collaborative conversation comes in to say, let's let the data drive it, but we also have to start removing some of these things so that they can be more independent, for sure.
That's a great question. That's a great answer. That leads me into my next question.
Okay.
How do we prepare students for transition from high school to adulthood? And the reason I ask this question is because if I'm looking at it, if I had a child, special need, if all through school, one thing I want to know is, can they survive if I'm no longer here?
Yeah.
What skill sets can they have to assure me that, he went to school, he learned something, and now he's able to go out there, and it makes a parent feel, rewarding, that if something happened, they know that their baby, I don't care how old you are, that's my baby.
Absolutely.
That they will be able to survive. So that's a question that a lot of parents
We
ask.
get that a lot. So I'm glad you asked that, because we do often get that question, so much so that I believe it's the April CCAC meeting we had, Amber Brady come and present to the parents on the secondary transition process. Agency linkages, what agencies are available through DDA, through doors, and how do you know who's eligible for what? What is the process to get aligned with these agencies? Looking at the secondary transition, the transition section of the IEP. What are the components of it? What transition activities are the students doing that are aligned to where they're probably going to go in terms of their agency linkage, right? So all of it stems back to that transition plan where we talk about post-secondary outcomes for students with disabilities. Agency linkage is a very important component of it, but also looking at those transition activities specifically to know what should the student be working on beginning at age 14 that's going to lead a pathway to what's most appropriate for them post-secondary wise.
I just want to remind folks too that, each student is an individual student with varies of disabilities.
Mm-hmm.
And so their post-secondary life will look very different.
Absolutely.
Just because you're a student who receives special education services doesn't mean you're on one path. And that, many of our students and most of our students are in our comprehensive programs, and many of our students go on to colleges or four-year colleges, junior college, or some technical schools, or some that are most discrete programs that have severe disabilities. Those are the ones that would go on with doors and some of these other programs.
Yeah.
So it's complicated, and there is part of the IEP, a transition plan that you have to make sure you're involved with as a parent in talking with the school and getting everyone on the same page as what is the goal for this child when they leave Charles County Public Schools.
And that's a great segue, because I wanted to narrow it down, and Mr. Johnson kind of explained it where I was, because we know we have kids that special needs. We know some go to college, some go to the military, some go to two-year colleges, but I was specifically talking about those ones that parents already know they're not. But I still want something from the school system to say that my child can be able to, continue on to survive for themselves. And so that was what I was looking for, and I think a lot of parents wanted to know, similar stuff like that, and know that we are preparing our kids to be able to be adulthoods.
Is that the non-diploma track that you were mentioning? That's where you would capture those students?
Absolutely. So through those agency linkages. And you're right, that is the most common question we get from parents is around the transition process. So thinking about next year and parent engagement, I know that's going to be a huge focus area for us in collaboration with CTE, Amber Brady, and her team around being able to give more consistent professional development to parents around post-secondary outcomes and what's available for their children.
Okay, Ms. Samisha Thomas, and we can make our way down.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for this presentation. It was really good to hear. I have had 2 IEP students out of Charles County. One of them is 28, but I remember that advocacy, and one of the things that I always talked about was the phase support philosophy, right? If I continue to give you supports and I keep them all the way through, you never learn how to do things for yourself. And so I would always argue the point, as the evolution of your IEP, things should come off, right? We have new supports as you get older, but certain things come off, so I really like that philosophy. In addition to that, I do like the philosophy of saying, how do we link with doors? But one of the questions I have for you is, how are we teaching parents to do that, right? I happen to have been a parent who came into 9th grade. The first IEP meeting of 9th grade for my child, I said, I need you to go to the SAT board, and I need to figure out what I need to do to make sure by the time he gets to 10th grade and takes his PSAT, he has his extra time, because I knew he would need extra time. Every parent doesn't know that, right? I happened to be the parent that knew that when he got to take his SAT, he needed extra time, but I wanted him to have it for PSAT so we could have a practice. Yeah. But how, what can you do to help support parents who, this is new for them, they may not have an academic background, how are you putting things in that can help the parents know how to navigate those things, even like the phase support philosophy, like what kind of education piece do we have there for parents?
Yeah, I think that's, again, having more intentionality in our parent engagement. I think about it, I mean, most parents, if you are a parent that comes to the annual review, you may be with that IEP team one time a year, right? In which case, there is a discussion around transition, but how robust can that be in an hour amount of time, right? And so one of the things that we want to look at is, how do we engage those parents continually throughout the year, right? If we have monthly sessions and some of those topics are around transition, maybe the parents can come there. Mm-hmm. If they can't attend there, I've looked at other websites and they have the PowerPoint presentation there, right? You have access to it. You can flip through. Here's the contact. You can contact such and such, and they can give you more follow-up information. But I think parents just need additional. I think this is what they've been asking for: is there's stuff everywhere. Yeah. I need one place to go to have access to everything I need to have.
Right. Well, thank you for that question. I wanted to give you some kudos on a couple things. One, I really like the fact that you talked about the reduction of burden of teachers with the grade bands. I think that's such a great concept, because it really is a lot for teachers to have to, at the different grade levels, go and getting that content and then figuring out how to make it work for their students. So I think that's a great philosophy that I hope will really help the teachers. So I wanted to give you kudos for that. And then the other thing, good kudos on creating a website that's kind of a one-stop shop for parents. I think that will really help parents. And then the last thing I want to talk about is the goal book. I wanted to ask one quick question about the goal book. You said that it's really helping the first-time teachers, but is that something that's continuous, something that is happening throughout? When you use the goal book, can you continue to use it? Because I was that parent who write my own IEP goals. Like, they come to the table, I'm like, no, not your goals, my goals, here you go. So, but it's because I had a background in education. But I want to see, like, is there a parent component to that goal book that, teachers and a parent can, like, hand in hand? Because I feel like as you go through this process, you can educate parents to be better advocates if you're starting young. So by the time their child gets to 9th grade, if they start the IEP at 5 years old, the parents are getting smarter as their child is growing.
It's not something that we've done in the past in terms of having parents access goal book or anything like that in the design process. But it certainly does help our teachers to provide parents with better looking goals that make sense and IEPs and things like that. In terms of expanding it beyond first year is something that we definitely want to do. We just have, the budget has to drive those decisions. But we wanted to at least start with our first year.
And then my last question, and then I'll yield to my other colleagues, is you talked about the specialization of being able to write IEP goals. I know for English and math, like the core subjects, it's like a easier thing.
Yes.
But I'm gonna fast forward to my freshman IEP kid who was taking Spanish.
Okay.
Right? They were like, how do we modify this? Right? He failed Spanish their freshman year. And it was because it was very difficult to modify Spanish. So that's not his primary language, and he has an IEP, and he had some issues, right? It was a debacle, right? And I was struggling with saying, how do you modify the content for a special education student for a foreign language, right? So I would just implore you, as you look towards it's not just the core classes, it's also when a student who has an IEP is taking other types of classes, right? If you want to take Cisco, or you want to take, and you're in the pharmaceutical program, how are the teachers that are teaching some of those more specialized type of content also being trained to modify for special education students? Because that was a huge issue. He had a different teacher the next year. She was better at it, was better. But that was a challenge for him. Or maybe some things like if you're going to have a child who's special education and they're going to take Spanish, back it up to middle school so they maybe have a little more time, or I don't know. But just that was a thought as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Mr. Johnson, want to say kudos for the presentation. Thank you to Mr. Lowndes as well. I think this was very helpful, not only for the board, but for the community at large. I think this is something that the community has been clamoring for, is to better understand, like, what is the overall plan?
Right.
Absolutely, what is the plan for my child? But I need to better understand, like, what is the ecosystem of services, the expectation of the board and also the school system in terms of, like, the totality of education for students who qualify for special education services. So thank you for this presentation. Also want to extend kudos for the amount of community engagement that you went through, just making sure that this was comprehensive and not just, this is what we as CCPS know, and this is kind of what we heard from a few parents, but really trying to be comprehensive in terms of what you've gathered to bring forward to the board today. My colleagues know that this is my jam, so I will do my level best to kind of be very concise with my questions. In terms of the data that you mentioned you were capturing, I know the county has done a lot of work around early education. Are we thinking about making sure we're capturing data on these services, or how students are identified for services at the early ages? Just thinking about the number, percentage of students that we actually identify for services at kind of the kindergarten, pre-kindergarten kind of spaces. How are we thinking about that, capturing that?
Yeah, that's through our child find process. Making sure that our infant and toddlers teachers have the professional development they need in terms of the services that they provide. We've had a heavy emphasis on data collection moving forward, making sure that we can have conversations around service delivery and pre-K and having that data drive those discussions. Again, most of our students in pre-K are coming from infant and toddlers. We do have some that we get through child find, but it's mostly through students that are ours that we have control over what this kind of looks like in terms of collecting the data and letting that drive things. We are looking at our MTSS in general, across the board, making sure that interventions are in place prior to special education service delivery. The only way you know the difference between a deficit and a disability is prior intervention that's been consistent. Yeah. If you don't have prior intervention, you don't know if it's truly a disability. So I think that applies to all grade levels, including the younger. It's just sometimes students haven't been in school that long, so it's hard to really bring in that prior intervention component. But we're in agreement with you that that's something that we want to focus on, is what has been the prior intervention? What have you already done? What interventions have you used for behavior, social, academic, before considering eligibility for special education services?
And for our students who don't come through Child Find, definitely want to give a shout out to those early educators who are the first identifiers. They are typically the ones to say, I believe there may be something here, and bringing in those families to help figure out, like, how do we get your child assessed? Because we see something a little different. We want to make sure that your child has the best supports and services. So shout out to those early educators.
And Mr. Smith, I also want us to say that, part of the expansion of pre-K for our gen ed actually has helped us identify more students that need services.
That's an excellent point.
Because we were able to get them within our schools, and what we found is many of our pre-K teachers then identified them for child finder for possible disabilities. And so, I just want to commend the board and the superintendent for, once again, expanding pre-K. It has many ripple effects, great effects that people don't think about, and that's one of them.
And Mr. Lounge, that's my other jam, early education. So I won't go on a tangent there, but here to what you just shared. In terms of professional development, I love that you are deepening and broadening the professional development for educators, but also acknowledging that I believe it's something like the majority of students who are identified for disability services spend 80% of their time in general education. So making sure that we're not only thinking about how do we train and support our special educators, but making sure that those general education teachers also have the similar strategies to ensure that they're reaching all kids in their classroom. They're able to differentiate learning for every child that's in their classroom, regardless of whether they have an IEP or not. So kudos for that. In terms of PD, you mentioned transportation briefly. And I was curious, what is that support or opportunity for our bus drivers and attendants to also understand, like, intervention strategies or how to work with all students as they're getting on and off the bus?
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up. It is part of the strategic plan. It wasn't highlighted here, but it's under Priority 3, Culture and Climate. So looking at professional development for, non-teacher groups to include bus drivers, as well as another example, Science Center, right? So making sure that these stakeholders are also getting, a lot of the asks that we get are around behaviors, particularly students that are presenting unsafe behaviors. How do I respond in real time? What do I do? What strategies am I supposed to put in place? That kind of thing. So it is in our strategic plan. It's, we're looking at when we would offer that professional development to those groups. I know Dr. Navarro also mentioned the bus drivers as a group that we want to target for sure.
Yep.
So.
Just thinking, you may have a bus driver that's like, I say good morning to all the kids, and this one particular kid doesn't make eye contact with me and they don't speak. Well, perhaps they're on the spectrum and eye contact might be difficult for them.
Right.
And it's not a form of disrespect, it's just how they engage with the world.
Absolutely.
So just helping them think through some of those, things that may exist. You also mentioned kind of letting data drive decisions, especially around like 3 and 4-year-olds and whether or not it's appropriate for them to have full or half-day school, and letting that kind of be a parent decision. Fully support that. I'm just curious how, because it's such a young age and with the diagnosis being so early, how are you engaging with those families to perhaps challenge, that perception of my child can't go a full day? Or, understanding, I guess, yes, the parent is the first advocate, and we want to respect the parent's kind of direction and decisions. But how are we as a system helping them to think through, well, could they go a little longer if we did these things? Or could they be a full day if we offered these types of supports? Just thinking about later in life, later in school, when the days we can't go half day for 6th grade, or we can't go half day for 5th grade, what that might look like.
Yeah, I know in our conversations around what this looks like, we wanted to make sure that through program reviews, right? So it may be an initial conversation that the decision was made for half day or not, or full day, but just reminding the entire IEP team, including the parent, that there are opportunities to look at data through quarterly updates, to have program reviews, and to make adjustments to that schedule. If a student is demonstrating success, we want to celebrate that success. And so there are opportunities to revise the plan as needed. It is a continuous document. It's not, a mandate for the rest of the year that this is what it's going to be. And so one of the things that I know Mr. Lowndes was adamant about was making sure that when we build these classrooms that there's flexible options for if a student does demonstrate growth that they can move from half day to potentially more, right? So, just reminding the IEP teams that this is something that can be a continuous conversation and let the data drive it.
Awesome. And just one final question. if you
Okay,
may.
yeah, because we only have 8 minutes left. I think there's several other colleagues, but
I
go ahead,
understand.
Ms.
And I
Smith.
tried my best to be concise, I did. I wanted to inquire about the case management workload and the kind of work group that you're
Please.
establishing with the EACC. with so many of the requirements coming from the federal level,
Yeah.
I'm curious, like, what could be taken off the table if so many are either federal or state mandates for special educators?
So we have to be creative, and we have our ideas of where the conversation could go for a couple of things. For example, looking at academic record reviews, right? School psychologist does record reviews. Many other service providers do. This is something that we've never done in the county. We've never done academic record reviews. Any student who came up for continued eligibility, we automatically assessed. Do we need to continue to do that? Do we have data from other sources, MCAP, iReady, that shows grade level performance over consecutive years, triangulating the data that shows that there's no need for academic goals? Do we still need to do an academic assessment? Right? That's one way that we could reduce workload. I mean, there's some other areas too, but that's what the committee is about, is to look at through the lens of the law.
Of course,
Right.
looking around, yes, the law.
Through the lens of the law, what can we do to make things more efficient, for sure.
Thank you so much. Transition, if we can just also think about not only transitioning out of high school, but transitioning between schools and being able to offer our kids who have IEP and 504s additional time to
Absolutely.
adjust from going to elementary school to middle to high. That is all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Did you have anything, Dr. Smalls?
Awesome, amazing, I love it. That's, early childhood is my biggest. When you were talking about the 3 and 4 year olds, as far as that AM, PM possible, or would it be just AM, or did you have to choose?
Yeah, it'd be or. Yeah.
Okay. And so the other thing I would highly suggest is parent cafes, just to, that give them the opportunity to come in, or second cup of coffees. It's, just that way of parent communication. I love everything, especially the professional development part. Being a center director, all I heard was, well, Dr. Smalls, why is it that the special educators get, what about us? Because they have the majority of the children. So they wanted to know how to do it as well. So kudos, thank you so much, and I wish you well. Continue to do what you do.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Smalls. Mr. Hancock?
I'm going to be very, very quick. I don't really have a question, but I just want to say thank you. To have a strategic plan for special education is really awesome. It's amazing. With the many hurdles that we face with special education now, teacher recruitment and retention, and just so many different aspects. So thank you for your in-depth discussion around this and for putting this together, and for bringing so many stakeholders together. I really like the focus on the consistent practices. I think that's an issue that we hear quite a bit on as board members. So just it's really cool. I look forward to seeing the finished product, and just thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Warren, and then.
Real
Madam
brief,
Vice
yes.
Chair. Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yeah, this was awesome. Awesome. I see the vision, and it's very simple and clear. I'm looking forward to the finished product. I mean, it's a heavy lift. It's a lot of moving pieces. I had a couple questions, but I'm just keep it to one. You mentioned the disproportionate piece about being a suspension, and how, I just want to know, what are some preventive, I know we're not there yet, or we might be on that side. Are we, that's probably more in the details and the weeds of it all, but.
That's the work of the committee.
Yeah,
is to
okay.
come up, and that's why we have administrators on that committee, and we have multiple stakeholders to really come up with what are we going to do? What's the guidance for teams in terms of how do you avoid, these suspensions?
I definitely have some suggestions for that. And the MTSS implementation, will they work with that as well, the MTSS, the committee, with the implementation of that? Because you talked about it, making sure all the schools are aware of that process, the MTSS
Yes.
framework, because that's going to be key with that,
That's gonna be key.
PBIS for that piece with the suspension.
And that's
Thank you.
Larry working within the whole MTSS model for the school system as a whole. I just want to remind everyone that, we have to make sure that we are looking at those supports for all of our students, especially for those students prior to grade 3, because, we're going to have to start looking at retention for students that are not at reading level at grade 3, and we're going to have to provide the data to the state as far as what of all the interventions we provided for all of our students that are below grade level in math and in reading. So it's going to be a big lift for everybody, and with special ed being part of that lift.
Great job. Okay, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. This was amazing. I echo my colleagues' sentiments, and I think a lot of parents who are going to see this are going to just, jump up and down with joy, because I think personally, if I could have created a blueprint for what I would want to see a special education overhaul really look like, this would certainly probably be it. Not knowing that there was a lot of things that needed to be changed and needed to be looked at, but not knowing exactly where to start. And certainly this is not my area of expertise, but clearly from where I sit and looking at what you've come up with, you're definitely the right person for the job. So just want to say kudos to you for that. I love the handbook idea for teachers. I also think this would be a great idea for families as well. Kind of can help with sort of centralizing information into one place, particularly when it's like your first time and you come in and all of these things are new, to Ms. Thomas's point, and you can say, hey, here's a handbook, and I think a lot of the information that teachers need to know what special education looks like, et cetera, would really be helpful to parents as well. So it wouldn't be really having to create a whole separate handbook. Probably a lot of it would overlap. I also would say I like the idea of having a separate website. We have a special education tab on the CCBOE website, but it's kind of hidden. It's not easy to find. That's another option, to use that to communicate with stakeholders. Also creating a feedback form, on the website where community members can sort of go in and, share some ideas or feedback based on their experiences. And I'm curious if we're bringing in parents who had difficult or negative experiences to provide. I'm sure that's a lot of the emails you probably receive, but definitely being intentional about that, because it can build trust, right? Because a lot of that, when you have a bad experience, particularly, we're all really protective over our children, but particularly if your child has learning differences, I think that just enhances that that protective nature of parents. And so some of that trust may be eroded, because the parents feel like, their child's IEP wasn't being implemented, with fidelity, or certain teachers weren't equipped, to manage their students' learning differences, et cetera. So it can serve as a means to help build trust, but also as a learning tool for everyone involved, for the teachers and for whoever, folks like yourself, Miss Lawan, I can't think of her last name. Miss Jones, yes, thank you. Who, are involved with sort of evaluating, processes and looking at new policies, et cetera. So just some suggestions there. And also if we're considering modifications or program alternatives, like for example, for programs like CTE, because I hear from parents who are like, my child can't meet the requirements of or the standard requirements of the CTE program. My child will never meet that, because they can't meet, XYZ, whatever. But, it's been suggested by some of the parents who you probably met through CCAC as well, because I've talked to several of them. I've attended several meetings also, that, maybe they be modified in some way, like how we would give, extra time on a test or something like that, that, if a student has an interest and they can, they have an affinity for culinary arts, let's say, or what have you, but maybe there are something that's in the application process kind of writes them off or filters them out, for lack of a better term. So just, wanted to give, those suggestions based on some feedback that I've received from parents of students with learning differences, and just wanted to know if we're looking at that. Another suggestion is having transition meetings from, not just through schools like Ms. Smith suggested, but when they're leaving school, right? And that's where a lot of that information can be shared about, other agencies in the community, things like that. And ahead of time, right, early on, before they're about to leave high school or graduate or what have you. Just some suggestions based, again, on some of the feedback that I've received. And finally, you may have heard this from EACC, but I just want to share as well. Some of the feedback I've heard from staff, from educators, is that when they have special classes, so like art, music, et cetera, the IEP is really not clear to them on how to, make adjustments for a specials class. So that they have the core, the core classes pretty outlined, what you need to do if the child needs an assistive tool for reading or math or what have you. But when it comes down to art or music, they're like, well, what does that look like? Do they need headphones because they get overstimulated? Like, what does that look like? And they've said that the feedback I've heard is that the IEP is not really helpful in kind of outlining for them what they would need to do for their specific course. So if that makes sense. But thank you again. This was amazing, and I'm looking forward to hearing updates about the work. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and I will also attempt to be brief. Like many of my colleagues, this particular area excites me because this, to me, is the core of what we are charged to do. This is, of course, part of FAPE, the Free and Appropriate Public Education. A couple of thoughts. I agree with Mr. Hancock. Kudos on the strategic plan for special education. Like, bravo. Love the idea of kind of a one-stop shop. I love that you mentioned the rubrics, the summaries, the handbooks, like all the things to help explain what special education should look like. I would encourage you to consider offering it to all parents, not just parents of students that, have these services, because some of the comments we still continue to get as recently as the town hall is, well, the bad kids or the kids with problems, why can't we just put them all in one place, or why can't we have them separated? That's not at all how this works. It's not what we're supposed to be doing, and candidly, it's not what we want to do. So I think as much education we can offer all parents to help them better understand, these are some of the challenges that you may not be aware of that the student may be facing. To Ms. Smith's point, maybe the student isn't making eye contact because that's not how they're able to communicate with the world. So just a consideration to better raise awareness. I agree with our Vice Chair that it seems like you've incorporated a lot of the feedback we've heard from the EACC, especially around the heavy workload. The teaching is one thing, the reporting and all the requirements is something else entirely, and it seems like it's almost another job in of itself. So I appreciate that. I like that you have the work group. I'm assuming that's ongoing, is that correct? Or is okay, and so I hope it's not just their task is complete and then they disband. I would recommend that maybe that's something that you keep going.
For sure.
Yes, okay, fantastic. I'm also offering the services of the BOE subcommittee on community engagement. Myself, our Vice Chair, Ms. Kramer, the Chair is Mr. Hancock, Ms. Brenda Thomas. I know they're thinking we need one more job, right? But I see that as candidly part of our work is to help with the outreach, to help engage, the community, to help the community understand this is why we're here, this is what we're able to offer, anything candidly that I think will help the parents and the school work better, or the school system, we're here for it. Also, on the safety mechanism plan, that really resonated with me. Unfortunately, we had elopement issues at Turner, and I went to visit and spoke with teachers, and I don't want to rehash this, I'm going to get emotional. The service that many of us attended for the student there, I'm assuming that you are, but if you aren't, please speak with the teachers. They see this every day. They understand, when we propose, we can put this type of lock on the door. They can tell you why that won't work because they're dealing with, They're dealing with the little hands, and candidly, they're quick and they're clever. And so we always have to stay one step ahead of these children. Also excited about the us not currently being in the disproportionality. Concerned that maybe we may be circling back. So, please keep us posted. And then the last point, which I can't take any credit, I won't say the person, but they're sitting next to me. They raised a very, very good point about, we're hearing a lot about discipline for elementary students and the increase. You know what I mean? And again, because they're younger students, people often underestimate candidly how strong they are, how fast they are. But I was today years old before I realized, well, we have more elementary school students now that we have the pre-K students. And so, of course, we're going to see an increase in disciplinary issues because we candidly have more students at that age. So kudos to you, Dr. Navarro, my anonymous source. But I just want, I want parents to keep that in mind that, it's not that we all of a sudden have this explosion, so to speak, is that we just have more elementary, but, you know, pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 students. So then you're going to see more disciplinary issues as well. I tried to do that as quickly as possible. I think that's everything. Thank you. Did you want to add anything, Dr. Moore? You good? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Lowndes, you're with us for quite a while. Yes, thank you. Wonderful, wonderful job. We're next up. Yeah, it was very good. We're going to be talking about community schools. Mr. Lowndes will be remaining with us for candidly most of the afternoon, but also joining him, Dr. Michael Blanchard, our Director of Student Services, Ms. Bethany Goodwin, our Community School District Liaison, Ms. Marissa Ackerman, our Community School Coordinator at Indian Hill Elementary. I've seen quite a bit of this lovely lady. Hi, Ms. Ackerman. And Mr. James Blakely, the Community School Coordinator at Eva Turner. Welcome. And oh, yes, all of the community coordinators. Thank you all so much for joining. Welcome. Oh, good, good. Excited to see that. And just shameless plug again for the subcommittee, community engagement. We will be having a presentation next month on community schools. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I'm very excited to bring a very strong and dedicated community school team here today to present their work. We talked about this at a previous board meeting about, you know, giving everyone a better understanding of what our community schools do in the services that they provide. And I just want to remind everyone, we've grown very quickly with the number of community schools that we've offered. And that we do offer, and will continue to grow. And so that the one thing that I want to commend everyone on is that, you know, currently they're working very strong and closely with our Title I folks and also with our Judy centers that are in some of our schools, that are community schools as well. Because with the resources not being as plentiful as they were when we had the ESSER fundings, they are providing a tremendous amount of support for our families and for our students, both academically and other areas of need. And so I'm going to now turn this over to Bethany Goodwin, who's going to present an update on our community schools.
So actually, Dr. Blanchard, our Director of Student Services, is going to walk through the agenda for you, and then I'm going to start.
Well, I think we should introduce everyone sitting here. So I'm Dr. Mike Blanchard. I'm the Director of Student Service here at Charles County Public Schools. Sitting next to me is
Marissa Ackerman, Community School Coordinator at Indian Head Elementary.
I'm Bethany Goodwin, and I'm the district's Community School Liaison here at Central Office.
Hi, I'm James Blakeney. I'm the Community School Coordinator at Eva Turner Elementary.
So I'm very excited to be here and talking to all of you today about our community schools. So our community school coordinators are the unsung heroes of our school system. They work morning, noon, night, weekends, holidays, summers to work with our families that are struggling the most in our community. To have their voices heard about what their needs are, and then put things into place to try to meet those needs. So keep that in mind today as you're hearing about our community schools, about all the work. And just so you know, what we're going to talk about today is just the tip of the iceberg of the things that they're accomplishing. So today we're going to talk about what is a community school, what's the concentration of poverty grant, which is what the funding for the community schools comes from, what's the role of a community school coordinator, what is a needs assessment process, and Ms. Goodwin or Mr. Blakely will talk more about that. What are some of the wraparound services that we provide, and get introduced to all these wonderful folks sitting behind me, our community school coordinators.
Okay. So what is a community school? So community schools are whole school models to serve as hubs that bring families, communities, and partners together to remove barriers to learning. And through the Maryland Blueprint, a community school is a school that receives concentration of poverty funds. These grant funds require us to hire 2 full-time positions. One is a community school coordinator, and the other one is a full-time health practitioner or a registered nurse. Any remaining funds after we hire the 2 employees, staff the program for the school, we can use to provide wraparound services for students and our families. And wraparound services can be extended learning opportunities, food pantries or markets, mental health services, health services. And to sustain funding, Community schools may be eligible during their second year for additional funds, which are per pupil allocations, to provide even more additional wraparound services for the identified families of our schools. Mr. Blakeney?
Community school coordinators are responsible for many tasks. Some of those tasks include establishing a community school in partnership with the school principal. We complete the needs assessment in collaboration with students, the parents, the staff, and school partners. We also develop implementation plans based on the needs assessments outcomes. We coordinate advisory committee meetings with our local stakeholders, and of course, we offer wraparound services that address out-of-school learning barriers for students and for the families. We coordinate trauma-informed care professional development training also for our school staff. Our background includes social work, school counseling, education, administration, and of course, nonprofit management, etc. So our needs assessment process and implementation plan consists of surveys that we take with our parents and our students and our school staff. We include also asset mapping. We do focus groups and interviews, and we gather all that information and we analyze that data. Our needs assessment reports are due to MSDE at the end of the first year for that community school. And then, of course, the implementation plans are developed during the second year of that community school based upon the need assessment outcomes. For the past 3 years, there have been 4 identifying needs and outcomes, and those are access to food outside of school, increased access to mental health services, additional after-school extended learning opportunities to include transportation, and also an access to health and wellness services, including immunizations, dental care, vision, and hearing screenings. Ms. Goodwin?
So to accommodate and address those 4 primary needs that we learned from our needs assessment and those outcomes, we provide wraparound services to address the needs at every single community school. So each Charles County public school community school has a resource center that provides food, clothing, and hygiene supplies on a weekly or bi-weekly basis to identified families. The centers also provide a computer for parents who need access to technology, to perhaps enroll their children in school, or to apply for outside of school services and assistance. General Smallwood's Resource Center additionally provides student laundry services that you can see in the pictures above. And General Smallwood, as you know, just underwent several renovations, including this fabulous resource center here, where you can see their food pantry and also their supply area. To address the need for access to additional mental health services, community schools utilize funds to employ 4 behavior support specialists this past year at 5 different schools, and also to provide contract counseling services at 2 of our community schools. Moving along, wraparound services also include extended learning opportunities at every single one of our community schools. And you can see at the top in the center, there is Judge Brown at Reading of the Robes at J.P. Ryon Elementary School. And then right next to it is the Garden Club at Dr. Brown Elementary School, where students learn how to grow their own food. And then below to the left, we have a money management session at Benjamin Stoddard Middle School. And in the center, we have Baking for Kindness Day at John Hanson Middle School, where every single student in the school attended assembly, learned how to bake a loaf of bread, and received a bake-at-home kit to take home to make their own bread with their family. They said it was fantastic. It was wonderful. And then over here to the bottom right, you can see a picture at Thomas Stone High School where they offered Mental Health Association of Maryland self-care workshop held, and Christina Otruba hosted that event. And then we have, for student, family, and community engagement, our very own Dr. Navarro, with Westlake teacher Emily Simmons volunteering at a community event. And then, and Emily also volunteers at J.P. Ryon every single week for their Extended Learning Opportunity Spanish Club. In the center, you can see Wanda Proctor, our community school coordinator at J.P. Ryon, with her school's mascot, and Angela Harris, our community school coordinator at Dr. Mudd, with her school's mascot, the Cardinal and the Dragon. And they have special nice names, fun names. And that was taken from a few weeks ago when they had a fantastic, well-attended community resource day with over 66 vendors and many participants from their 2 schools. Below that in the center is a picture of an incentive card for students and to incentivize them to attend school. So that was put together at Jennifer Elementary School. And then to the far right, the community day that took place the other week at Eva Turner Elementary School. And you can see the group of student dancers there, and that is from the ELO Dance Club at Eva Turner. Marissa Ackerman.
I, first of all, want to say thank you to each of you for being so supportive and also present at many of our community events and at our schools. And so that's just a snapshot, and I'll be speaking about interventions that we provide specifically, and this is overall data, but hopefully you can make our steering committee next week where you can hear specific data to each school. And so we have here, this was taken last week, we have over 12,700 interventions that we as coordinators have logged in the Synergy system. And I could tell you right now that that's not all of them because we log for each student and every family that we have a touch with. But if you look specifically, we have over 50 interventions that we provide, a list of 50 interventions. And at the bottom, you'll see there are other supports and services, and that is for things that don't fit into one of those 50 categories. So we are providing wraparound services, all-encompassing that we can for our families. And you can see the data there for our food support, our extended learning opportunities, how many students are involved in that, and how we're helping with SST meetings and 504 and attendance meetings. And so you can see those there and hear more about them in detail. Next is, what is a school-based health center? We're very pleased to be opening the first school-based health center at Indian Head Elementary for Charles County. And thanks to really the partnership of our government, our school system, you all, our parents and businesses and families. Because one of our greatest needs is that there is not access to health care on the western side of the county at all. So we are hoping that this will help address our attendance concerns, and so students can be seen right away and they can return to school if they are able to, and provide preventative care, and you can see it also includes mental health services, oral health, and supportive services in different ways. And we're really looking forward to implementing that as it opens this fall, and we will let you know how that goes.
Okay, now I'd like to take the time to introduce to you our community school coordinators, and we have 6 elementary community school coordinators. So my team, when I call your name, would you please stand? Okay. We have Frenia Bryant, who is brand new, a few months into the position at Dr. Brown.
Welcome.
Yay. Marissa Ackerman at Indian Head Elementary School. Amy Martinez at Daniel St. Thomas Jennifer Elementary School. Angela Harris, our very first community school coordinator at Dr. Mudd. We have Wanda Proctor at J.P. Ryon Elementary School, and James Blakeney at Eva Turner Elementary School. And this year, we were so happy to expand into the secondary level. So we have 3 middle school community school coordinators, and the first one I'm going to introduce is Rashad Demesme at John Hanson Middle School, Robin Mudd at General Smallwood Middle School, and Tiffany Casey Omosawan at Benjamin Stoddard Middle School. And then we have our one lone high school community school coordinator.
Holding it down, Ms. Coles.
Karen Coles from Thomas Stone High School. And our program is growing. And so next year, we are going to add 4 additional community schools. We will have a total of 14 schools to manage. And they are at C. Paul Barnhart Elementary School, J.C. Parks Elementary School, Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary, and William B. Wade Elementary School. So I just want to say it is our honor to present to each of you today. We are so glad that you asked us to present on our program that we are each so proud of, serving our students and our families. And do you have any questions for us?
I'm sure we do. I started this way. I'll start this way this time. Ms. Warren, and we can make our way down. Yeah.
Great presentation. Nice to meet all of you. I met Ms. Andel before at Mudd. I do have a question, Dr. Navarro. We talked a little bit about the whole school, whole child, whole community piece and how this fits with that. I think that's something that we'll look at later, like the framework. Are you all familiar with that? That's through
Yes.
the CDC. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So, and I see we have the school health, so that's a certain component of that. Is that a direction we're going to go into as this expands and grows, like maybe merging the framework, the whole school, whole community, whole child?
Well, we do have a whole child, whole school approach model to community schools, and that is nationally based.
Okay.
And so when we're looking at these wraparound supportive services, we're looking at the health of the child, and we're looking at mental health, and providing to make sure, and everything outside of the school, to make sure that they can come to school full in clean clothes and full bellies, and with supplies, and ready to learn so they can attend school. So it is, I'm familiar with the model, but we do try to address all those pieces, the medical piece and the health piece, and the mental health, and everything that has to do with being safe, and bring that all together as a whole
Okay.
school model.
Okay, great. That's good to know.
Mr. Blakey went over the assessment. So the assessment really drives the services that are in the schools, and I think the community coordinators do a great job of knowing their communities and then providing the services that those communities, have a greater needs in based on the assessments that they've done. So once again, I applaud the community coordinators for really knowing their communities.
Yes. No, thank you. That's excellent. If I have any more questions, I'll come back, but thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you so much. This is a great presentation. I had the fortune to go down to Indian Head to the community school, so I got to see the laundry facilities, and it was really great. So I just want to say thank you for all of you who are lending a hand to help our students to make sure that they understand what community means, right? Because they have a community supporting them. Hopefully they grow up and become a person who's a part of their community and then give back. So I really appreciate the presentation, and I think we need to talk to Procter & Gamble because they may give us some more wash machines, if we need them. But thank you very much. I really appreciate all the work you're doing for our students.
Thank you. Yes.
And thank you again. My question is, the 4 new community schools are coming in, so are they going to be set up with the food bank and all the other stuff like the other ones?
Yes, they will. I've already met with the 4 principals a few times, actually. We did an onboarding session with members of our team, and their school principals helped to give them an orientation. MSDE is offering them an orientation this month as well online. And then I've already completed their budgets, their projected budgets for next year, and Sherry Fisher Davis has those. And within the budgets, I set aside what money, we already know what our concentration of poverty amounts will be next year for the new schools. So I've already set aside funding. Since this will be our 5th year, I kind of have a good feel of what it takes, how much money and the funding that it takes to set up a brand new community school, so we can set up a resource center in each of the schools.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Very comprehensive. Appreciate the overview in terms of what a community school is, but also delving into specifically what's being done. And the opportunity to meet the staff. I think it's really important for the community to be able to see the individuals we have working in the school. So it's not just a leadership presentation, but this is a collective. So thank you for the way in which you prepared the presentation. 2 questions and 1 recommendation. My first question is just around, I understand that we only have a few community schools, but of course we have PPWs in every single school. So I'm curious of the opportunity, and maybe this is more for Dr. Navarro, the opportunity to kind of, whatever the secret sauce or whatever's working well, the lessons learned that are happening in our community schools, how we're helping our PPWs and other schools that may not be community schools to perhaps learn from those strategies for community engagement, for outreach, for building trust. I know they do very well, but there's something special happening in our community schools. I'm just curious how we share those learnings with our PPWs.
Well, that's a very interesting observation. Last week, we had 2 of our community school coordinators, Amy Martinez and Rashad Demesmi, and they presented at the annual PPW conference in Maryland on the PPW and community school coordinator relationship and how they can work together to expand services. Mm-hmm. And we have a fantastic, tight-knit PPW team as well, and we've had some our community school coordinators at times meet with the PPWs and do some presentations with them. We have also, I am also the homeless and foster care coordinator for the school district, so I have taken the PPWs and community school coordinators to our National Homeless Conference together, and so we've all been, the PPWs can meet with us and we can meet with the PPWs and expand that relationship and then share some of the strategies we're using. Of course, funding always helps.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Can I put a shameless plug in? This Thursday at beginning at 3 o'clock at North Point High School, we're going to have a community day where some of our community school coordinators and our PPWs are sponsoring that. So you're all welcome to come out. It starts at 3 o'clock at North Point, goes from 3 to 6. There's going to be community vendors. We usually have the gym set up, so there's clothing and other materials available to families. We'll have food and a host of other things. We'd love for you to come.
No?
Yeah.
That was an alley-oop, Dr. Blanchard, for you to plug that event. So
I
I'm
had
glad
to.
that you
I couldn't help it.
caught it and you brought it home. Absolutely. My second question, my last question, and then my plug. For school-based mental health, or the school-based, healthcare outreach that you all have going on, I'm definitely not a proponent of if we build it, they will come. So I'm curious, what is that outreach to kind of let the community know, let the families know that we have this here, this is how it operates and runs, this is our intended support for not just your child, but for you as well? Like, how does that work?
Are you specifically speaking about the new school-based health center that's going to be at
School-based,
Indian Head?
yes.
Okay, I'll let Marissa, do you want to address that question?
Sure. So with the onboarding of what it's going to look like, we're working very closely with Desiree Colvin, who directs our nurse services here. She happened to be the community school nurse for us at Indian Head at the time and wrote the grant for us to receive that. So she's done extensive research on how to implement a school-based health system in a school setting. And so when we have that and we have our community school nurse, they will be there to help implement the systems and outreach to make sure that families know. But for those of you that know Dr. Abney, she is very excited, and we are going to have quite the production for a ribbon cutting ceremony. So, which I'm sure you will all be invited to. So there's no way nobody in that town will know that we're there. But we will be incorporating, our middle and high school as well, and because we're hoping to expand our services, like for those students as well, sports physicals and different things like that, so that it's access for the entire family, not just our elementary students.
No, absolutely. And my plug, I know that, appreciate hearing that Charles County is kind of on the national stage attending different conferences that are taking place. Dr. Navarro, I know that you know that Senator Van Hollen is a staunch advocate for community schools, and so would love an outreach of some sort to see if the senator can come down to visit our schools, just to see kind of the magic that's happening in Southern Maryland, specifically within Charles County.
And I do want to add that the Maryland Community School Center at Towson University came and they requested to do a visit, and they came and visited with 3 of our schools, and all of our coordinators participated so that they could speak up, answer questions, et cetera, from the Maryland Center for Community Schools. And then we've also been recently visited by St. Mary's County's community school coordinators as they are growing from 2 to 5, and so they came and met with various different coordinators and visited some of our resource centers and asked questions. And then we're also working with Calvert's team, which is implementing 2 community schools. So we've been very fortunate to be asked by the state to visit. Derek Anderson, our executive director, when he first attended one of our steering committee luncheons, he came and he asked to see Dr. Mudd Elementary School and do a walkthrough visit there. So we've been recognized at the state, and they're aware of what we're doing, and they're coming and asking and spotlighting us. It's been nice.
I mean, there are many fabulous things happening in Charles County, and this is absolutely one of them. So I appreciate you sharing that we actually have our sister counties that are coming here to beg, borrow, and steal from us. So thank you.
Dr. Swanson?
I'm going to borrow for the early child care centers. I hope you don't mind. You all are doing a great job. I just want to say, especially for Barnhart, we visit not too long ago, so it was good to see the vision come to pass. None of this was there, so that's amazing. Keep up the marvelous work.
Yes, thank you. I just have a couple questions. First, thank you all so much. Community schools are an amazing thing. You guys help fill the void where the private sector and local governments often don't fill or overlook for whatever reason, and a lot of families really depend on you all. So thank you all so much. I have 2 questions. The concentration of poverty grant that helps fund community schools, what are the requirements to obtain that grant?
So MSDE identifies the schools that are eligible for concentration of poverty grant funds. When this program was put into place in 2019, it was a higher threshold to become eligible for these grant funds, I believe, and the threshold is our free and reduced meal rate. And in a school zone, and there's and it's over a 3-year average rate. So they look at that and they make a statistical analysis, and if you are at the percentage, then you are eligible to be a community school and receive these concentration of grant funds. We are currently now at 55% farms rate. If you want to be eligible, if the school is eligible, they're at 55% farms rate. We do not have to apply or write a grant for these funds. This is something that MSDE calculates, and then they notify our school system which schools are eligible for the concentration of poverty funding, and then we just take it from there and we prepare for the next school year, and our fiscal year begins July 1st.
And Ms. Goodman, my understanding is that every year that percentage threshold drops, and that's why we continue to see the growth of the communities.
That was true until this year, and now we're flat out at 55% from this point on. As just as Title I is at 50%, we're at 55% and above.
Okay, that's very helpful, so thank you. And so a follow-up question for that, just out of curiosity, I know next year we have 4 more schools coming on board to be community schools. Are there other schools out there that meet that 55% farms rate that qualify for that grant that will be community schools?
Well, those 4 schools did.
Outside of those 4.
Any additional?
Are we
In Charles
anticipating
County?
Okay, yes, in the county.
Do I anticipate it for next year? I have my hopes on one particular school that I'm thinking of. We'll see what happens because they've been at around 52, 53% farms rate, and we'll see with the redistricting what happens with their farms rate this year and see if it's enough to put them over that 3-year percentage average, so they might be identified next year.
Okay, well, thank you, and thank you, everyone, for everything that you all do. You're making a huge difference in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here. I see some familiar faces, and I second Mr. Hancock's comments. Like, what you all are doing in the community is really filling so many voids that we have, not just in Charles County. I mean, it's nationwide, right? But in Charles County, I can see the impact of the things that you do every day. And just for the public, if you didn't know already, you know, community schools, you know, are doing so many things, doing laundry, providing food, providing access to healthcare and all those things. So this was just, you know, one of the most critical elements, I think, that came out of the blueprint law, you know, the expansion of community schools. And so, you know, I hope that this was really helpful for the public to hear and to understand what community schools really are and how important they are to our communities. I also just wanted to share with my colleagues that I know Madam Chair mentioned our community engagement subcommittee, and at the last meeting we had a presentation on Title I, and the conversation came up about community schools, and that's going to be our presentation in our next meeting, and that they really do overlap a lot of times and work together, because one of the questions I had was I always ask about collaboration and sharing ideas, because I've been to many of your schools and many of your events, and Title I and the community school coordinators, you all have like so many great ideas. And I'm like, oh, if you could share this with your peers, with your colleagues, you know, this would be really helpful. And so we talked a lot about the collaboration opportunities, the monthly meetings, I think that occur, so that you can share that information. And I just think it's also equally important to share with the public what you're doing, because it, you know, one, helps educate the public on what's available, right? But two, you know, we can get more buy-in to understand the importance, because I think when people don't understand what it really is, it's hard for them to kind of see the importance and the value, unless obviously they attend one of the schools that is designated as a community school. But I think the ideas that you all have and a lot of the events and things that I've seen, the way that you're able to bring the community in and the engagement level that you're able to have would even be helpful for schools that don't qualify for Title I or that don't qualify as a community school. So just please keep focus on that collaboration piece and sharing that information. So thank you all again.
Thank you. Ms. Butler Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for this presentation. And it's great to see the whole team. They got the whole A team here. Yes. So thank you. So my question is, what strategies are in place to ensure students are actually utilizing the services offered and not just referred? Because I hear some, you know, they refer me to the services, but do we know they actually are benefiting, or do we have data that says that these are the services that they need and they are actually using that service?
So yes, when we conduct our student and parent and staff surveys at the beginning of the year for the first year of a community school, we actually do have, there are MSDE templates of surveys, but we've customized them in Charles County, and we've also made them where students can refer in the student surveys, and parents can refer themselves in the parent surveys if necessary. And so, and they can refer themselves not just for additional needs and support and services, but also to volunteer or to come into school and participate in community school events as well. And so through that self-referral process, the community school coordinator is able to gather that information and then contact the parent, meet with the family or the student, and to address their needs privately. And then they maintain that. When you saw Ms. Ackerman put out like the data on the interventions, each one of us through our Synergy student database, the community school coordinators, they document their interventions for each student or parent of that student that they're assisting in a particular area. So we are able to document, have that documentation and data to support what we're providing, but we do also have the self-referrals as well. And then we try to make self-referrals very easy for our families, like using QR codes, example. Many of our coordinators are very adept with technology and are able to reach out through parents and maybe on a weekly basis, every other week, and say our food pantry is going to be open this Thursday morning, and please sign up Genius for the food pantry, and that goes out on a regular basis so that even new families can possibly sign up for different services, and the coordinator can see who they are and reach out to them.
Okay, and my next question is, what wraparound services are currently lacking or underutilized that you believe are essential to our students? And the reason I ask that question is we have a community that is ready to help, and it's going to be a plug at the end for the community, but us community resources out there that could help in that area. But if we can identify it, we can, actually have them come into the school to help us with this service. So that's why I asked that particular question, because it get underestimated sometimes, because you're always talking about what you're doing, but we want to hear what you need so the community can come in and help you with it.
Well, that's a very good question. So I'm going to ask the community school coordinators if they have a suggestion on what is really needed that is possibly underserved.
Sure. Great question. I think that a lot of times when it comes to the actual mental health services, a lot of times culturally there may seem to be a stigma with our parents and even our students receiving those services. That is one thing that we could grow and find better strategies in making sure that our students take advantage of those services. I think one particular situation with Hazel Health, virtual therapy services, just making sure that our students are not in a place that is open for anyone to see, making sure that they feel warm before going into those virtual services, and simply explaining what will take place. That's one item that could be better. Marissa, you have anything?
I would just add, as a parent of 4 kids as well that have gone through CCPS, I would just, implore the community to offer yourself and what you have. If you own a business, if you have time that you can volunteer, a lot of times parents just don't know how to get involved. And so I think for all of us, we try to capture that in our surveys and different things, like if you can help, how could this be? But also for us, giving very specific ways that they can get plugged in to the community and to help as well. And so, we've had teachers, even parents say, hey, we'd love to help raise some food for the food pantry. And so we allow them to do that. One of our clubs this year did a food drive at our school, which to most people, that doesn't make much sense that you need the food pantry. Why are you asking for food from our students? But there are families, and even the students themselves, they want to contribute and have ownership of the food pantry with their peers. And so just things like that, it's little things, but for us, we know our job is a big job in actually making those asks and making opportunities available as well.
Well, great. My last plug is for the community. It's for you all. It's because we know our community love to get involved. They have a lot of answers and stuff. So I want to employ the community to actually get involved. We got D9s out there. I am calling all of you all out. D9 organizations out there. We got nonprofit organizations out there, and we have businesses that are out there that can be able to deliver some of this stuff. And I'm going to do a plug for my organization, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. Yes, we have other sororities up here, but we do service. And things like this, that what you just said, now I'm going to take that back because you're going to see me in another capacity after this, because we're going to be there in the schools. And you got 2 schools that you named, was Indian Head and General Smallwood. And those are the schools that we're going to be tackling. So thank you for this information, and that's what we're gonna be doing. But last thing, you got to fill out the volunteering. Because the school have to know who you are, what service you're gonna bring, so you have to go on their website to fill out that volunteering form, and then you're able to come into the schools and do things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bella Washington. I very much appreciate this presentation. Dr. Smalls and I had the opportunity to visit General Smallwood with Principal Watley. We were there for, 2 or 3 hours, and it's remarkable, the services, and we cannot overestimate how these community schools are meeting almost every need, candidly, that the community has, and it's humbling. And just hearing the stories about the students who, that's their primary place where they rely on their laundry happening, because their parent can't make it to the laundromat or doesn't have transportation, or et cetera, et cetera. And so it's you really have to have a heart to do this work, and I appreciate you all so much, because a lot of what you do may seem to go unnoticed, but it really doesn't. It really is making a significant impact. I was looking at the schools. I visited all except for 1 or 2, so I have to correct that problem. But a couple of quick points. And this is just me always, worrying about the funding. I understand that the funding for community schools is on the state level versus Title I, which is on the federal level. And in light of the current budget, you know where I'm going with this, the current budget climate, any concerns around being able to maintain the funding or maintain the status as a community school? Because obviously, once you build it, you can't then go back. Short of the community seeing some incredible spike in wealth, which would be great, but is not often very likely. What are your thoughts around that, being able to maintain? Or is it too soon to say?
Well, actually, there's one positive.
Okay.
The House bill just came out. They are supporting the continuation of supporting our community school and the concentration of poverty grants. There were some concerns that may not occur. That did occur.
Okay.
So that will continue for the time being. Obviously, we would like all of your assistance in talking to our local folks, as well as folks at the state level, about the importance that this is for all of our students.
Yeah.
Because I think it's hard to understand sometimes. We go well beyond providing learning opportunities during the school day. There's after school hours, there's food insecurity in our communities that we're addressing,
evenings,
mental health
weekends.
issues, evening things.
Yeah.
We need that support to be able to continue that. I'm sorry, Ms.
Yeah.
Goodwin, anything
Ms.
to add?
No,
Goodwin?
that's fine. No, I appreciate it. But I do keep close connections with our MSDE Executive Director, Derek Anderson. We all are on monthly MSDE meetings. The coordinators have meetings, the community school supervisors. I'm in those meetings every month, and that is something that I personally monitor. I also monitor that through Chris Miller, our Blueprint coordinator as well. We speak often about looking at the funds. We were very fortunate because they did freeze the funds for per pupil allocations for 27 and 28, and then it went to the Senate and they unfroze them. And so we were very, very relieved. I know that we had some community members go and speak and advocate on behalf of community schools at the state level, so we were very fortunate. We know that the blueprint goes till 2030. I've had conversations with Derek Anderson about the funding because it's come up, and I've asked how are we planning for this beyond 2030, because it's a lot of money that's being invested into our community schools, and every year it will grow. Some of the money for the schools will grow every single year through that time. So only time will tell, and we'll just have to monitor closely, but that's the best information I have now.
I appreciate that. Oh,
Yes.
did you want to add something, Ms. Ackerman?
No, I was just going to add that when we all first start building a sustainable program is, a goal that we have as coordinators. And so while I could very well use funding to completely fund our food pantry or things like that, our goal is to build those community partnerships so that if my job and if our funding went away, it would still be able to keep going. And so we have many community partners who help step in and fill those voids, and so just making sure that those partnerships are there to build sustainable programs at our school.
That's encouraging. I appreciate that. I also wanted to add, and our vice chair touched on this, I asked this question when we had our last community engagement subcommittee meeting, which dealt with Title I. For the benefit of the public, you know, our millions that weren't watching that day, it's all right. Can you, it's our running joke. If you could explain a little bit of the overlap, because not all, if I'm not mistaken, I believe all community schools, well, no, let me say it the other way. Well, no, a lot of them are Title I, but there's not necessarily, there's more Title I than community schools. And if you could explain a little bit of the overlap, other than the funding being federal for Title I and community schools being statewide, because it is encouraging, you know, although the rationale for why they may be both, you know, unfortunately deals with the poverty that, you know, is very real. It's impacting about 50% of our students. But if you could explain a little bit of the overlap between the two and maybe some of the benefits that, you know, I candidly was not aware of. It was encouraging.
Well, absolutely. So as I spoke earlier, Title I schools have the 50% farms rate with a percentage that they have to meet in order to be eligible for those federal funds. And then community schools has that 3-year rate of 55%. So that's where you're going to see there's some overlap of schools that are community schools and also Title I schools, but vice versa. We also have, well, next year there will be all the Title I schools except one will be a community school next year.
Okay.
And so, and then we are going to exceed Title I schools, as far as I know. I don't know if there's additional schools that will be Title I, but we'll have 14 community schools next year. So the benefits are, if they are also a Title I school and a community school, it's really imperative that our community school coordinators and the principals and the Title I staff meet together, and that they walk through the year's budget, the events, and making sure that what Title I might be able to cover, that they can cover financially with funds, and what community schools might be able to cover that Title I can't cover, that we also work together to provide those services, especially when it comes to like family engagement.
I was just going to say
Title I
that's
has a
huge
lot of
part
rules,
that. Yeah.
federal rules and guidelines around family engagement that might be easier for us to help support a Title I family engagement event, thus becoming a Title I and community school event. And then the same is for the 3 Judy Center sites too. So then we have the 3 Judy Centers are also in a community school, and they're also in a Title I school. So for those 3 schools, we all work together, that coordinator, the principal, Jennifer Gimmel and her staff at the Judy Center and Title I, we work very closely to make sure that we're utilizing all of our funds together. So we're not duplicating services, and that we're using our funds wisely to provide as many services as possible to our students and families at those schools.
Yeah, absolutely. And the parent engagement piece is exactly what I was going to touch on. That to me was really the highlight of the Title I presentation, because I had no idea the amount of things that you all did, and candidly, the amount of participants that you get, because they've done surveys, they've asked the public, what would you like to see, what would be helpful, and then they directly offer what it is that they ask for, and which I think is fantastic, because then you have more parents invested in that community that can also get more benefit. So it's fantastic.
I would
Yes.
say, the one thing that's come out of the budgets and the way they're going is that a positive thing that's come out of this is that the state is recognizing the need to braid funds, and they're making it much easier for us to braid Title I community schools and Judy Center funds to meet the needs of all of our communities.
And I do want to add that our Title I family liaisons are just crucial, key staff members at our schools and supporting our community school coordinators. Many times they are the partner to the community school coordinator at that school. They're invaluable. They really work closely with our program so that we can work together. It's hard work what our community school coordinators are doing. A lot of especially the food, and that's a lot of physical labor. Putting all the food bags together on a weekly or biweekly basis, and providing and distributing them to 30, 40, 50 or more families every week or every other week. So we really do rely on the assistance and help of our Title I family liaisons to support us in all those endeavors, and we work really hard. Our coordinators work hard to do the same for them and support them too.
Thank you, and I share your concerns about beyond 2030, which is why I asked the question. I mean, not trying to be doom and gloom. Obviously, there's a need, and it's easy to justify why we have the services that we offer. And whatever we can do as a board, especially we've had some conversations around what does advocacy look like? And I mean, what are some ways we can get involved? So please share that. And then a final point to Ms. Butler-Washington's point about the Divine Nine, who, for those who may not be aware, historically Black fraternities and sororities, there is a food initiative later this week that's being done specifically to address these types of things that Zeta Phi Beta is coordinating. I'm a member of Delta Sigma Theta, as Ms. Jamila Smith. So we are, very engaged, very active, you know what I mean? And I agree. We're going to increase the, increase the call because we have been disproportionately impacted by a lot of the federal job losses and changes. And so we have to step up and serve our community. So thank you all for what you do every single day for our students. It's deeply appreciated. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Bravo. All right. I was going to say, still you, sir. English Language Development Curriculum. No, don't know. Yes. Oh, listen, they're doing the work. They need the shout out. We need all the help. Yes. Yeah, it's I think the 17th, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And Mr. Lowndes will be joined by Autumn Hoffman, the content specialist for ELD and bilingual education. Hello.
Thanks again.
All of your money today, huh?
So Autumn's back to share the feedback. Last time we were here, she shared the curriculum that she was proposing and bringing forward to get your permission. And you guys gave her some charges as to who to go back and reach out to and gather some more feedback. So I'm going to now turn it over to Autumn, and she's going to present what she has learned.
All right. So as you have likely already seen, we did have public login for the community. It was available digitally and hard copy here at Central. That is how you can go in and review the resources. It's still open if you are still thinking about reviewing it. Right, so it was open for 30 days, actually a little bit longer than 30 days, and we also had contacted the list of groups right here. So that included the ELD teachers. We invited the parents of MLs to come, and we did have an interpreter, which was something that you had requested at our meeting last time. We shared it with a variety of the other community groups, and I'm going to highlight Charles County CCAC because that was another one that was mentioned, and they did share that out through their social media in both English and Spanish for parents to review, and these other groups that you can see here. We had a total of 7 responses from families. It is a little bit of a tricky situation with our families because they mostly do not speak English, and this is a resource in English. So when it looked like about halfway through, okay, we really aren't going to get very many people responding, we did reach out and invited a small focus group of Spanish-speaking ML parents to come here. They met with us here in the boardroom with Jenny Herrera, who's our bilingual outreach facilitator. And we had a special small session for them to come and provide us feedback. There were 6 positive responses, and there was 1 neutral response, which, to be very transparent, is not as much about the content of the material as much as it was about preferring that we keep a mix of technology and hardback things.
Gotcha.
So we're going to just review some of the feedback here. I'm not going to read these all out loud to you, but I'm just going to highlight some of the things that I think are important. So the parents did recognize and appreciate that all 4 domains of language learning are included in here. So that's reading, writing, listening, and speaking. The next one, the parent said that she was delighted, which I loved because I'm also delighted by this material. And that they appreciated that it's going to standardize the teaching of English to new language learners. So everyone will have the same materials with best practices already embedded. They noticed also that teachers are going to have a lot of content guide. They're going to have a lot of materials to use that all go together. And they were mentioning that they think it's going to reduce the workload on teachers. As I mentioned at our last meeting as well, that it is going to be across the grades, elementary to high school, and one parent did also address that. And the last quote we have here is from one parent who had a special needs student who is in special education program, as well as being an ML, a dually identified student. And she said a lot of things, but the only thing that was really specifically about how her son personally would interact with it was that she loved that it had a lot of routines, because that's really important for how he learns. And she thinks that he would benefit from this program. As I mentioned before, there was one neutral parent response, and it was really about making sure that we include social interaction with our technology. And that definitely is a part of this program. There is not only technology, it's just that technology was the easiest way for families to review the materials. From teachers, we had 2 teacher responses, and I will preface that by saying that the ELD teachers had also been asked many times before about their opinions on these materials, so having only 2 teachers is not that surprising because they've shared a lot already. But I thought that they really did pick up on some excellent points in here. One, that it is challenging. There's a challenging reading expectation and a challenging writing expectation embedded in all of the material. It is cross-curricular, which reflects the standards of English language development programs, which again are this the language that's that's used in a social studies classroom, the language used in a science classroom, in a language arts classroom, in a math classroom. They have multiple ways that you can target specific skills and sub-skills. So if you notice that a student is having a hard time with this, you have a really specific tool that you can use to address that specific need, and it can be individualized by the student. And then also, the bottom quote shares that there's a lot of reports that the teacher found that are easy to read, and it will help making those decisions. Like, does this student actually need this support? Are they consistently showing that they need extra support in this type of sub-skill? And like I mentioned before, they also said that this isn't going to take a lot of extra planning time for me to implement this. So that's really important. We know that teachers have a lot on their plate, and especially ELD teachers, because they are not only teaching students directly, they are also collaborating with content teachers, and they're doing case management documentation as well, similar to what special education teachers do. And that is the summary of our feedback.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments? This one? Okay, Ms. Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's actually not a question. I just want to, because the special ed parent stated it, making sure that it was evidence-based. So she clarified that for me. So I always like to ask that question because we want to make sure that we educate all the students. And so by making sure that it's evidence-based, then we know we are doing that. So that's a big kudos for me because she's identified it for me. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for going back and adding and incorporating those groups. I know sometimes it's hard to get the group's feedback, so having to circle back was great. And is it going to be open, continue to be open for a little bit longer so that if people want to, because I know we have a public meeting, people will now see the link in the URL, perhaps other people will take an opportunity, so it'll still be open a little bit longer for people to go in and just look, even if they don't get feedback, just to be able to look.
Yeah, absolutely. The company is HMH, and we have an excellent relationship with them, and they did not give me an end date, so I'm sure if I reach out and say, we can leave this open for a few more weeks, that would be acceptable.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman and Mr. Lowndes, for coming back and providing this feedback. I think this is really a key piece whenever we're, looking at new curriculum resource, et cetera. So thank you for doing the work and being intentional about that. I was curious about the low number of teacher responses as well, but you did explain that they had been asked, I guess, throughout, the selection process, right? Which makes perfect sense. I just wanted to make sure, because I think it bears repeating. I've heard some, we implemented like the pre-K curriculum last year, and I've heard some feedback from staff that they didn't know how to provide feedback or they weren't asked, and et cetera. I just was curious, in what ways are we engaging the staff and making sure that they're aware and that we're intentional about soliciting their feedback? Because sometimes we may put something out there and say, you can give us feedback, but they may not. I mean, they're busy, right? So they may not respond, or they may just not know. They get so many emails. That's just some of the feedback that I received. Like, I didn't know that we could give feedback. And also making sure that throughout, if we implement this resource, that we're responding to professional development needs. So if you could just address a little bit of how you engage the staff, that would be great.
Yes, absolutely. So we reached out primarily through the ELD teachers. We asked them to be the vehicle to the other staff in the building and to the families, as well as their own support as well, like what was their feedback. So one of those two teachers was an ELD teacher, and the other one was an English teacher who teaches a special class for MLs who are taking English 1 and 2 at the same time. So that teacher was really excited about it. He saw a lot of potential in that. And we also asked the ELD teachers to reach out to parents in order to send them a message through talking points, because we found that parents respond much more frequently to the person that is interacting with them the most frequently. So me sending something out, or Shelly Mackey sending something out from Central, it's not going to be as effective. So we did ask them to send out a notice through talking points, and they also contacted other staff in their building who would, they imagined, would have input on the curriculum.
I guess the question is, did you give it to all the teachers, ELD teachers, to look at?
Yes.
Yes, okay,
Yes.
great, thank you for that.
Thank you both very much. Wonderful
Thank you.
presentation. I had some thoughts, but in the interest of time.
All right.
Appreciate you. So just as an update, colleagues, we will now move to Ms. Miller's presentation, the blueprint update. Respectfully, please don't come for me. I know everyone wants a break, but I wanted to also do Ms. Acton's presentations because we have to vote on those later. So if you could hang in. Y'all gonna be all right? You'll manage. Hold on.
Do my best. If I fall out,
I mean, listen, talk to HR. That's not my.
I forgot to load it. Now I'm like sweating. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I've never forgot to load a presentation. Okay. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hi. All right. My name is Chris Miller, and I am your Blueprint Implementation Coordinator. Thank you. Oh my gosh. So we're in this season of budget, right? And we're also in this season of reflection. And so some of questions have come up about, where are our dollars going when it comes to education? And so the AIB in April published a report that's very similar to the document that is being presented to you today. And they gave a blueprint reflection from the past 3 years from the state lens. And so what I think is important for everybody to understand is a reflection of a district-wide implementation and what that looks like here and how our money, where are our dollars going. So just as a reminder here, there are main foundations of each of these pillars. We know pillar 1 is early childhood. Pillar 2, diverse teachers and leaders. Pillar 3, college and career readiness. Pillar 4, more resources for students. Very nice that our special ed and our community schools, part of the blueprint, right? So there's this overarching theme. And then that pillar 5 for accountability and governance. And Mr. Lowndes, if you could scroll down. So again, the AIB released some data from a statewide lens, and I wanted to highlight what we're doing. So with Pillar 1, the state, there was a 53% increase in 3- and 4-year-olds enrolled in pre-K. Charles County Public Schools increased by 115%, right? So that's where our funding is going, right? Pillar 2, increase in teachers earning and maintaining national board certification. This state was at 302%. Charles County Public Schools is at 860%. We have significantly increased the number of teachers that have either maintained or earned their national board certification. Students that are dually enrolled. The dually enrolled students for the state is 23%. Our early college numbers have increased since the first year of its inception at 81%. Community schools have gone up 110%. In Charles County, up 900%. We went from 1 school to 10 schools. And this is 3 years. And next year we'll save that. We'll save that accomplishment for next year.
Next
right?
year.
And then again, the governance and accountability. Everything that we've turned in has been turned in on time. There's been no threat of releasing any or withholding any funds. Mr. Lowndes, next page. And then I've highlighted some tidbits. It was very difficult just to make this one page.
I know, right?
It is difficult to think about all of the things that are related to the blueprint and what we're doing and how it is impacting students. Charles County Public Schools has the 2nd highest number of enrolled students in a pre-K-3 program in the state of Maryland. That is where our funding is going. And now I'm looking at Dr. Small. She's excited to hear that. Right. Pillar 2, we, Charles County Public Schools received the mandated 10% salary increase 2 years ahead of time. The blueprint said we had to do it. We did it 2 years ahead of time. Dr. Navarro wanted to make sure that we are a competitive county to work for. That's where our money is going. The minimum starting salary, we were a year ahead of time. Again, that is where our funding is going. We've developed an early college program with the College of Southern Maryland. Those numbers increase every year. We have a very rigorous program when you look at our sister counties. Not that I'm being competitive, but we are ahead of the game when it comes to that. These pathways are new pathways based on the needs of our student are being added yearly. We've talked about the community schools program. We've talked about, we had Autumn and Mr. Lowndes up here about our multilingual learners. We started the first dual language 2-way immersion program at Arthur Middleton Elementary. That is where our funding is going. And then for Pillar 5, again, we've had our expert review team visits. We had several of them so far this school year, still waiting on that feedback from MSDE. And for everybody who is interested, you can scan the QR code up there and it will lead you to our latest and greatest plan.
Ms. Miller, kudos.
Oh, well, kudos to the system.
Bravo.
To Charles County Public Schools. Yes. Kudos to you as our advocates. Kudos to Dr. Navarro and her leadership team. This is what excites me.
Yes.
This is, again, it was really hard to put this information on just 2 pages because we could fill up probably 15 pages worth of accomplishments, and it's a work in progress.
Absolutely. And to see those percentages and to see that we've exceeded the state and everything except where we could candidly only get 100% in Pillar 5, you know what I mean? If we could have gone higher. I mean, I'm sure it's more, I'm sure it's a humble brag. I'm sure it's more than 100%. But I just have to say, this is absolutely fantastic. And you know, shameless plug, Ms. Miller and I met yesterday because I was asked to present on the blueprint on behalf of Leadership Maryland on a panel. The days are running together. Whatever day I said, Thursday, who knows? It's all relative. And just to see how much we've done in just a short amount of time, this is phenomenal. It really, really is. And every time I mention I'm in Charles County, oh, Chris Miller, like you're something like a rock star. You're a big deal. Yeah, I mean, flip your hair. You've earned it. And that's statewide, and that is a sincere compliment. People really appreciate and recognize the work that you're doing.
I appreciate the work of everybody. I just get to be the cheerleader of the work, which is great.
Fantastic.
But if you look at the blueprint implementation coordinators, there are less than 4 of us who are still in the job that started from the very beginning. So that's probably why they know me, because I speak up.
Good for you.
Yes.
Any quick questions or comments? One question or comment. Por favor. No, Linda's like, I don't know. Now with this, she's got her doubts. All right, let's prove her wrong. Okay, Ms. Thomas.
I just wanted to say, Ms. Miller, thank you for all the work that you're doing, but also I want to give a lot of kudos to Dr. Navarro, because this is innovation in education.
Absolutely.
It is thinking about how we do the work differently, because things have changed, and Dr. Navarro did the hard work of leaning in to be at the forefront of what we needed. So I appreciate the innovative thinking that is required in order to get us to this place, and that we've also created a culture that it will continue, where it's leaving a legacy. So thank you.
Absolutely agree. Ms. Smith.
Yes, kudos. Thank you so much. And one point. All right, I can do it. Consolidate. Maybe I'll make it an and, conjunction, so it's all together. Would love to see the 15 pages of kudos that you believe you could have filled up. This is absolutely magnanimous. I'm excited. I'm energized. I love the way you framed it in terms of this is where your money is going.
Yes.
Because I think, of course, when we think about like tabletop politics, or kitchen table politics, really, where families are trying to figure out like, where are my tax dollars going? Like, how does this work? What's happening with my kid? Being able to say this is where your money is going. And I know that for the blueprint, it was a heavy lift for the state, a heavy lift for Charles County, but we kind of stayed the course. We knew that it's not going to be overnight in terms of seeing these changes. So being able to see this in just 2 slides is awesome, but I would love to see the list of kudos that we really should be able to kind of pat ourselves on the back for. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you.
A series of and.
It's a long conjunction, yes. Anyone else? Mr. Hancock, yes.
Yeah, no, I just want to be real quick. Miss Miller's right. It's a team effort to really get to this point, but I'm not going to let Miss Miller sell her own self short.
Absolutely not.
I can remember when the blueprint was the Kerwin Commission, and I can remember so many good things about it, but how scary it was from a fiscal standpoint. So, Miss Miller, you've done a fantastic job, and you said there's only 4 of y'all that are still left from day one. Really speaks volumes about how tough your job is. And to see all these wonderful things that we're doing right here, not just in the state, but how much above the state we're doing, it is a testament to our system as a whole and to our superintendent, but also to you, Ms. Miller, because you make this whole thing run. So thank you so much for all that you do.
Well, I appreciate that, but I don't. Thank you. I'm just going to say thank you.
Just accept the compliment. It's okay. It's okay. Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be quick. Ms. Miller, we truly appreciate you. You definitely are the rock star, so you can try to, downplay it and all that, but everyone knows. It's not just us saying that. What Madam Chair said is so true. We go around the state. At state conferences, we've been to national conferences, and the work that we're doing here in Charles County, particularly as it relates to the blueprint, is renowned, and it's been heard. It's kind of like, everybody knows, oh yeah, Chris Miller, oh yeah, I heard Charles County did this, I heard Charles County did that. And I just wanted to say, can we send this to our commissioners and let them know? Because
on it.
Wonderful. Because, and I'm going to share it, and I encourage my colleagues to share it as well. If you have social media pages or what have you, I'm going to a PTO meeting tomorrow at my son's school. I'm going to bring this. I think it's really good for our stakeholders to know, because we do get asked that sometimes, right? Like, well, where's the money? Where's the money? Well, Charles County has a $500 million budget, and where does the money go? You're right. This is where it goes. Yes. This is where it goes. So thank you for that.
Did you have anything, Ms. Bella Washington?
I just want to kudo with everything that my colleague said, and I do want to say that one of my dear friends, Dr. Green, had met you, and she said, Daughtery, you're on the school board and you didn't talk about how how the blueprint is working for Charles County. She said, can you give us some suggestions? She said, because we're in Baltimore and I don't hear all of that. And she said that, we're doing great things down here. So it made me think, I said, wow, Charles County is up in Baltimore.
Yes.
We don't get heard up there so much.
Right.
So, you know, kudos to you. You are the champion for this, and also Dr. Navarro for going,
Yes.
leaning in,
Yes.
really leaning in to make sure that we are successful at the end. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for all of your support. And
Yes,
it's-
absolutely.
yes.
I echo everything my colleagues have said, that, you know, we take so many hits, you know what I mean? And it's weird to me to talk negatively about where you live and where your children attend school, but more on that later. But I want to keep highlighting this and emphasizing this, because this is the receipts, if you will, the
Yes.
proof of what we're doing. And as our colleagues have said, kudos to our superintendent as well. You know, as she enters, thankfully, remaining on with us, another 4-year season. And I am without a doubt believing are going to exceed this.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because we have some phenomenal people working for us. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, Ms. Acton. Oh, I think you all did remarkably well. I'm so pleased. I can't believe Ms. Warren doubted you. We'll discuss over lunch. Collectively. That's a very, very politically correct answer, Mr. Hancock.
You ready for me?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, we were cutting up because we're hungry.
I know, exactly. Good afternoon. I'm
Good
Karen
afternoon.
Acton, Chief Financial Officer, and joining me is Ms. Sherry Fisher-Davis, our Budget Manager. And we
Mr.
have
Davis, I
some-
apologize. I meant to introduce you as well.
We have some changes that we need to present to you on our FY 2025 budget, the
Okay.
current budget. The first request is to move $3 million from fund balance to increase our budget. We are expecting to come in over budget in 3 categories. One is mid-level administration of $1 million. We're asking for $1 million additional in special education, and also $1 million in operation of plant. The special education increase is needed for contracted services and non-public placement. The other 2 increases are really due to salaries and overtime. So just as a reminder for the board, we have moved, this will make $8 million that we moved out of fund balance this year. So just stating that.
Yeah, which brings me a lot of anxiety, as I'm sure you as well.
Any questions on that before we move to the real intercategory budget transfer request?
Comments? Ms. Smith and Mr. Hancock.
Hi. For the contracted services for non-public education, could you say a bit more? Are these our students who are leaving the county and going to like specialized placements that we then have to pay for?
Come on up,
Is this
Kevin.
inclusive of transportation?
So these are our non-public placements for our students that receive special education services, and their services require something more than we can offer here in the county. So I'll talk about both of those issues. So when we have related service providers and we can't provide them, we have to go out to contracted services. What happened this year was the hourly rate of our related service providers from our contractors have gone up tremendously. For example, some SLP service providers in the past have cost like $60 an hour, and now they're $90 an hour. And the other thing is that for the non-public schools, the state did raise the amount of pay for the teachers in the non-public schools. Many of our non-public schools were going under. They were finding it very difficult to find teachers. And it's a very difficult situation in some of these schools with the students' disabilities that they're working with. And so that they went to the state, the non-publics, and asked for it to be able to increase their wages, the teachers' wages and everyone else's wages. So the cost of those schools went up tremendously as well. And so we under budgeted for both those programs, and at the end of the year it's coming in. We didn't expect for those fees to go up as high as they did, both with the service providers and for our non-public schools.
You're going to see when we do the actual intercategory budget transfer that we are increasing special ed by $6,250,000. So this is an additional increase, and then you're going to see some more over here.
Anything else? That was it? Okay, Mr. Hancock?
Yes, really, really quick. So we typically like to use fund balance money for one-time costs, but these don't look like they're one-time costs. Is that correct?
No, but we also, by law, have to come in, we have to have a budget to sustain the expenses we have.
Understood, yeah.
So this could, yes, if we are not able to change our, so one of the items that we had with contracted services was that it went out for bid, and there were multiple vendors that were selected, but due to some internal decisions that were made based on how reliable the vendors were, they went with more of the expensive vendors, the contracted services. So we're going to work on
We
getting
put quite a few things in place next year
Yeah.
to get our spending under control.
Okay.
Within special
Okay.
education services. I put some more processes in place where they'll have to go through a more of a stringent approval process to be able to spend the money in the future going forward.
Okay, thank you, because that is a concern.
Yeah.
It is
you
very
know.
much a concern.
It very much is.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's not going to be automatically replenished, so that's the concern. Dr. Small?
Are you still currently looking for vendors? Or is
No, we have vendors out there, so we go through the process, they apply, they come in. It was a combination of folks that were new in positions that were working with the vendors and working with placing service providers. And so, as Karen said, we have tightened up in these areas. We've also tightened up in, I think you heard Mr. Johnson today, we have to do some teaching of our staff as far as providing some professional development as to what other types of services can be provided for students. If we have a continuum of services that we offer in the county, we don't necessarily have to look outside so quickly for some of our students. We can look inside. Once again, that's a special education IEP team decision, so we're going to have to work with our folks that are a part of these IEP teams to have a better understanding of what we offer countywide. And that's another reason why we're looking at providing more services within our county so that we can keep more students here.
And just to address the other increases, which are for salaries and overtime, we are addressing that as well for next year as far as trying to handle and schedule folks in a different way to not have so much overtime.
Yeah. Anything else, Mr. Hancock? No.
No,
I just
that
want to.
question's answered, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to point out food services reallocation of $750,000.
Yes,
For
that's
delinquent
on the
student
next.
accounts.
That's coming up. Yep, that's the next one. Yep.
Yeah, a lot of that, you know, could possibly be prevented. Let me just say that. Any other comments on that? You had something else, Ms. Smith?
All right. I'm sorry.
What is the operation of plant? What is that?
So within operation of plant, we have a portion of technology sits in that category. We have our custodial services that sit in that category, safety and security. The areas that we were going over was a lot of overtime with our custodial staff and some safety and security staff.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, the fiscal year 25 budget increase. Thank you, Mr. Lowndes.
Thank you.
So we have a budget transfer request of $12 million. And we are decreasing our administration by $1.9 million out of contracted services to offset budgets in other categories. Mid-level is an increase of $416,187 to offset wages. $3,220,000, which is a decrease out of instruction salaries and wages to offset budgets in other categories. We have instruction supplies and materials, a decrease of $455,000 in supplies from various programs to offset budgets in other categories. Within this movement reflects purchases of additional testing for psychological services offset by contracted instruction services. Under instruction, other costs, we have a decrease of $2,758,000 coming from contracted services, other charges, and equipment to offset budgets in other categories. This will also reflect the offset for the purchase of the additional testing kits. In addition, the funds are being moved from contracted workforce development to offset transportation charges for career exploration opportunities for our secondary students. Special education, I've mentioned, is an increase of $6,250,000, again, to offset the contracted services and non-public placement. And we have a decrease of $200,000 in student personnel services, which is coming from contracted services to offset budgets in other categories. Student health services is a decrease of $1.4 million from contracted nursing services to offset other budgets. A decrease of $282,753 from contracted services to offset budgets in other categories. And then we have an increase of $3.5 million in operation of plant to offset the salaries. We're almost done. An increase of $1.1 million under fixed charges for health insurance, an increase of the $750,000 for food services, a decrease of $50,000 in community services, and a decrease of $1.7 million in capital outlay.
So for a
Feel the
total-
stress over here.
Oh, I'm feeling it with you. So the long story short is we're looking to move a little over 12 million.
Correct, all around to try to not come in over budget in any of our categories, which we cannot do.
Yeah, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a clarifying question. So the 3 million and the 12 million, but the 3 million is really included in the 12 million, right? Because I'm seeing some of the same things.
So
Or
the
no?
3 million we are adding to increase the overall budget.
Okay.
And then the 12 million is a reallocation of all
Got
of the
it,
funds.
okay. Because I saw the salaries, I'm like, okay, this is, and the special education, I'm like, this is the
Sounds
same
like
stuff.
all of the same.
Gotcha, okay, and then, so how much are we taking out of fund balance?
3 million.
3 million, so what's our fund balance remaining after that?
So we had 38, and so we've taken 8.
So we have 30 left? At
Yes.
the end of fiscal year
Before
25.
you see our budget for next year and how much we're going to be
have to
putting.
take from that as well.
Understood.
We're, at this point, it's almost 10 million that we're budgeting out of fund balance
Right.
to balance next year's budget.
So that was gonna be my point, so for the benefit of the public and whoever's watching, stakeholders, you know, we often get asked, why can't you just use the fund balance? Well, this is what happens when you don't maintain a fund balance. Had we used the fund balance, we wouldn't have it to cover some of these things that are essential items. Two, if we continue on this trajectory, we will have no fund balance in about probably 2 years. And so this is why this cannot be a regular occurrence, you know, it's for emergencies, you know, so I just hope, because we keep seeing that, and it's not just from, you know, the public, but it's even from some of our stakeholders, you know, on the local level. Some of our commissioners, you know, ask us to do this as well, but I just wanted to reiterate, this is why, because now, you know, that we're having to do this, and if we use another 10 million next year, that'll leave us with 20 million. And if it's not getting, you know, replenished,
Correct.
then eventually, you know, do the math, you'll be at 0. And so I just wanted to highlight that for everyone who may still not understand and think we just are holding on to this money in fund balance. But when we have emergencies and need to use it, and then they reoccur every year because we're not getting fully funded, this will go downhill really fast. So just
You're
wanted to-
absolutely right, and, you know, we will be repeating this when we present to you our budget changes, but putting $10 million in our budget to fund the budget means that that is going to have to continue each year unless we somewhere along the line get additional money.
And it's very concerning because these are commercial level, you know, issues that we're dealing with. It's not like the heater goes out in your house. That alone could run you 10,000. But you're talking about a commercial building, and now we're adding a new elementary school, and you multiply that by 40 buildings. So, you know, I mean, it's very, very concerning.
Yes.
Okay, colleagues, 3:45. 1 point, please, and then Ms. Thomas, and then we'll move to break. Thank you.
Real fast. Did we explain that to Mr. Dyer over at the government? Because
yes,
when I talk, they under the pressure of $6 to $7 million.
Of what?
of fund balance we have here. And he's saying that he see our budget and it's there, so.
He's talking about the original budget, so he hasn't seen the 10 million yet. He knows, because I've spoken to him about it, but the original budget had like 4.6 million in it, so we've had to increase it to 10. But yes, I've given him a report basically that says these are the items that we've used fund balance for, because the last part of that is if we have no fund balance and we need an air conditioner replaced, heating and air conditioning unit, I have to go back to the county and say, I need money, please. So it's in their best interest for us to have some fund balance to be able to deal with these issues ourselves and not have to go to them each time with the request.
That might be a building we can't open then.
Correct.
Thank you.
Right, really quick, and just for the public's interest, the reason why you come to us for these in-category changes is because you can't just move money around in the different buckets of money, right? So I don't know that everybody understands that, but I think it's really important to understand that with the new accounting structure, the blueprint, the way you have to structure all this money, you have to come to us to ask us to put these in different places because of the requirement. Because I know some people are like, you just have a pot of money, do what you want with it. We cannot do that. There's certain requirements for how you spend money and how you have the inter-category changes. So I just, for the public's benefit, I thought that was important.
And after you approve it, we have to go to the commissioners and get their approval. So it's a two-step process to do this.
Right.
And
Thank you.
we will be, I think it's May 20th, we present this to them, assuming you approve.
Thank you very much, ladies. I appreciate the level of detail and candidly how much brain power it takes to deal with a $500 million budget on a regular basis. You all do a phenomenal job, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Isaiah, one day you're going to come with some wonderful news. Right?
I keep stopping in Sherry's cubicle and say, do we have some good news?
Nothing so far. Not today. Not today. All right, colleagues, we're supposed to be back at 4. I'll beg the public's indulgence if we could come back at 4:10, because we've been going for, coming up on hour 4 now with no break, and I don't want a mutiny on my hands. So if you could take us off the air until 4:10, please. We'll be back to our... Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the May 13th, 2025 meeting of the Board of Education of Charles County. It's good to see you all. We try not to take it personal that you all only come for the recognitions. The room clears out immediately. We're like, was it something we said? I'm just teasing. Okay, first up, we're going to start with recognition of our 2024-2025 student liaisons. If you all could please come forward. Is someone going to introduce them? Mr. Winstead? Okay. Yeah. Come on up, Mr. Winstead, please.
So you can introduce our liaisons, please.
Yeah. Yes, you can stand right up on the stage. Don't worry, you look great. There you go. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi.
Good evening.
Hi.
All right, these lovely ladies and gentlemen here have been in our board meetings every year. It has been my joy and my privilege to be the advisor for, once again, for Charles County Student Government. They have been to every meeting. They've asked every question. They've asked multiple questions, and they've given their input. I could not be any more prouder of these individuals. Christian, I've known literally since he's gone through the ranks middle through high school. So he is, to watch him develop, it's been a joy. From left to right, we have Miss Nadia Bennett from Westlake High School. Okay. Okay, we have Miss Michaela Dames from McDonough High School. Okay. We have Christian Cothbus from Thomas Owen High School. And we have Elizabeth Tober from La Plata High School. Now, we're fortunate that we get to get Elizabeth back next year. But my other 3 are seniors that we're not going to be seeing, so this is their last board meeting. So until they come back and teach, yes, they're going to be recruiting you hard. But I just want to give them their flowers and their dues because they've worked so hard, and I couldn't be any more proud. So we have a couple that could not be here today. Our student member of the board, Sam, he is What time is it now? He may be just finishing up an AP exam, so his brain's probably fried right about now, as far as it goes. But we want to make sure we give them those shouts out as well. Ms. Durasmos from Westlake High School, she couldn't be with us as well. We have so many people that work. I couldn't be any more proud. I think it was Christian said he couldn't make it. I believe he might be AP testing too.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're not here, they're AP testing.
Yes.
So they're, once again, being the student leaders that they are. So I just want to thank you for giving me the honor to introduce them.
Yeah.
Ladies and gents, student liaisons, that's all I can really say.
Thank you. Mr. Winstead, can you repeat their names one more time? Repeat the names one more time, starting with Nadia, right?
Yep.
Yeah, just repeat the names one more time.
Okay,
Nadia.
yeah. Nadia Bennett.
Yes.
Okay. Michaela Dames.
Kayla. Okay.
Christian Kodvis and Elizabeth Tober.
All right. Thank you very much. Please stay right there.
Don't move. Don't blink.
Yeah, well.
You guys move over a little bit. Board members are all gonna get around you. Oh, can I have the board members? Yep. Just gonna get behind you, around you.
But also, while they're passing it out, also make sure we also give acknowledgement to Zara Walsh, who couldn't be here, Sandberg, as well, those liaisons who worked so hard.
So we're gonna need tall people in the back.
Okay. I'm wearing heels. You are not tall. We gotta be able to see you. All right. I know. All right. Thank you all so much. Next up, if we could please have Mr. Sean Howell come forward. We are going to present the Ruth Ann Hall Scholarship Awards.
Hello, my name is Sean Howell. I'm the president of the Educational Association of Charles County. We were fortunate enough to have Ruth Ann Hall be a leader of EACC for a while. And I'm going to read the note that we put in these certificates for the achievers of this award this year. And I want everybody here to know where this is coming from. This is exclusively a middle school award. And the Ruth Ann Hall Championship Scholar Award was established by the Education Association of Charles County, EACC, as a memorial to Miss Ruth Ann Hall, a past president of the EACC. Ms. Hall was an English language arts teacher in Charles County Public Schools for over 20 years and was a passionate advocate for children and public education. She was a recipient of the Agnes Myers Washington Post Teacher of the Year Award. Ms. Hall was a dedicated educator and was respected and loved by her students. In her memory, we have established this award for middle school students since her last assignment was at Mattawoman Middle School. While serving as president of EACC, Mrs. Hall became the first president to be full-time released in Charles County. Ruth Ann developed leukemia and fought a brave and long battle with the disease. She passed away in 1999. In her memory and as a tribute to her love of her students and her tireless efforts as an advocate for both teachers and students, the EACC created the Ruth Ann Hall Championship Student Recognition. Students are nominated by their teachers and selected by a committee to receive this award. The committee selects winners based on dedication to schoolwork, improvement, and positive attitudes towards learning. The award recognizes those students who have worked hard despite facing difficulties and have persevered to become champions in their own right and therefore worthy of recognition. And the inscription ends with, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward, from Martin Luther King Jr. I'd like to take a second and thank the middle school, and then this year even an elementary school teacher submitted a name for consideration. We have 11 winners this year, and as I announce the names, if you could come down here and then up, come down here and then back up there. We'll navigate this together. It'll be a journey. The first one is, the award says, "Be it known that Magnolia Vasquez Gutierrez has been selected as a Ruth Hall Championship student for incredible perseverance, outstanding scholarship, exceptional hard work, and positive attitude towards learning." Magnolia. The next recipient is Bryce Carlson. Shiloh Gertie is the next recipient. We'll come back to Shiloh. Thomas Hallwas. Martina Hawkins. Renee Cabilla.
Now you got to shake hands. So you.
Annabella Lewis. Carrington Richmond. Athena Salinas Bustamante. Serenity Savoy. And Ethan Thomas. Just checking on if Thomas Hallwas and Shiloh Gertie got here. Going once, going twice. Congratulations to all the winners. We're going to do the picture up here. We can have the winners come in the middle, please.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Next up, we will be recognizing Caribbean American Heritage Month. Woohoo! Where's Ahsoka? Either that.
Tracy, are you coming up for,
Caribbean
or Miss
American?
Paul for the Caribbean? Yep. Sorry. I know it's a little loud. It's okay.
It's okay. That's the sound of our millions.
All right, good afternoon. I'm here to recognize Caribbean Heritage Month. Accepting the resolution is Chevelle Phipps. Go ahead, Chevelle. Chevelle is a 5th grade student at J.P. Ryon of Jamaican descent. The school representative of the Reading in Robes program, is a safety patrol officer and reading the afternoon announcements. When Chevelle grows up, she wants to be one of the first female presidents of the United States of America and an author. We also have Miss Natalie Williams Skoll, assistant principal at McDonough High School. She was born in the parish of Trelawney, Jamaica.
Hey, I've been.
Beyond the school walls, her involvement is in the church and community outreach and has allowed her to see the education as a bridge, not just to academics, but to social mobility and inclusion.
Thank you, ladies. Listen, shout out to all the Caribbean. I was born in South America. Woo! Right there, yes. I'm going to read the resolution and we'll take a few pictures. Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, Caribbean American Heritage Month, June 2025. Whereas Caribbean American Heritage Month was established on June 5, 2006 by President George W. Bush to promote the rich culture and heritage of the Caribbean American people and their contributions to the United States of America. And whereas since the founding of the United States, Americans of Caribbean heritage such as Alexander Hamilton, Secretary of State Colin Powell, Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, and Vice President Kamala Harris have made significant and profound contributions to our country. And whereas the theme for 2025 is Caribbean American Connections, Social Justice and Shared Dreams. And whereas Caribbean Americans have made invaluable contributions to American history and culture in areas such as law, politics, sports, medicine, music, theater, among others. And whereas about 13 million, or about 4% of the total United States population, have Caribbean ancestry. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes and values the contributions of Caribbean Americans, including our students, staff, and their families, through the sharing of a rich culture that enhances the experiences for all students. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County encourages staff, parents, students, and the community to honor the history, contributions, and culture of Caribbean Americans in alignment with our core values of equity and inclusivity. And whereas all educators will engage students in activities and projects that will broaden their perspectives of the contributions of our Caribbean American community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County endorses the recognition of June 2025 as Caribbean American Heritage Month, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be made part of the record of the May 13th, 2025 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 13th day of May, 2025. Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent. Yonel Morley, Esquire, Chairperson. wow. Oh, yeah, we've got a full house. All right, thank you, ladies. Ms. Paul, next up is diversity and inclusion.
Yep. Diversity and Inclusion Month for June 2025. We have Ms. Sarah Thompson, teacher at Thomas Stone High School, is a sponsor of the Pride Club at Thomas Stone. And we also have Curtis Sykes, coordinator of special programs, regional prep navigator, Charles County Department of Health. So Curtis is in charge of creating and seeking opportunities in the community to ensure that all individuals at risk of HIV infection have access to PrEP, receive the support they need to take it effectively, and remain engaged in their HIV prevention journey.
Thank you. Okay. All right. And reading the diversity and inclusion resolution is Board Member Jamila Smith.
Thank you. Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, Inclusion and Diversity Month, June 2025. Whereas the students and staff of Charles County Public Schools have unique, rich cultural histories, backgrounds, and personal experiences deserving of respect. And whereas CCPS's students, staff members have a right and deserve to feel accepted and safe while at school and beyond. And whereas the Board of Education recognizes the champions of inclusion and diversity who have made extraordinary sacrifices in the fight for civil and human rights, and whereas the Board of Education reaffirms its commitment to shared values of respect, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and whereas the CCPS student population is diverse, exposing our students to perspectives from different backgrounds, which enhances learning, problem solving, and helps them function better in a multicultural global society. And whereas the Board of Education supports diversity among its staff and encourages the school system to be proactive in the recruiting and hiring of highly qualified teachers who can share diverse cultural experiences and serve as role models for students. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes there is a need to create a continuum of diversity and inclusion in schools, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County declares the month of June as Inclusion and Diversity Month in Charles County Public Schools, and that we continue to respect the value of all cultures and lifestyles. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted into the minutes of the May 13th, 2025 board meeting. By the order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 13th day of May, 2025, signed Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent, and Nanjemoy Lee, Esquire, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And our final resolution is LGBTQIA+ Pride Month. Ms.
Yes, yes. So to accept this resolution, we have Alana Langane. Yep. So Alana is the community health educator from the Charles County Department of Health, the outreach coordinator who strengthens and leverages community partnerships to create opportunities from the health department, representation events across Charles County, ensuring outreach efforts are inclusive, accessible, and culturally appropriate. And we also have Anthony Hutcherson, the harm reduction coordinator. He works to create opportunities for change while meeting every community member where they are in an effort to work towards a healthier and happier community for every resident in Charles County. Then we also have August Kerrigan. August is a 12th grade student at La Plata High School. August has been a member of the La Plata High School Gay Straight Alliance for the past 4 years and is the president of the Warrior Minds Matter, a mental health organization, for the past 3 years. August will be attending Slippery Rock University to study music therapy and special education.
Woo! Very nice. Oh yeah, and to teach in CCPS.
And she's coming back to teach in CCPS.
Yes. We have a contract you can sign before you leave. Oh, on a stipend. She said I have my demands. All right. Reading the resolution will be our Vice Chair, Ms. Nicole Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, LGBTQIA+ Pride Month, June 2025. Whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual, otherwise known as LGBTQIA+, Pride Month presents all of us with an opportunity to raise awareness of issues that affect the LGBTQIA+ community, as well as celebrate the achievements and contributions made by the LGBTQIA+ individuals. And whereas Pride Month was first recognized by President William J. Clinton on June 11, 1999, as Gay and Lesbian Pride Month. In 2009, President Barack Obama expanded the commemorative month to include bisexual and transgender Americans. And whereas across the country, Pride Month celebrations often include parades, marches, concerts, parties, and other events. A rainbow flag, a symbol of diversity in the community, is often displayed prominently throughout the month. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County endeavors to support and stand with the LGBTQIA+ community in various ways, including many of our schools that have created gender and sexuality alliance clubs to promote acceptance, inclusion, and a sense of community for our LGBTQIA+ students. And whereas all Charles County Public Schools staff members, teachers, administrators, and support professionals are trained annually and work to create an inclusive environment that serves our students, staff, and families with respect, compassion, and professionalism. And whereas Charles County Public Schools is committed to a safe and inclusive school environment where our students are engaged in learning and where staff and students feel accepted and valued in alignment with the core values of equity and inclusivity. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County endorses the recognition of June 2025 as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the May 13, 2025 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, signed Maria Navarro, Superintendent, and Yanel Morley Esquire, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Kramer. Next up, we will be honoring our incredible students and staff. Is that you again, Ms. Paul, or someone be?
No, Dr. Jones, who's coming from your office for the students?
Okay. And so to clarify, after we do the students, then you want to do. Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. Uh-oh. I'm not mad though, because it is cooler. We're back. We're back. I know. Ah, okay.
Dr. Jones, we may need a couple more chairs in the front.
Yeah, because we have, what, 8 students?
We have 6, and I think we have 8 students.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You're going to say, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think we need 2 more chairs, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. You look so pretty. Hi. Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, I love it. You look great.
Good afternoon. Board Chairperson Moore-Lee,
Good
Board Vice
afternoon.
Chair Kramer, board members, Dr. Navarro, and staff. Today, it's my honor to turn the spotlight onto several Charles County Public School students who've been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the areas of academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Students being recognized this afternoon are Araya Dobbins, pre-K student from the Early Learning Center in La Plata.
Hey, hi, boo.
Devin Cox, a 12th grader from Westlake High School. Xavier O'Bannon, an 8th grader from Theodore G. Davis Middle School. Fatima Khan, a 5th grader from Billingsley Elementary School. Christina Marino Gonzalez, a 5th grader from Indian Head Elementary School. Allie Colson, a 5th grader from Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary School. Melanie Perez, a 5th grader from Dr. Samuel A. Mudd Elementary School. And Sebastian Raleigh Arco, a 5th grader from William B. Wade Elementary School. These outstanding students will be recognized in this order by their school principals. Miss Candace Vallandigham Adam, the coordinator of the Early Learning Center in La Plata. Dana Fenwick, principal of Westlake High School. Robert Griffiths, principal of Davis Middle School. Sabrina Robinson Taylor, the principal of Billingsley Elementary School. Shane Blanford, the principal of Indian Head Elementary School. Lou D'Ambrosio, the principal of Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary School. Portia Parker, the principal of Dr. Samuel A. Mudd Elementary School. And I believe Miss Jennifer Posey, the assistant principal at William B. Wade Elementary School.
Oh my gosh. Aw, I love pandas. Oh, hi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Candace Adam, coordinator of the Early Learning Center, and it is my absolute pleasure to present this award to a truly remarkable young lady, Miss Araya Dobbins. Araya stands out in every way. She is the kind of student who makes our school a better place. Her warm, bright smile will catch your eye, and her enthusiastic, friendly personality is contagious. She listens with care, speaks with kindness, and treats everyone around her with respect. Even when being interviewed about her, Araya turned the conversation around and made it about me, asking me questions about my family to get to know me better and showing me how thoughtful and genuine of a person she truly is. Earlier this week, Araya arrived at school, walking in the door at the same time as one of her classmates. I began to help walking the classmate to class when Araya asked if she could help her walk to class. Yet another example of Araya's kindness and care for her peers. If Araya had a pet, she would want it to be a panda.
Aww.
But it would have to be a mini one because they're just so cute. She loves the color black and purple, and when she's asked what she likes to do outside of school for fun, all of Araya's examples revolved around spending time with her family.
Aww.
Dad, she loves hanging out with you at Hyper Kids.
Aww.
Mom, she really enjoys going to the playground with you. Nana, she said it's fun when you guys do crafts together.
Aww.
Araya is especially excited about becoming a big sister and is eager to help care for the new baby, an example of her nurturing and responsible spirit.
Aww.
Araya's teachers shared so many wonderful things. She consistently shows personal responsibility by following classroom rules and taking care of her belongings without ever needing to be reminded. She's always ready to lend a helping hand, whether it's to a classmate or a teacher, and she does it all with a smile and a positive attitude. What's even more special is Araya's love for learning. She is a curious and engaged learner who embraces new challenges with enthusiasm. Araya is always excited to explore new ideas and enjoys discovering her own solutions. She approaches each task with creativity and perseverance. She listens with care and again speaks with kindness, and she treats everyone around her with respect. Her gentle hands and kind words set an example that others naturally want to follow. Your teachers have a special message for you, Araya. Thank you for being such a bright light in our classroom.
Aww.
We're so proud of you, and it's clear that the best is yet to come. Araya exemplifies the qualities of kindness, responsibility, and a genuine love for learning. She's dependable, respectful, and consistently contributes to a positive school environment. Her natural empathy makes her a role model among her classmates. She's an inspiration. Congratulations on this well-deserved award. Keep shining bright.
I know.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So typically for this award, we try not to choose seniors. However, when I sent a survey out to the staff asking who we should nominate this year, hands down, Devin Cox was chosen. So, affectionately known as Mr. Westlake, this senior, Devin Cox, has earned the respect of both his peers and teachers through his hard work, focus, and quiet leadership. He consistently avoids distractions and is self-driven, pushing himself academically to achieve the success he's worked so hard for. Beyond his own accomplishment, he brings a sense of calm and positivity to the classroom, cheering others on and encouraging participation. His presence uplifts those around him, making him a valued and unforgettable part of the school community. His English teacher shared with me that last year she couldn't get anyone to read aloud in the class. And so not only did Devin volunteer first, but then when others did, he cheered them on and made it cool to participate in class. So Devin Cox is a standout on the football field, but when asked about his accomplishments, he will quickly talk about his grades. He's a hard worker, and every teacher states that he's a joy to have in class. He's a leader in every classroom, from theater arts to English. Devin went on to even break the record this year and rush for over 1,000 yards and was chosen for the Big 33, in which he will be participating May 25th in Pennsylvania.
Awesome.
Teachers can always count on Devin to help out a classmate or make the class just a little bit better. Devin's grades have gone up each year, and this year he's maintained a 4.0.
Wow.
This is one of the reasons why I have chosen Devin Cox for Westlake's Academic Achievement Award.
Woo, Devin. You passed on the title, Mr. Westlake.
All right. Good evening. I'm here to celebrate with Xavier O'Bannon, our 8th grade student from Theodore G. Davis Middle School, being recognized in the area of career readiness. Xavier, it's awesome to be here with you tonight. He wants to be a therapist someday. He's a leader, and he knows he can lead in a community in a position such as this and have a true impact on mental health. Xavier's participation in drama club, history club in action, chorus, he made all-county, tri-county, at Davis Middle School last 3 years have helped him develop into a leader and have shown him what he really wants to do with his life. His favorite subjects are math and Spanish. He says that with math, once you have the formula down, it's just numbers from there. And with Spanish, he appreciates that the schools offer a chance for him to be bilingual in middle school.
I love it.
He's very well-rounded. He does a lot of work in his community as well as he volunteers at his church. He's not sure what college he wants to attend just yet, but he does know he wants to get a bachelor's, master's, and doctorate in psychology. He has almost all A's, just a couple of B's sprinkled in, so I know he can do whatever he puts his mind to, for sure. Xavier loves to sleep. He loves to listen to music. He plays Roblox with his friends. But one thing that I thought was really neat about Xavier, what he told me was, he likes to hang out with his grandparents during his spare time. So just a quick story. I promise I'll be quick. My grandparents were very big, important to us growing up as kids. I had 4 sisters. We were always fighting for love and attention, so it's just one of those things that my family did. But we learned a lot from our grandparents. Well, we used to write letters. I know it's hard now. You guys do a lot of texting and stuff and send cards. And at the end of those letters, my grandparents would always sign XO, Grandma and Grandpa. It's one of those things, XO, Grandma and Grandpa. We took this from them as kids, and while they're not with us anymore, and while we don't text each other very often, but we do get on these kicks sometimes for hours on end. We text each other back and forth, me and my 4 sisters. And when we're always done, we wrap up the text, we always still do that XO. We do XO, and it just kind of stands for, it really stands for hugs, kisses, right? But in my family, it reminds us that we have each other's backs and that there isn't anything we wouldn't do for each other. It's love, but it's also respect and pride. Well, your initials are XO. And it's absolutely fitting that for the legacy you have left here at Davis Middle School, it's an honor to watch you grow. It has the last couple years. You're respectful, you're helpful, you're friendly, you're trustworthy, you're positive, you're energetic, you're polite, you're cordial. You definitely soar to success. Thank you, Xavier, for making us all better. We are Davis.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Billingsley Elementary School is proud to present Fatima Khan as our exemplary student this school year. Fatima is a 5th grade student that is a well-rounded scholar. With the exception of receiving 1 B in 3rd grade, Fatima has maintained all A's on her report cards, yielding principal's honor roll. Fatima decided that B in 3rd grade would be her last. She receives gifted education services in both reading and math. She scored proficient in reading and math for MCAT last school year and scored in the 90th percentile on the Math iReady assessment. Fatima shines across all content areas. This year, she was on the 5th grade math team. This mathematician helped her team earn 1st place of all elementary schools in the county.
Wow.
This young, award-winning scientist was recognized at the Charles County HITS Expo for her science fair project in the area of environmental science. She was also our Carson Scholar nominee this school year. Fatima is an extraordinary musician. She plays her viola so well that she was selected to be in all-county chorus. In the past, Fatima has been on the 4th grade math team as well. She was in our Girls Who Code Club and was a spelling bee participant. Fatima is a safety patrol. She is a live Bobcats morning announcer, bringing school news to 700 students and 100 staff members a few times per week. Fatima exemplifies diligence and inspires anyone she meets. She is a role model for younger students and often gives her recess time to support kindergartners. Her science teacher, Miss Toole, said she shines outside of the classroom by being a dedicated friend, showing continuous support to those around her. She creates a warm, welcoming environment where everyone's emotions are acknowledged and valued. According to Fatima, she is joyful, friendly, optimistic, respectful, responsible, mature, funny, helpful, caring, and loving. She was born in Brooklyn, New York. Shout out to Brooklyn. She is of Bangladesh descent and is bilingual, speaking English and Bangla. Fatima professes to be people-friendly, easy to talk to, a role model for younger kids, and she said that she is always on point.
All right.
She would like to become a pediatrician or an IT web developer and stated that both professions help others. Fatima loves art, math, science, and reading for sure. Outside of school, she is an American Bengali community helper. She enjoys being outside, crafting, doing puzzles, planting and gardening, trying new foods, baking, traveling, playing both the violin and the viola, problem solving, and doing henna. Ms. Khan is worthy of recognition as an exemplary student for Charles County Public Schools, and none of this would be possible without extraordinary personal responsibility. We know Fatima will continue to succeed as she is promoted to middle school. We are confident that her personal responsibility will soar to new heights. Fatima, Billingsley Elementary School is proud of the work you have and will continue to accomplish. You will forever be a Billingsley Bobcat with a Bobtastic future. Join me in congratulating Ms. Fatima Khan.
Fantastic.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It is my pleasure to present to you Christina Marina Gonzalez, a 5th grade student at Indian Head Elementary School. She is being recognized in the area of academic excellence. Christina Marina Gonzalez is the very definition of an exemplary student and a constant role model for all 5th graders. She is a quiet and reserved student, one who does not crave or require the attention of others, but rather always just leads by example. She is a student that is always doing the right thing, even when no one is watching. She comes to school each day ready to learn and always demonstrates academic discipline by completing classwork and assignments on time and always to the best of her ability. Christina is a student identified for gifted services in the area of reading. She has been on the honor roll every quarter since 3rd grade, and according to her winter iReady scores, she's reading on a 7th grade reading level. Her 5th grade teacher said, Christina is an ambitious, driven student that not only goes above and beyond in her academics, but also in her extracurricular activities. She's a member of our 5th grade math team who won 2nd place overall at the math competition.
All right.
She's in the crochet club, the butterflies club, and serves as a safety patrol. She has received numerous school awards, including the core value trait of self-control, honor roll, and the Be Kind Top Influencer of the Month. Ms. Cruz, our learning resource teacher, said, Christina consistently demonstrates a strong work ethic and remarkable perseverance. Even when faced with challenging tasks, she remains focused, determined, and committed to doing her best. Her resilience and dedication to improvement are truly commendable. She has great points to make in conversations when discussing text and is very diligent in her work. In her free time, Christina enjoys spending time with her family and reading fantasy fiction novels. Her current favorite is the Percy Jackson series because she said it is fast-paced and full of action.
Yes.
When she isn't participating in one of her many clubs or having her nose in her favorite book, she likes doodling and writing stories. When she grows up, she wants to be an author or a therapist. When I asked her why she wants to be a therapist, she said, I like helping people, but I couldn't do anything medical because I hate needles.
Me too.
Knowing how hard Christina works on her academics, I know she will accomplish anything she puts her mind to. I look forward to hearing about all of the amazing things that I know she will do. On behalf of the entire Indian Head School community, I'm delighted to present Christina Marina Gonzalez as our 2025 exemplary student.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's an absolute honor to recognize a truly outstanding student from Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary School, 5th grader Allie Colson, for her remarkable academic achievements. Allie's been a part of our school community since kindergarten, and I was told from day one she has set an example of what it means to be dedicated, motivated learner. She consistently makes honor roll and approaches each school day with curiosity and determination. When I asked Allie what motivates her, she said, I always want to learn something new. That is what school's about, learning new stuff to make you better. That mindset right there is what sets her apart. Allie's talents stretch far beyond the classroom. She's an athlete, playing both first and third base on her softball team. She's also an artist, having taken part in a group of young artist projects that painted a beautiful mural on the fence at the Oasis grocery store in Indian Head. Art and math are her favorite subjects, especially when she gets to learn about, explore, and draw different shapes. Outside of school, Allie enjoys horseback riding and spending time with her favorite animal, dogs, of course. She dreams of becoming a veterinarian one day, and given her dedication and heart, I have no doubt she'll make that dream come true. And just in case you thought she could not be any more amazing or impressive, organizing and cleaning are her self-admitted hobbies.
Oh.
Yes.
I have something for you.
Right.
I know. I have some
Hey,
work
here's
for
the
you,
real
sweetie.
catch. This one got me. She even organizes the pantry for fun.
Wow.
Invited over to Mr.
I
D's
love this
anytime, Allie. Allie, your drive to learn, your creativity, your kindness, your spirit make you a shining star in our school. We are so proud of you and can't wait to see all the amazing things you'll accomplish in the future. Congratulations, Allie, on being Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary School student recognized for academic achievement.
Good evening, good evening.
Good evening.
It is with pride that I recognize the outstanding academic achievements of Melanie Perez, a dedicated and accomplished 5th grade student at Dr. Mudd Elementary School. Since beginning her educational journey with us in kindergarten, Melanie has consistently demonstrated excellence in her studies, earning a place on the honor roll with an impressive record of all A's and B's. Beyond her academic success, Melanie is an active and responsible member of our school community. She serves as a valued member of the Safety Patrol, assisting with both arrival and dismissal to help ensure a safe and orderly environment for her peers. She participates in our math team, showcasing her strong analytical and problem-solving skills. Additionally, Melanie is a talented musician, playing the violin as part of our strings program. Melanie has been identified as a gifted student, and her passion for learning is evident in her enthusiasm for social studies, her favorite subject. She enjoys exploring history and discovering the stories of the past. Melanie also values the friendships she has formed at school, making her an engaged and well-rounded student. Ms. Ford, Melanie's 5th grade teacher, shared that Melanie exemplifies qualities that make her a joy to have in the classroom. She is a respectful, kind, and generous student, always extending a helping hand to her peers. Her willingness to assist others and her positive attitude foster a supportive and welcoming environment for everyone. Melanie's role as a teacher's helper is invaluable. She takes initiative, completes tasks with care and precision, and contributes to the smooth operation of the classroom. Her dedication and leadership set a wonderful example for her classmates. In every way, Melanie is an extraordinary student. Her kindness, generosity, and unwavering commitment to excellence make her a shining star and an inspiration to those around her. It is truly an honor to have her in the classroom. Looking ahead, Melanie aspires to be a detective and hopes to attend college in Maryland, Boston, or Texas. Outside of school, she enjoys expressing her creativity through drawing, watching television, especially Miraculous Ladybug, and indulging in sweet treats. She also shares a close bond with her 2 brothers. Melanie's dedication, intelligence, and involvement in school activities make her an exceptional student and a wonderful role model. I have no doubt that she will continue to achieve great things in her academic and future endeavors. Let's congratulate Melanie Perez.
Good evening.
Sebastian Raleigh Arco is a 5th grade student at William B. Wade Elementary School and is recognized in the area of personal responsibility. At Wade, Sebastian has participated in several clubs and teams, including robotics, the math team, the chess club, and MESA. One teacher shared that Sebastian wanted to be involved in so many clubs, but 2 of them had the same schedule, so he took on the responsibility of working with the team leaders to make sure he could make it all work.
Oh, wow.
Another teacher noted Sebastian's leadership, saying that he has spearheaded building his team's robot, and he does a great job of keeping others around him on task. Every staff member asked about Sebastian highlighted his qualities that make him a good role model for his peers. This is not just a trait that ends in the classroom. Sebastian always demonstrates the 3 Bs out at recess and always tries to help when he sees a peer who might need some help. Sebastian's schedule doesn't end at the bell. After school, he's also a part of the swim team, where he beat a personal record last year. And in the spring, he plays soccer, where he enjoys playing goalkeeper. He recognizes the importance of managing time with his schedule and building good work habits. Sebastian hopes to become an engineer like his mom when he grows up. And with his leadership qualities, engagement in math and science program, and all of his hard work, our Wade staff knows he will accomplish all he sets his mind to. Congratulations, Sebastian.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, a little bit closer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so they could share. Okay. Okay, hold on, Araya. Hi. Oh my gosh. I have to say, you look so pretty. I love your outfit. Panda is one of my favorite animals as well. So I love that you love pandas. Well, first, let me say congratulations. This is a very big deal to be honored in pre-K. I most certainly was not, so I'm so proud of you. I can personally testify to your warm, bright smile. It's the first thing I noticed. You're such a pretty, sweet person, and I can tell that. I'm so proud of everything that you've accomplished, that you're so respectful, that you're helpful, that you take care of your belongings. That's wonderful, that you're very responsible to be so young, and that you are very curious and creative. I love all of that. So tell me, what do you like about the panda? Why the panda?
I like about the panda that he's so cute.
It's so cute. Oh my God. Have you seen Kung Fu Panda movies?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we have to discuss. Those are like some of my favorite. Isn't Kung Fu Panda the best?
Yeah.
Yeah, he really is. That's awesome. Well, what do you want to share? Anything in particular?
No.
It's the best response ever. Okay, do you want to thank anybody maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my mommy.
Oh, good job, baby. We're very proud of you, Araya. Keep up the good work, okay?
Okay.
All right. And now on to Mr. Westlake. I was so tickled when I saw that. All right. Hi, Devin. How are you?
Good. Finally,
I'm doing well. I love the quiet leadership and that you're self-motivated and driven. That's fantastic. 4.0 this year in your senior year. That's tough,
Yes.
especially with the football commitments, because I know how much time that takes. Quick question. Don't think. Who's your favorite football team?
Commanders.
Okay, all right, I'll allow it. A good answer. All right, given the circumstances, right? I love that you are also very helpful. You're a joy to have in class. And you obviously take your education, football, your commitments, everything very seriously. That is a lot of responsibility. How do you manage it all? What's your secret to managing your time? Sorry, it's not you. It's okay.
Just say like the motivation to stay eligible for football. So I know I can't play football without getting my grades right. So I'll try to use that motivation every day.
You don't even know it, but you could be a PSA because we fought a lot for students being able to be eligible. So thank you for that. Yeah, perfect answer. You didn't even know. Well, what would you like to share? Anybody you want to thank? Whatever you'd like to say. This is your time.
I'd like to thank my mom and my Westlake administration for bringing me here. And I know Coach P watching this. I want to thank him too.
Yeah.
He always come through when I don't even know that he's there. He's always there for. I thank him too. So.
Absolutely. And you know that's going to continue well after you graduate. Like your village is strong, I could tell. But congratulations, Devin. We're proud of you. XO. I know, I love that. That was a wonderful story. How you doing, Xavier?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited to see that you want to be a therapist. Mental health is definitely one of the things I'm very passionate about. We need more of you. We need more students that recognize early on the importance of mental health. Why therapy? What about that appeals to you?
When I was younger, I had a therapist, and she made life easier for me as a young person. So I would want to pass that on to the kids in the future.
Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. I'm so proud of you. Kudos. I know it made Dr. Navarro happy to know that you're interested in being bilingual. Yeah, we both speak Spanish, her a lot better than me. But yeah, definitely keep up with it. Small shameless plug. One of my goals is to be like Dr. Navarro and be a polyglot. So if you can master 4 languages, I know he's like, what? But you're already almost halfway there. You're closer than what you think. But yeah, don't mind me. I just love languages. You have such an incredible resume already. I love that you're so involved in your church. You want to get a bachelor's, a master's, and a doctorate. Somebody that can do all that? Yeah, you could do anything. That is fantastic. And most of all, that you're trustworthy. That means a lot, that people recognize that. So what would you like to share, Mr. Xavier? Anybody you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my family and friends, Mom, Dad, Kalia, both of my aunts, Grandma, Nana, Pink Me Nana Tozier, I'd like to thank Mr. Griffith and his staff, especially Ms. Penny, Mrs. Ansel, Ms. Redmond, Mr. Stillman, Mr. Gerhart, Ms. Carabee, Ms. Brownell, Ms. Hadashell, Mrs. Childs, Ms. Subin, Ms. Abbott, Ms. Trinidad Lopez, Ms. Bates, Mr. Blake, and Ms. Winters Frazier, and the counselor, Mrs. Johnson. I appreciate how hard all of you work, your ability to teach well, and your aptitude in your field, especially for believing that all kids have a bright future.
Oh, fantastic. I think that's amazing that you had so many people to thank at Davis. Yeah, kudos to them. Wonderful. Hi, Fatima. Oh, I love your outfit. Everything about it is beautiful. All A's and just the one B. It's okay. It happens. I love that. First of all, shout out to your Bangladeshi heritage and that you're so proud of it. That is fantastic. It's one of the places I haven't been, would love to visit. We have to talk offline. I just love language and culture. Very gifted student. 5th grade math team first place. Congratulations. It's fantastic. Talented and accomplished musician. I love that you spend your recess supporting the kindergartners. That really touched me. I'm very, very partial to the young children. And that you either are debating between being a pediatrician or IT web developer, and you're always on point. I can testify to that. That much is obvious. So let me tell you, what are you most proud of? You've accomplished a lot of things at a very young age. What are you most proud of?
I'm proud of that. I reached my goals because I already had set it a goal for me for my life. So I've set it most of my goals.
Oh, that's fantastic. Good for you. Well, yeah, set your goals, accomplish them, and then just keep going forward, right? And make new goals. That is wonderful. And I love that you understand the importance of setting goals at an early age. So what would you like to share, Fatima?
I wrote a speech.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So first and foremost, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for this incredible honor. I'm truly honored to receive this acknowledgement, and I understand that this recognition could not have been achieved with the support and guidance of many others. I would like to thank my teachers for continually believing in me, challenging me, and pushing me to strive for my full potential. Your dedication and guidance have played a major role in my growth, not just academically, but personally. As we all know the proverb, it takes a village to raise a child. I would like to thank Principal Taylor, Ms. Toole, Mr. Mudd, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Gregg, Ms. Garvis, Ms. Clark, and many more. The list just goes on. As for my family, you are my foundation and support system. The endless love you have given me helps me to be more focused and motivated. You are always there for me, even on the toughest day. You are my backbone. My biggest cheerleaders are my mom, dad, and sisters, as well as my favorite auntie and uncle, Jishan uncle and Sohanti, who drove 1 hour to celebrate me for today. I would like to acknowledge my peers who have inspired me in different ways. This journey was not mine alone. We've been through it all. We've studied together, encouraged each other, exchanged ideas, and formed this experience that we will always remember. As a reminder, this achievement is just not personal. It is an accomplishment for a community that has shaped me into who I am today. I hope to live up to this title by helping others, striving to lead by example, and continuing to foster personal and academic growth. Once again, thank you for this honor. I'm truly humbled.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Fatima, that was fantastic. And if you could see your family in the background, they are jumping for joy. They're so proud of you. Well done. Hi, Christina. How are you? Good. Oh, I could tell you're quiet and reserved, right? It's a bit much. I understand. It's what we have to do. I apologize. I love that you lead by example and you don't crave attention. And candidly, I wish more people were like that. You know what I mean? You just head down, get the work done. It doesn't matter about the credit. You know what I mean? You do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And that says a lot about you. And when they talked about doing the right thing even when no one is watching, that's integrity. And that is something that people always recognize you for, and they will remember you for. There's not a lot of people, candidly, that have that type of character. So I'm so proud of you and proud of the fact that at such a young age you understand why that's so important. It speaks to who you are. And on a personal note, tell me about Percy Jackson. I was nervous about reading it because it seemed like a huge time commitment. But what did you? I've watched the movies though, but the books I was like, that's a bit much. What do you think?
The first series or the second one?
Ooh, okay, come on, tell me more. And did you like them both?
Yes, I'm finishing the last book in the second series.
Okay, which one was better, you think?
I like the second one because there's a lot of point of view changes, and I can experience the experiences through all the characters.
Oh, very nice. Okay. You might have, because I read all of the Harry Potter, which, was back in like the 1900s, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm intrigued. Well, that's fantastic. I mean, you have done so much. Another well-accomplished young person. And kudos on being a Be Kind top influencer. That is huge. So what would you like to share, Christine? Anybody you want to thank?
I want to thank my teachers and my parents, but more specifically, I want to thank my homeroom teacher, Miss Carter, my reading teacher, Miss Slater, and my science teacher, Miss Sweeney, who's kind of the voice for the 5th graders.
I love it. That's awesome. I have a 5th grader as well, so I understand the changes you guys are about to go through. Well, good for you. We're so proud of you. Congratulations. Hi, Allie. Hi, how are you?
Good.
Oh. So you are also another top student, has been in Mount Hope since kindergarten. So this is your last year. How are you feeling?
Well, I love this school.
Yeah.
And I don't want to leave.
I
'cause all of
know.
my teachers have been really good to me.
Aw, I understand. I know they're going to miss you terribly. I know they are. I know it's tough. Change can be tough. Well, here's the thing. Just to let you know a little secret. Life is always about change. Always about change. But you're not losing them. You're just gaining new friends and new family. And I know they'd love to keep in touch and see how well you're going to be doing. Our future artist, veterinarian, but also has some artistic talent, which is fantastic. I love that you love cleaning and organizing. Dr. Navarro, we're like, wait a minute. We're like, yeah, we need your help. Yeah, we have a few projects. If just let us know whatever your hourly rate is. I'm just kidding. As I have a 3rd and 5th grader that hate cleaning and organizing. So whatever your parents did, kudos to them. That's fantastic. And tell me a little bit about the mural that you painted.
So it was like a farm idea. Like we had like pumpkins on it and like blueberry bushes and trees.
Oh, is it still up? Oh, I'd love to come and see it. That's fantastic.
The fence.
It's on the fence. Okay. Oh, fantastic. Well, what would you like to share? Anybody you want to thank?
I'd like to thank all my teachers because they have helped me so much. And I'd like to thank my parents because they're always there for me.
Aw. Well, congratulations, Allie. We're proud of you. Great job. I have to tell you why I love this so much, because I always learn something. Like it's really, really a joy talking to you. This is the highlight of my day. Hi, Melanie.
Hi.
Hi. Another person that, it's a bit much, right? Yeah, I understand. She's like, yeah. All eyes on you. But you know why you're here, right? Because you're a rock star, because you're crushing it. And we have to take the time to celebrate our students that are doing so well. And the best part about this is there's so many of you that this is always a difficult decision, right? To narrow it down. But kudos on gifted and talented. I also love social studies as well as my favorite subject. Do you have a favorite time period in history?
Not really.
Not really, just like reading. Yeah, understood. I love that you love friendships and that you're very engaged and well-rounded, and teacher's helper. I know they appreciate that. And you have a commitment to excellence. Tell me, you want to be a detective. That's cool. Why do you want to be a detective?
I started watching like crime documentaries, and also before watching crime documentaries, we had to do like this one assignment in computer class on like your dream career or job. I didn't really know, so I was just like scrolling through this one app thing that they provided for us, and then I found being a detective to be the most interesting one.
Oh, I think that would be amazing. Yes, Zello, right? It was a Zello?
Yeah.
Yes. You see? Yeah, shout out to Zella. That is fantastic, and I love that you found something that you could enjoy and could be passionate about. So when you become a detective, you got to tell us how it goes. Come back, share with us. Look, if there's anything we can do to bring you back to CCPS, we have no shame. So who would you like to thank? Anybody you want to say, anything to?
I'd like to thank my mom for taking me to school and helping me with my homework. I'd also like to thank my older brother. I'd like to thank my 5th grade teacher, Miss Ford. I'd like to thank my fourth grade teacher, Miss William, my math teacher, my 4th grade reading teacher, Miss Forbes. I'd like to thank my 2nd grade teacher, Miss Young, and I'd like to thank my dad.
Aw, thank you so much. And I love that you remember all those people. Yeah. Not only that, but they left that much of an impression on you, right? You're going to remember. That's fantastic. And kudos to all of these rising 6th graders. Oh, what fun we're going to have. Sebastian, yes, a big cheer. Hi, Sebastian. How are you? You okay?
How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Oh, my gosh. So, Sebastian, robotics, math, chess, Mesa, you're busy. And I love that you made it work around your schedule, right? Because you're like, I want to do all the things. That's fantastic. Yes. Look, we do that every day. And I love that you are a leader and you keep on task. And you're also on the swim team and on the soccer team. My goodness, that is remarkable. Well, tell me, you want to be an engineer like your mom. Why? And what type?
I want to be like an engineer that can work on like planes and such.
Oh.
Because as a child, I liked building stuff and making something new.
That's fantastic. I know that made your mom so happy when you said that. Yeah, and we need more. That's fantastic. Well, what would you like to share? Anybody you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my family, my entire school community, and my friend Errol for always talking to me, being kind, and his birthday is today, so.
Oh, happy birthday. Yeah. Well, thank you for shouting them out. Well, congratulations to you, Sebastian, and to all of our wonderful students. We are so proud of you. Congratulations. Okay. So if you all could stay right there, we're going to come down and give you some special treats. Get a bag and a pen. Perfect. now we're going to do the Principal of the Year. Okay, everyone. Okay, everyone, can I ask you to quiet down a little bit, please? Okay. All right, next we're going to recognize our Principal of the Year. Okay, everyone. Now ask you all to quiet down, please. Thank you. We have to continue on with the program. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Whitfield-Coffin.
Greetings, Chairperson Morley, Vice Chairperson Kramer, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Navarro.
Everyone, can we quiet down, please? Thank you.
It's truly a joy and an honor to stand before you tonight as we celebrate exceptional leadership in our schools. We're here to recognize a principal whose dedication, heart, and vision have made a profound impact. Please join me in congratulating our Principal of the Year, Mr. Nicholas Adam. Mr. Adams' journey in Charles County Public Schools is a testament to his enduring commitment. He began back in 2005 as a special educator at Eva Turner Elementary. His path led him through vice principal roles at William A. Diggs Elementary and Malcolm Elementary, followed by 5 impactful years as principal of Walter J. Mitchell Elementary. And since 2023, the J.P. Ryon Elementary community has been the fortunate benefactor of his leadership. Grounded in his education from Keuka College and McDaniel College, Mr. Adam brings not just knowledge, but immense passion to his work. What defines Mr. Adams' leadership? It's his profound enthusiasm, his deep commitment to staff, students, and families. It's his core belief in the power of building relationships. He knows that true learning happens when everyone feels connected and works together. He takes immense pride in his school, and his decisions are always guided by what's best for the children and the educators who he serves. When asked to share their feelings about Mr. Adams' leadership, here's what they had to say. Aaliyah shared, "Mr. Adam is kind and brave and willing to help me with my feelings. Imagine the comfort in knowing your principal is willing to provide a space for expressing your feelings." Ian, a 5th grader, summed it up very easily. He said, "Thanks, Mr. Adam, for having my back." And it's clear why students like Lamar are already proclaiming him as the #1 principal.
All right.
As pre-K teacher Jamie Parks puts it, regardless of any official title, Mr. Adam will always be Principal of the Year. He showed up at J.P. Ryon on day 1, ready to work, bringing positive changes that will have a lasting impact. And while Mr. Adam humbly shares credit, Ms. Park insists he deserves all the recognition and praise. He is an exceptional principal. Kelly Rodriguez, LRT, shares, his kindness radiates through every hallway, leading with integrity and a rare blend of heart and wisdom. He creates an environment where students feel safe, supported, and inspired. He approaches decisions thoughtfully with genuine care. He sees the potential in every student and every teacher, uplifting the entire community with his calm leadership, compassion, and tireless dedication. Ms. Rodriguez once noted in a meeting, "I have been at Ryon for many years. It's great to finally see Ryon flourish, and we owe that to Mr. Adam and his leadership and all of his hard work." In one of his new teachers, 2nd-year teacher Danae Lancaster, she said, "It's the personal touches for me, the depth of his care." She vividly recalls her interview stating, "I first met Mr. Adam via Zoom, right after he finished bus duty. His genuineness and energy on that call convinced me that Ryon was the place to be. She wants to thank you, Mr. Adam, for always having an open ear, for trusting her vision, for believing in her as an educator. Ms. Lancaster also notes, and who can forget those wonderful random acts of kindness, like the day you went to Safeway to make sure fourth grade had just the right chips for their lesson, or the fact that you leave Cool Ranch Doritos in her classroom, and we all know he's a blue cheese guy. For her, it's the little things that remind her of how deeply you care and how well he knows his people here at Ryon. Mr. Adam, you are held in high regard by your students and staff. These heartfelt words are a vivid picture of a leader who not only supports and inspires, but also creates a sense of safety, belonging, enthusiastic collaboration within his school community. You and I first met 2 years ago, and I remember the day vividly. Mr. Adam, during his transition period, we had a conversation, and he was about to take on his role at J.P. Ryon. And he was honest that day, and he said, I'm a little disheartened that I have to leave Walter J. Mitchell, where he had invested so much time. But even in that conversation, there was a clear sense of purpose. You knew that J.P. Ryon needed your leadership. But the challenges seemed daunting, and you expressed that day, but yet you were ready to take it on, head on. As I listened to you that day, I knew that you were the person. Your integrity and your determination, your ability to strategically think, you were already thinking about what needed to happen over the next few years to transform the school. It has been my honor to serve as your executive director. So let's fast forward 2 years. J.P. Ryon is in the house tonight. And we collectively have done some amazing work. The positive transformation is undeniable. J.P. Ryon is buzzing with renewed energy. Students are thriving, teachers feel supported and empowered, and the entire school community feels your presence. You are consistently described as inspiring, uplifting, positive, and infectious. You are the biggest cheerleader for J.P. Ryon. Mr. Adam, your leadership transcends the day-to-day task of running a school. You build community, you ignite curiosity in students, you champion your teachers, you partner with families, you lead consistently with kindness, integrity, wisdom, and that unwavering dedication that we've heard so much about tonight. Your J.P. Ryon family, your Mitchell family, your colleagues across Charles County, we all see the incredible work you do and the remarkable person that you are. On behalf of everyone here and the countless lives you've touched every day, thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Adam, on this richly deserved honor as Principal of the Year. Keep leading with grace, love, enthusiasm, intentionality, and an endless pursuit to make sure that every child, regardless of zip code, is able to reach their full potential. I'm going to close with a Mr. Adam quote. Simply put, you're awesome.
Aww.
All right, well, y'all hear me okay? Yeah. I'm always looking for an icebreaker, but that surprise, the way Ms. Coffin introduced me and then seeing my heads over there, I guess that'll serve as the icebreaker. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, Ms. Coffin. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and Superintendent Navarro. Thank you for this incredible honor and recognition as Principal of the Year. I'm truly humbled to receive this award, and I do not take it lightly. It is a privilege, and it reflects not just my hard work, but the collective efforts of so many amazing individuals that surround me. I want to begin by thanking Ms. Coffin, my executive director, for that wonderful introduction. From the moment that she joined CCPS, she's immersed herself in the work that we do at J.P. Ryon, sharing our passion motivation to make all things happen. Her coaching and support has meant the world to me. And Dr. Navarro, you'll be pleased to know that Ms. Coffin, she offers coaching almost every visit, each week. Typically, it's about operations, instructional alignment, or communication. But just last week, our coaching session took a fun turn as we debated, coached the proper way to pick a crab. One of the many valuable life lessons she brings. But I'd also like to thank you, Dr. Navarro, and Dr. Jones. Dr. Navarro, I've had the privilege of leading 2 of your schools. And over the past few years, I've had the opportunity to work closely with you and your team. Your leadership style is something I admire deeply, and I am constantly learning from you, taking notes, picking up tips, and adding new tools to my leadership toolbox. Your example motivates me daily to work harder and continue striving to make each day better for our students, staff, and families who I serve. Dr. Jones, our paths have crossed in many meaningful ways throughout the years, from being a young teacher, ranking all the cool principals in the county, to your time as the executive director while I was the AP at Diggs, to now serving as our chief of schools. You've remained accessible, supportive, and inspiring. You've helped shape my leadership journey from the beginning, and I continue to be grateful for your guidance and your belief in me. Just the other day, Marty Margolis, the PE teacher at Mitchell, called me up to congratulate me on this recognition. And I immediately responded, "Thanks, Marty. I'm just lucky to have great people around me." And without missing a beat, Marty interrupted and said, "That is the most Nick Adam answer I've ever heard." Since the announcement a few weeks ago, I'll be honest, I've felt a little awkward with all the attention. I've tried to deflect it because the truth is I am simply lucky. Lucky to have incredible people in my corner throughout my career. Mentors, colleagues, friends, and family who have all walked this journey with me. This recognition belongs to them. Their belief in me, their hard work, and their constant support have made this moment possible. Being a school leader is a calling I take great pride in. I love being a principal. I am honored every day to serve alongside some amazing principals here in Charles County. Some of them are lifelong friends, others are trusted colleagues, and all of them are leaders that I respect and admire, and I appreciate them being here today. Leadership, as we know, isn't something that magically appears. It's built over time through experience, mentorship, and grit. For me, these lessons started early, at home. I watched my parents work harder than anyone I knew. My mom was a role model for kindness, hard work, and doing what's right. My dad balanced a full-time job as a bus mechanic, also running a farm and a roofing business, and taking night classes. His perseverance eventually led to him in his leadership role, eventually retiring as the director of transportation for a school system. Their example of grit, determination, and positivity laid the foundation for my own leadership path. And true to form, they dropped everything they were doing to drive that 7 hours to be here today. And I am beyond grateful to call them my parents. I've also had the privilege of working with some of the most dedicated teachers and staff here in Charles County. From my time at Eva Turner, Malcolm, Diggs, Mitchell, and now Ryon, each school community has helped shape the leader I am today. These educators are heroes to our students, and I've learned so much from their passion and talent. To the mentors who have poured into me over the years, thank you. Shout out to Kathy Morgan, my first principal, who saw leadership potential in me early on and gave me countless opportunities. Mrs. Pugh, or Mina to her friends, you reminded me each day the power of kindness and caring for your staff. To Sandra Taylor, you taught me how to balance vision, communication, and add in a little bit of tenacity to that. And to Debbie Calvert, you helped me see how operations and instruction can work hand in hand to form a clear, focused vision. Special thank you to my amazing assistant principals, Ashley Carrington, who stood shoulder to shoulder with me at those 5 years in Mitchell. You are such a big part of this. And my current team, Jennifer Toon, Kayla Hawkins, Twana Taylor. You inspire me every single day. Together, we are moving mountains, and I would not be standing here without your leadership and your support. To my kids, Jameson, Dawson, and Elliot, thank you for being amazing. You see the long hours and all the after-school events, and you just roll with it. Your reminders to me to close that laptop and go outside and play help keep me grounded, and I love you for that. And lastly, to my wife, Candace, you are the heart of our family and a quiet strength behind everything that I do. From the moment I met you, my life has gotten better. You supported me through my master's program, stood by my side as I pursued leadership roles, and you've co-principaled with me at 2 buildings, all while leading your own building. You are my Jiminy Cricket, my sounding board, my biggest supporter, and the one who tells me when I'm wrong. You make the tough days easier and the good days even brighter, and I could not do this without you. As I close, I hope that I've given you all a glimpse into how lucky I've been, personally and professionally. The people I've mentioned here today are my reason, my strength, and my greatest motivators. I am forever grateful for them and for this incredible honor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Adam. Mr. Adam, I just have to say on behalf of the board, we are so incredibly proud of you and thankful for everything that you've done, and your dedication is tireless. I had the privilege of visiting you at Mitchell, and I saw why people thought you were such a big deal. Like, they genuinely, genuinely love you. I'm going to come and see you at Ryon. I knew you were going to crush it. I remember we talked right before you left, and you were nervous, but you were excited. You were ready for the challenge. And you knocked it out of the park, just like we knew you would. So congratulations. Would you join us up here if we can get a picture with you? Thank you so much. Congratulations again, Mr. Adam. And now we will continue on recognizing our incredible employees. You okay? Yeah, it is a little tight. I know. We don't have preschoolers anymore. Yes, ma'am. You ready? Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Chairperson Moore Lee, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and family. My name is Shirlene Ogburn with the Office of Human Resources. Today, we will be acknowledging 8 exemplary employees. Our first recipient is Sarah Rose, a cafeteria manager from the Early Learning Center at La Plata, represented by Principal Candace Vanding-Lanningham Adam. Next, we have Shannon Berkfer, a 4th grade teacher from Indian Head Elementary School, represented by Principal Shane Blanford. Ebony Fowkes Harley, a social studies teacher from Westlake High School, represented by Principal Dana Fenwick. Carlissa Jordan, an instructional assistant from Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary School, represented by Principal Louis D. Ambrosio. Helen Reed, a kindergarten teacher from Dr. Samuel A. Mudd Elementary School, represented by Principal Portia Parker. Chelsea Short, a third grade teacher from William B. Wade Elementary School, represented by Jennifer Posey. Christopher Smith, an administrative instructional assistant from Billingsley Elementary School, represented by Principal Sabrina Robinson Taylor. And Christine Turner, a reading resource teacher from Theodore G. Davis Middle School, represented by Principal Robert Griffiths. We are going to ask Principal Vallandingham Adam to come and honor Sarah Rose.
You know I have to throw a little bit of a wrench in just the normal plan, right? Sorry. Because
we're missing the party.
In a pre-K building, we're all about the visuals.
Oh, I love that.
Okay, so we have a poem for Sarah Rose. So Sarah is strong. Sarah has been the only food service worker in my building for over 1.5 years, and she has held down the fort all by herself.
Oh, that's amazing.
Serving breakfast and lunch to all of our students every single day and without complaint. She is accommodating. No matter the request, change in lunch times, there's a special event, something crazy that we just wanted to throw into the mix, Miss Rose just makes it happen no matter what. She's reliable. Miss Rose barely ever takes off. And when she does, it is like well planned out, and she has somebody come and she has trained them, and she has it running like a well-oiled machine, even when on those very random days that she takes off. When she needs more food, she goes to another school and she gets it herself and she brings it over or organizes it for it to be brought. The kids never go without. Attentive. Miss Rose is always aware of the pulse of the building. It's not uncommon to have a little surprise snack on your desk when you're having a rough day, or maybe you needed a thank you note for something that you've done, or just a positive vibe written on a door. Miss Rose has done all of those. She's also the person who utilizes the staff shout-outs in the newsletter the most for the last 2 years. She is always happy. Miss Rose always has a smile on her face and is constantly laughing. She can find the positive in any situation. She spreads those positive vibes. And she posts them around the building and always has little sayings to tell people. She is responsive. Anytime there's a need, Miss Rose jumps into action for the students and staff at the ELC. For those of you who have been to the ELC, you know that it is tiny. And we have 0 storage. So last summer, I asked Miss Rose to give up her very coveted closet and help me out with this, and she was more than willing to come meet with me and just help me out with figuring it out. She could compromise on the use of the storage just to help me with helping the teachers and the students have more space in their classrooms so they didn't have so much stuff in their classrooms. She's outstanding. Students are late and didn't order lunch? No problem. Student ordered something they didn't like and they need another lunch? No problem. Staff counted wrong and need an extra chicken patty? No problem. Student forgot that they were supposed to eat breakfast at school and it's now 11 o'clock? No problem. No student goes hungry when Miss Rose is in the kitchen. She's scrupulous. Miss Rose is so thorough. She keeps track of her inventory. Her kitchen is spotless. You could easily bump that 5-second rule to a 10-second rule in her kitchen. She has worked with staff to develop how the breakfast and lunch counts will be done so that it would work for the classrooms, but also to keep track of what was ordered. And I saved the best for last. Miss Rose has embraced the ELC. She finds so many different ways to delve into just the school community that we have. This is her pet parrot.
Oh.
Miss Rose decided to take a survey with the students. She organized the entire thing with the teachers and had them vote on a name. So she brought the students into this cute little activity, and then there were graphs that were made, and there was educational purpose behind naming a parrot. So this is Ginger.
Oh.
So she always finds, whether it's the staff meetings, getting involved in our restorative circles, or just joining in on any of the chicks that we're hatching right now, she's always joining in with the staff and the students and getting involved. She's an absolute gem.
Oh, Miss Rose, well, if you don't mind, well, once we do everyone, yes, no worries. It's okay. I don't want to miss anybody.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
Shannon Berghofer, a fourth grade teacher at Indian Head Elementary, is the epitome of an exemplary employee. Since joining Indian Head in 2018, she has gone above and beyond every single day for her students, parents, and colleagues. When I had my phone interview with Shannon when she was driving across country 1 month after I was appointed principal at Indian Head, I knew in my heart that we were meant to work together, and I needed her for my school community. Originally, I had hired her as a fourth grade teacher, but the fifth grade group that year had teachers quit or long-term substitutes every single year since first grade. I knew I couldn't start the year with a long-term sub. I called Shannon a week or so after she accepted the fourth grade position and told her about my dilemma. I explained how I wanted to switch her to fifth grade so that these students could experience some stability in their final year in elementary school. She immediately said yes. That moment was when I knew that Shannon was my people. Her love of children is above all else what makes her so exemplary. She loves children and centers their well-being in all aspects of her instruction and interactions. Ms. Murdoch, special educator, said she's always putting in the extra effort to help her students grow. You can see how much she loves her kids through her actions and words. She is kind to everyone around her, and she's always willing to lend an extra hand, even when her hands are full. Ms. Johnson, assistant principal, said she is highly respected among her peers for her professionalism, leadership, and unwavering commitment to student success. Her ability to work collaboratively with colleagues while always keeping students at the center of her decision-making makes her an invaluable asset to our school community. Ms. Powell, the school counselor, said she's dedicated and compassionate teacher. She is sensitive to the needs of her students and accommodates their academic and personal needs. She brings her A game every day. Her patience and grace are admirable. Shannon is one of the most reflective teachers I know. She's constantly working to improve her craft during professional learning sessions, ILT meetings, and coaching opportunities. She has shown a deep commitment to building teacher capacity and sustaining a strong instructional team at Indian Head school-wide. This is evident in her role of anchor mentor and fourth grade team leader. One of the most noteworthy things about Shannon is her ability to work with students that have significant behavioral and or emotional challenges. She knows how to approach them and knows what works to help de-escalate them and regulate their emotions. She is in constant communication with families and provides them with strategies to help them be successful in and out of the classroom. No matter what her students do during the day, and they do a lot, Ms. Berghofer will always love them. She embodies my vision of loving students every single day. I have thoroughly enjoyed working with Shannon over the past 7 years and look forward to many more. The Indian Head School community is so lucky to have such a loving and compassionate teacher for their children. On behalf of the entire Indian Head School community, it is an absolute honor to present Shannon Berghofer, our 2025 exemplary employee.
I'd like to recognize Ms. Ebony Folks Harley. Ms. Harley is a dedicated and dynamic history teacher who exemplifies what it means to be an educator committed to student success and professional growth. Throughout her time at Westlake High School, she has taught nearly every history course offered, consistently demonstrating mastery of her content and excellence in instruction. Her versatility and willingness to step in wherever needed make her an invaluable member of the academic team. Ms. Harley is a true team player, always willing to support her colleagues and contribute to the greater good of the school community. She built strong, positive relationships with students and families, frequently reaching out to parents to ensure open communication and support. Her ability to engage students in meaningful learning experiences is evident in the way she connects content to real-world scenarios and student interests, all while maintaining professionalism and high standards. Her classroom is a space where students feel both challenged and supported. She holds them accountable for their behavior and academic performance, encouraging them to become responsible, lifelong learners. Students trust her, value her guidance, and genuinely look forward to her class. A lifelong learner herself, Ms. Folks-Harley is constantly seeking ways to improve her practice. Whether researching college and career pathways for her AVID students or exploring effective study strategies while teaching AP seminar, she is always looking for innovative ways to better serve her students. Her commitment to growth is further demonstrated by her willingness to mentor a teacher candidate from the College of Southern Maryland, sharing her expertise and modeling her instructional excellence. Ms. Folks-Harley is not only a master of her craft, but also a pillar of the Westlake community. Her passion, dedication, and leadership continue to make a lasting impact on students and staff alike. We appreciate you.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
It's my absolute honor to recognize Ms. Carlisa Jordan as the Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary School's exemplary employee for the 24-25 school year. Ms. Jordan is more than a math interventionist. She's a mentor, a helper, a tech expert, a problem solver, and to many of us, she's the heartbeat of our building. To her, coming to work is more than a job. It's pouring knowledge into our students, knowing that one day they'll pour it into someone else. That mindset, that purpose is woven into everything she does. One powerful example of her impact is our initially, unbeknownst to us, shared mentoring of a former student, someone who is now a father, husband, and employee of Charles County Public Schools. That full circle moment says everything about her lasting influence. While she's passionate about being a math interventionist, she'll be the first to tell you it's not about the numbers, it's about confidence. She celebrates those light bulb moments like the fifth grader who just this year, and has been in math interventions for most of her educational career, outperformed even her gifted peers on a unit assessment. Miss Jordan knew that that student had grown academically, but insisted on keeping her in that group anyway, just to continue building her self-esteem. That's who she is. Her friends will tell you she talks about work a lot. And we understand why, because this school isn't just where she works, it's where she lives her purpose. One day she's guiding an intervention group, the next she's helping run the front office, fixing a tech issue, or setting up for an assembly. During a past career day, she was the one making sure the presenters had everything they needed, running around with HDMI cords in her hand with solutions ready to go. Miss Jordan is the school grandma, lawyer, our IT department, and sometimes our miracle worker. She steps in without being asked, lends a hand before anyone realizes they need it, and always keeps the student's best interest at the center of her work. She makes kids feel safe. She helps teachers feel supported, and she helps our entire school community function like a family. Miss Jordan, thank you for the countless ways you uplift, empower, and lead. You are truly exemplary, and we're so lucky to have you at Mount Hope. Congratulations on this staff-wide recognition, and thank you for being the Mount Hope Nanjemoy Exemplary Employee for this year.
Good evening again. It is truly my honor to recognize and celebrate an exceptional educator and leader, Ms. Helen Reed. Ms. Reed is a kindergarten teacher at Dr. Samuel A. Mudd Elementary School, and she is the definition of dedication, compassion, and excellence in education. From the moment you step in her classroom, you can feel the warmth, structure, and love that radiates from her interactions with students. She is positive, proactive, and endlessly patient, always going above and beyond to make sure every student feels seen, supported, and successful. She's not only a phenomenal teacher, but also a true team player and leader. Ms. Reed takes the lead on planning engaging and meaningful activities for the entire kindergarten team, and often steps up to help coordinate school-wide initiatives as well. Whether it's a theme celebration, a hands-on learning activity, or a community event, if Ms. Reed is involved, you know it will be well organized and full of heart. As a PBIS co-chair, she has been instrumental in building a positive school culture. She helps promote consistency, celebration, and community within our building. And she does it all while mentoring peers, supporting school events, and contributing as a valued member of our professional learning team. Ms. Reed is also a lifelong learner. She actively seeks out professional development opportunities and brings back fresh ideas to elevate instruction, not just in her own classroom, but across the grade level. Her ability to balance the demands of teaching with her commitment to school-wide growth is nothing short of inspiring. She does all of this with humility, joy, and an incredible sense of humor. Ms. Reed is that rare person who makes the hard work look easy and brings people together with grace and purpose. Her colleagues describe her as the most outgoing, fun-loving, and hard-working leader they've had the privilege of working with. And I couldn't agree more. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Ms. Helen Reed, an outstanding educator, teammate, and role model. Thank you, Ms. Reed, for all you do for our students, our staff, and our school community.
Good evening.
Good evening.
William B. Wade is recognizing Miss Chelsea Short, third grade teacher. Miss Short is a fierce advocate for her students, as well as the staff in our building. Her dedication to her students' success, academically, socially, and emotionally, shines through in everything she does. She earned her National Board certification in 1 year this past December, earning her official certificate this past December, so. Ms. Short is constantly seeking ways to support her students. She implements zones of regulation to help teach her students how to self-regulate. She collaborated with teachers in different grade levels to gather resources for students struggling with phonics. She is always eager to learn and to try new ways to reach her students. Ms. Short is willing to share her successes and her failures with her colleagues to help them grow. She serves as an anchor mentor, one of Wade's EACC building reps, participates with the PBIS team, and other activities throughout the year whenever the opportunity is available. She rarely raises an issue without proposing a solution. She often gives up her own planning time, just today she did, to work with former students or current students that may be struggling. She uses her lunchtime to invite students in for lunch bunches and build relationships. Ms. Short is an exceptional teacher that goes above and beyond the required work on the contract to ensure all of her students are successful. When we asked one of her previous students what everyone should know about Ms. Short, she said that she is kind, she helps people when they're upset, and she's just awesome. When we asked her teammate, she said she's compassionate, knowledgeable, and motivated. Ms. Short is an outstanding teacher and a true asset to the Wade community. Thank you, Chelsea, for all you do.
I think she was looking for her hug.
I've asked Mr. Smith to come tower over me. Mr. Christopher Smith exemplifies dedication and flexibility in every aspect of his role as an administrative instructional assistant at Billingsley Elementary School. Mr. Smith got his start at High Road Academy in Lanham, Maryland, working with individuals with significant behavioral challenges for 3 years. The next stop on his career path landed him at F.B. Gwynn Center in La Plata, Maryland, as a special education instructional assistant for 2 years. I was elated when Mr. Smith accepted a job offer at Billingsley as an administrative instructional assistant. After an interview, a principal often knows if a candidate is a good fit for a school. Mr. Smith was not a good, but a great fit. He consistently goes above and beyond expectations, building strong, positive relationships with staff, students, and parents alike. Weekly, Mr. Smith teaches extended learning opportunity, ELO, tutoring sessions, supporting students in need of extra help with reading comprehension skills. His commitment to student success starts before the school day even begins, reinforcing his role as both an educator and a mentor. Whether he's stepping in as a substitute teacher at a moment's notice, assisting students with regulating their social and emotional needs, or managing the car rider line with a warm smile, Mr. Smith is always ready to lend a helping hand. His presence is felt everywhere, supporting classrooms in crisis, offering breaks and effective calming strategies to students, or running essential errands across our campus. A common image in our hallways is this 6-foot giant hand in hand with a tiny pre-K student that needs a walking break, sometimes a few at a time. Mr. Smith's ability to help students regulate their emotions speaks volumes about his empathy and understanding. Many students seek him out as a safe, supportive adult who not only offers comfort, but who also holds them accountable for high expectations, ensuring they return to class ready to succeed. Smith is also a trusted and familiar face in the front office, where he seamlessly steps in to answer phones, greet visitors, manage early dismissals, and meet the needs of both families and staff. His calm demeanor, quick wit, and strong communication skills help maintain a smooth and welcoming environment for everyone who enters our building. No 2 days are ever the same for Mr. Smith, and yet his unwavering patience, adaptability, and commitment remain constant. His unique ability to connect, lead, and serve makes him an irreplaceable part of the Billingsley Elementary family. Mr. Smith has a highly competitive nature. Whatever he sets his sights on, he intends to win. Our staff kickball game got rained out this week and is being postponed. The opposing team had better watch out. With Mr. Smith, failure is never an option.
All right.
When I asked Mr. Smith what motivates him to work hard and to show up to work every day, his response was his 4th grade daughter, Ariel. She motivates him in more ways than even she knows. Mr. Smith has considered furthering his education and has taken the first steps toward researching class offerings. Mr. Smith resides in Montgomery County, Maryland, quite a distance from White Plains, Maryland.
Yes.
He chooses to commute an hour or more daily one way to work with our students and staff. He chooses CCPS over other school districts that he drives through to get here. He chose Billingsley Elementary School, and we hope to offer him a school home for many more years to come. Mr. Christopher Smith is truly an invaluable member of our Bobcat team. At this time, I'd like for any Billingsley staff that's in the room to please stand and join me in saluting Mr. Christopher Smith. We're proud to recognize his exceptional contributions to our school community.
That was beautiful.
All right, I've never had the bat last before. I hope I'm up for the challenge. It is kind of intimidating being in front of so many people who are so influential in their schools. Congratulations to all of you. It's amazing. You let us do what we do as principals, and you do such a great job, so thank you. But I got to admit, Davis family, I think you can agree, Miss Christine Turner over here takes a backseat to no one. She is definitely at the top. She's being recognized tonight as Davis Middle School's exemplar employee for the 24-25 school year. Ms. Turner started teaching in 1999. She came to Charles County when Davis opened in 2007. She's one of the few remaining original staff members left at Davis. I think that number's down to single digits now. Is that right? Okay. Ms. Turner is definitely someone who has the teaching thing down. She is one of those teachers who students remember forever. When asked why, some of her former students told me that she always holds her students to very high standards. They like to be pushed because she always celebrated when they met those expectations. Students remember the growth they made and always credit her for having the ability to push the limits of her scholars. When I asked her colleagues about why she's so impressionable on them, they told me it's because she holds herself to such high standards. She never settles, and she's or becomes complacent. She is definitely a lifelong learner. I've gotten to know her a little bit better over the past 2 school years. She has a new role. She's the reading resource teacher at Davis Middle School. We went on a trip to Florida together. I got to meet some of her beautiful family. It's really nice to get to know her in a different way. But when it comes to our building, she is someone who definitely has her hand on the pulse of what's going on at Davis. She kind of reminds me of a pilot. I have a lot of pilots in my family, my father being one of them. She's good at taking direction, but she's also good at taking charge when she has to. She knows when to push, when to pull, make constant adjustments, but she's poised, calm, and in control no matter what situation. Even if she has to alter that flight plan a little bit every now and then, she always knows where to land it. She knows where she is going before she takes off. My instructional vision is her cargo. She helps me fly that vision to its destination and deliver it daily with her inspiration, positive attitude, professionalism, empathy, style, grace, and integrity. I got to add this in, Miss Newcamp. I know you're back there. She says, and I love this quote, "You're a true Davis legend." All right, and I agree. I think everyone who hears from Davis agrees for sure. Everyone knows you are the go-to person at Davis, no matter the need. Your no-nonsense attitude towards the profession has made me better. I learn from you every day. You push for instructional practices, collaborative and rigorous planning, and the implementation of AVID strategies in our daily lesson planning have helped me streamline my vision and what Davis's future holds. I am so thankful to have you on my team, and I'm proud to fly with you because as Falcons we soar. Ms. Turner, thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much. This is candidly always such an honor. And we know why we have such outstanding students is because of the work of people like you, because of the staff, because of the teachers. And when the students share, like we just had 8 right before you, and several of them named every teacher they had going back to high school. I'm sorry, to kindergarten, you know, from middle school all back. And they remember the names, they remember the people that impacted them. I remember, you know, as I always jokingly say, I went to school in the 1900s, and I remember many of my teachers because you really truly leave that lasting impression. So first, let me just say thank you so very much for everything that you do, and that you choose, just like was shared about Mr. Smith, you choose CCPS every single day. So thank you so very much. Let me start with Miss Rose. Miss Rose, first of all, you win. Hands down, that's the best display I've ever seen. I loved Mr. Adams' faces, but I think that topped that. And to be the only building service worker, I mean, just as a mother of 3, to be the only person trying to feed them sometimes is a lot. But trying to feed a whole school full of children, that's remarkable. And I really have to applaud you. And the fact that you do it with a smile, that you're happy to do it, that you're positive, that you're supportive, that you're always taking on even more than just that one role, which would be enough for so many people. That really means a lot to us, and it says a lot about who you are and why, you know, you work here. You know what I mean? What this means to you. So I have to ask, why? Why do you do it?
I love working with kids, and it just makes me happy. And working at ELC with the staff there, it's an honor to be there. Yeah. It's just awesome, just getting up in the morning, and I'm just happy to go and do my job and feed the kids. I know it's just 5 classes I have, but it's just the kids.
It's still a lot.
It's amazing just to see them, and they even know my name.
Oh, of course. They know who feeds them.
I walk through the hall and, "Hi, Miss Rose, hi, Miss Rose," and I'm like, oh, wow, that's great. It's an honor to be there.
Oh.
Yes. It's an honor to be in the school system, and it's been a while since I've been here for 18 years in different schools. I was at North Point when North Point opened. I have a list, but I even worked at the Gwen Center. I worked at Thomas Stone, La Plata High School, John Hanson, J.P. Ryon, again, and yes. So I'm just thankful that I'm working at ELC with the staff there. They've been really wonderful. And the teachers, I'm thankful that they honored me to get this
Absolutely.
award.
Yes. Well, I know you had a speech. Did you want to share what you wrote?
I actually say
You already
some
said
of
it? Okay.
Some
Is
of
there anything
it,
else you
yes.
want to add? Please do.
I actually want to thank God for at least giving me the ability to actually, and the strength every day to get up and do the job there at ELC. 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with Parkinson's, but I've been working through it, and it wasn't on my plan to say about it, but it's just that my hand's shaking, so I can't hide it, so that's why I'm saying it now. But and I'm thankful for my family. My husband's here and my son is here, and my new staff, Maria, who has been with me for 2 months now. She came with her family to support me, and I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for Sharon, who showed up to support me. She's one of the ladies that helps me when I'm out. There's another lady, her name is Wanda. She helps me when I have to be out also. And when I need food, I go to McDonough, and Miss Vicky would bring the food over if I can't go to get it from her, because my center is small and the freezer can't hold everything. So I have to rely on McDonald's for support. And I'm just thankful for everyone who support me and help me. And I'm just thankful.
Oh, well,
I'm
thank
honored.
you. That was beautiful. Thank you so much, Miss Rose. We really appreciate you. Hi, Miss Berghofer. How are you? Good evening. Wow. There's another person that really goes above and beyond, and that was so obvious. They had so many examples. What really stood out to me is you offer an extra hand even when your hands are full. I said, wow. That says a lot about you as a person, that you're just always, always giving. And you find that a lot of people in education, that's why you're led to do this type of work. And that you're drawn to the students that have the significant behavioral or emotional challenges. So the students that most people are like, nope, don't want them in my class. And you're just like, yes, bring them. And that says a lot, because you know that there's something in every student. And if you plug into whatever that magic is, you can absolutely help them to succeed. And I know that they appreciate you for that, and they see that you see them. And so thank you for that, because, you know, it's easy to write students off and to say, oh, that child just doesn't behave or they don't listen. But oftentimes it's just the approach. It's just reaching them in the right way that makes all the difference. So thank you so much for everything that you do. I have to ask you something very similar, but what is your motivation? Because what you do is not easy. It's not, candidly. But clearly you love what you do. So yeah, what keeps you going?
I'll be honest, I don't love it every day.
That is honest. We don't love this every day, hey?
No, like Ms. Blanford, she was very candid, you know.
Yeah.
There are some really challenging moments where I'm not my best, but
yeah.
I'm not going to turn around because they're going to make me cry.
Oh.
I think we could all say, I'm going to cry anyway. Thanks, Shane. We joke that we always like peeing and crying, and we make each other cry. But anyway, I think I've heard it mentioned more than once tonight that we can't do our job without the people around us.
Yeah.
And so they make me better. They make me work harder. They make me smarter. And anyway, I'm just, I don't always choose the students that come into my classroom, they just kind of find me, I guess.
Yes, understood.
And I don't think it's by accident. I've had the experience of being unconditionally loved, both by my family and because of my faith. And so I want to reflect that the best way I can with where I'm at, with the kids that I have. So, and not just the kids, but the adults that I know as well. So anyway, that's the bottom line.
Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Well, who would you like to thank? Anything else you'd like to say?
Well, I didn't mention, but my husband also.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, him.
Not an afterthought, I promise. No. But really, the reason why I'm even able to be here in front of you today is the sacrifice. There are many days that I leave everything at work.
Yes.
And I bring home very little leftovers for him.
Yeah.
And he is a great example of unconditional love for me. So I really need to, the only reason I'm here is because he pushes me to be my best and he allows me the opportunity. So anyway.
Oh, say, where's your husband? Could you stand up?
He's right here.
Oh,
Bravo.
Bravo to you, sir. That was beautiful. I can completely relate. It's the support system that allows you to do everything. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Berghofer. Yes. We appreciate you. Thank you. Bravo. Thanks, folks. Harley, good evening. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I love that you've taught almost all history courses. I love history. I find it very, very fascinating. You're very versatile and supportive. And I love that you build the positive relationships. And I heard it mentioned several times that you have high standards. And when you set high standards, the students will meet them. And you hold them accountable, and they need that. They need to understand, I expect a lot of you. I know you can do it, and I will help you get there. So kudos to you for that. And the fun word that was used, that you're very innovative. I thought that was cool. How so? Can you give us examples of how you're innovative?
With my students, I try different ways. We grew up with a textbook, but I like to use a lot of technology in my room, so they know to bring their laptops with them. So we use different avenues, we use quizzes or Nearpod, but you can build a lot into those lessons. So it's not just, Social Studies has always been kind of like you take notes, but we don't take notes, like that. You can put videos in there. I always ask them to think and reflect upon what they're seeing, political cartoons. I also have them, we're in a unit right now where they're going to use kind of media. So how is the media played a role, so they can find a book or a song or a movie that goes with some of the different movements that have taken place, and they have to explain. So I give them an opportunity to bring in their interest into class. So I try to find out at the beginning of the year what they like. So I try to use that to kind of pull them in whenever possible.
I love that. I love that because that can translate to any subject. You know what I mean? So it really encourages them to keep learning. That's remarkable. Thank you so much. Well, who would you like to thank? Anything you want to share?
Yes. I would like to thank my principal and the admin team at my school for believing me. I'm a pretty humble person, so I was very surprised. As well, I like to thank my husband and my son because they too, share. Like you mentioned, you do leave a lot, sometimes at school, and even when we travel, I'm always thinking of how I can relate or bring something back to my classroom. So they do share a lot with me. And my department, we've been together for a while now, most of us, at least about 5 or 6 years. So we do kind of build off of each other. We share resources. So I'd like to thank them as well. And I just basically try to build rapport with my students, and I really love when they're able to use the strategies that I use in my classroom in other classrooms. So they'll come back and say, oh, I didn't like that, but it really helped me. I try to give them different ways if they do have to take notes, so they find that they're able to find their passion and how it works for them. So I do really enjoy that, and when they're able to relate things we talk about to the real world or to their life. So that's really what I enjoy.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Folks-Hawley. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Bravo. Jordan. Hi. I love your outfit. It's so pretty. I was giggling because I was like, what job don't you have? You do all the things. They mentioned everything from a tax expert to the building lawyer. I was like, well, why do they need a lawyer? She's like, I'm going to keep it confidential. Right. But no, I love that you're a problem solver, just at your core. You're someone that sees a problem and you solve it, and you're a mentor, and you always have the kids' best interests at heart. That was really touching. But the word that stood out to me for you is purpose. Like that really, I wanted you to tell me, I can tell you want to share something. What do you think your purpose is? Yeah.
I was looking over at Miss Thomas.
You all know each other? I don't know who
Miss
Brenda
Thomas
does
has
it.
known me since I was in elementary school.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So she's known me for a long time. I don't know what my purpose is because God has not finished with me yet.
Amen.
However,
Amen.
my purpose of going to work I've been in Charles County system for 25 years, so
wow.
I was more of a lawyer to my high school students. You know, when they got in trouble in the Maryland Tomorrow program. However, my purpose is to pour into other people, and not just in the school system. I work other places and I do other things in the church and the community, but overall, I love pouring into other people. Now, my counselor would say that kind of leaves me empty a lot, and I'm working on that.
Amen.
But I think my purpose is to pour into someone else, that they can pour into someone else, and they pour into someone else.
Amen.
To build a community.
I love that. You just have to replenish yourself.
I'm working on it. I
love that. Okay, who would you like to thank, Ms. Jordan?
So I gotta thank God, because
Amen.
without him, none of this could be possible. I wouldn't be here. I would say, when you met me in elementary school, no one could ever say that I would be sitting here today. And not just one time, this is my second time.
Wow.
But to say that I would be sitting here today because school was not my favorite place at all when I was growing up. I had a hard time in elementary school because of how I was taught. I was homeschooled, doing some things at home, and then I started kindergarten, and I knew some things. However, when I graduated school, I wanted to be a nurse. Someone at the board saw interest in me at the church and said, you need to apply for a job at the school. I don't want to work at the school. I want to be a nurse. But I thank God for that person who found that interest in me and opened the door for me to come aboard to Charles County Public Schools. I thank God for my family, my dad who's looking from above, my pops who's looking from above, my mom who's in the audience with me, and my aunts who are here today, my coworkers who always have a problem for me to solve.
It's job security.
Right, exactly. My supervisors who are still trying to struggle with the fact that I am in charge. It's okay, they'll get it.
They'll accept it. It's
Right,
okay.
they'll get it. They'll get it. The community at Mount Hope, because Mount Hope is a wonderful community. We're a small school, 270 some kids, so I know I taught parents, I taught aunts, uncles, and now I'm teaching your children. Right, so it's a community there. I love the family, the community. I taught Mr. Hancock's son too. And I love the students. I love the students at General Smallwood. I love the students at McDonough. I love the students at Mount Hope. So all the schools that I taught, I loved working with all the students.
Oh, thank you so much, Ms. Jordan. We truly appreciate you. Bravo.
Oh, and thanks to my coworkers for coming out to support
yes,
me
of
today.
course. You are a kindergarten teacher. God bless you. Ooh. Listen, with a lot of patience, because my youngest is in 3rd grade, and there's no way. No. And we did kindergarten virtually. Absolutely not. I have never been more appreciative for teachers in my life. I was like, whatever it takes, get them back. But thank you so much that you are, as Dr. Navarro said, endlessly patient. That is a real skill that I do not possess, and I admire it when I see it. But I love that it really stuck with me, resonated. You have warmth, structure, and love. And if I had to say the 3 things that kids probably need the most, those are definitely in the top 3, especially at such a crucial time. Because, I mean, now, of course, we've expanded pre-K. But for many students, for many years, kindergarten was their real introduction to school. And it formed and shaped how they would view school and learning and whether they'd be excited every day. So to come through the doors and to see someone that, again, expects a lot out of them, that will give them the structure, that will give them the space to grow, it means a lot. Shout out also to the PBIS. I know with elementary school students, PBIS is everything. If I hear one more thing about a crab claw, like they're so serious. But it motivates them though, you know what I mean? And those things that you do mean so much to them. And they take on whatever you feel, you know what I mean? So if you take it seriously, they take it seriously. Kudos to you for that. And I love that you're outgoing, fun-loving, and hardworking. So in your free time, if you have any, what do you do? What are you passionate about?
Drive to and from Annapolis to get to work, like somebody from Montgomery County, and reset listening to a book until I get back to work.
Oh,
so
wow.
It's usually listening to a book or something.
Do you have a favorite type that you like to listen to? Anything.
Anything I can zone out of the traffic and listen to, and then do it all over again the next day.
Yes, I appreciate that because it does make the time just kind of, you know, what I mean, on autopilot. That's fantastic, and I love that that's your form of self-care. Also, it's a dual thing because you're learning while you're doing it too. Yes. So, yeah, I see what you did there. So, who would you like to thank, Ms. Reed?
I want to thank my Dr. Mudd home, and I'm going to call it a home because when I accepted my very first classroom at Dr. Mudd anywhere, it was for 2nd grade, but that wasn't the first time I was in Dr. Mudd. My first time was as a 2nd grader at Dr. Mudd. I am a product of Dr. Mudd. My daughter went there the whole time, my entire family, and my classroom looks out across the street at my mom's house where I grew up. My students know this. Everybody I work with knows this. When I decided to go from Head Start over to my own classroom and actually teaching, I did not look at any other school. Dr. Mudd was the only place, and I had my sights, and I might have worn down the principal at the time. Yeah. So my first job was not kindergarten. It was 2nd grade. I waited it out for 2 years. Kindergarten, hi, me. Might have, you know, and it's where I will stay. It is where I belong. That reset every single afternoon, that drive in the morning gives me the energy, or the zoomies, because I definitely have the zoomies. It gives me the drive that I need, and I found a home with 5-year-olds. I am a 5-year-old. I am a 5-year-old.
So at heart, right? Yes.
You know, my wife surprised me. I told her not to come because she works at University of Maryland. I didn't know she was coming tonight. My coworkers, or my family, and like I said, I chose Dr. Mudd because I went there, my entire family, and I knew that was the only place that I wanted to go. So.
Thank you so very much. That was a beautiful story. Oh, well, we appreciate you, Ms. Reed. Congratulations. And did I hear correctly, you got your national board certification in 1 year? Wow. That is remarkable. Congratulations. I love that. So are you going to be featured at the ceremony next week? I'm coming, I'm excited. I love that you are a fierce advocate. That to me is so important for our children, and that you focus on the social and emotional aspects and their well-being, because both of those things are crucial. And you're always eager to learn, which I love. I've heard a lot of lifelong learning. Kudos to being an EACC building rep. I know that's an extra level of responsibility that, you know, probably some days are better than others, just being candid. But what stood out the most is that you don't raise issues without solutions. Thank you. I wish more people thought that way. I love that. So where do you get like your best ideas when you're generating solutions? What motivates you? How do you do that? That's a special skill.
I try to think about what I would do if I was on the receiving end of whatever the issue is, and how I would propose, or how I would feel better if it were an issue that I was having. Like, what would I suggest if I was, I truthfully, honestly, my best solutions come when I'm venting to my husband. And
I can relate.
And he tosses ideas at me, and I'm like, no, that's not going to work. But you did make me think of this other idea. And so I do a lot of brainstorming with other people. So while I might propose the ideas, it's never just mine alone. It's usually a collaboration.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you on that. About the venting as well. That's our love language in life.
Yes.
I can appreciate that. So what would you like to share, Ms. Short? Anyone you want to thank?
I do have something. So when I think about what it means to be a successful teacher, I think about the song Stuck in the Middle with You, because this is the song that my middle school principal, Mrs. Schmidt, played and sang over the intercom every single day to get us pumped up for school. And I didn't know it at the time, but the energy that she radiated from the intercom would mold me into the person that I am today. She became the biggest impact on my life, and I would not be the person, the mom, or the educator that I am today without her. She showed up in ways that I didn't know that I would ever need. I think about Mr. Merrick, my 4th grade teacher, who wrote a poem to sum up all of our memorable moments in that year. And I recall Mr. Natterstead, who was our feared substitute, who helped me understand slope by the simple rotation of a ruler and sparked my love for math. Since starting my journey to be an educator, my goal has been to make sure that every student knows that I believe in them, even on the hard days. And when I recall the educators that had a lasting impact on me, it's not the core subjects that I remember, it's how they made me feel. So I wake up each day and remind myself that all of my students deserve to feel supported, seen, loved, challenged, celebrated, and that someone believes in them like Mrs. Schmidt believed in me. I wanted to thank the board members for taking the time to honor educators for their hard work. And it feels strange to be sitting in the spotlight with all of these amazing educators next to me who have clearly made such a big impact. Because to me, I'm still on my journey to being the best educator that my students deserve. I owe a thank you to Mrs. Holden for allowing me to develop my own teaching style while sharing her best approaches to teaching the 3rd grade standards. And Mrs. Blakely for your honest feedback, creative ideas, and her constant collaboration. And to so many more colleagues past and present. I need to thank Mr. Miller for encouraging me to start down the path of becoming nationally board certified, because I never would have tried it if he hadn't pushed me. And then supporting me as I went through that process in just a year. Mr. Miller became my principal as I became a first-time mom, and I struggled to find a work-life balance, guilt-free of writing sub-plans when my daughter was sick. So thank you for calming my anxiety and allowing me to put my family first. Shout out to my husband, Steven, who only sometimes reminds me that I'm not being paid to do the work outside of the school day. It takes a village It takes a village is often applied to raising children, but as I reflected on my journey of becoming an educator, it also takes a village to become an educator that all students deserve. I'm honored to work with such amazing family and village at Wade, and I want to share this recognition with all of them. On the good days, we show up. On the hard days, we show up. But every day, I'm glad that I get to show up with all of them.
Bravo. Thank you so much. The schools really are families. That's just so obvious. I love that you all show up for each other. That's fantastic. Hi, Mr. Smith. How are you? This is another man. Everything from kickball to another person that helps students a lot with their social emotional behaviors, strategies. I wrote down that you support students in crisis. And that is a special skill and is something, again, that not many people run towards. I thank you for that, because we need that. And, you know, every day you're saving some student. You know what I mean? You're teaching them a better way. You're showing them it's okay to be upset. It's okay to be unhappy. You're not going to always be okay, but you have to learn how to manage it well. And thank you for that, because we need more of that, just being very candid with you. I'm sure that you probably sometimes get pushback. I'm sure. Oh yeah. But, you know, but you keep going. And I love that you choose CCPS. You drive all the way. I used to live in Montgomery County. When I first moved here, I was like, absolutely not. I was not doing it every day. And so I appreciate that you choose to come to CCPS every day and pass other school districts, but you recognize that we're the best, humbly, and that you're committed. And also, you know, your own daughter, I'm sure, is a motivator. What is something that you wish more people knew about teaching and what you do?
Well, honestly, I didn't even know what I could do, because a kid and behave in a crisis, like, we don't really know the real issue. We don't really know what you need. You're not really vocalizing it the right way.
That is true.
And honestly, it took me to take a lot of deep breaths, pick a lot of battles,
Yes.
and really figure out the root of every problem. And it really stems back to my staff. Like, I know everyone feels as though they have the best staff, but I really work with a special group.
Yeah.
Now, a couple months back, my mom was diagnosed with cancer, heart cancer, and they gave her a duration of time to live. I was in crisis. I needed help. I didn't know what to do. And I'm looking to my phone, and it's nothing but my staff in the back saying, hey, what do you need? Hey, have this conversation with me. Even though I know you don't want to have this conversation with me, it's time that you need to have this conversation. It's time that you really putting me through the steps that I do with the kids.
Yes.
And it's been like that since day one. Now, I chose to come to CCPS. Like I said, we drive through Montgomery. I was in PG,
Right.
but CCPS really gave me the opportunity. They gave me the chance. They told me, hey, you can do this.
Yeah.
And then when I met Miss Taylor, she grabbed me in the interview. She said, hey, I know what you can do. I've seen it, and I want to better your skills. And she has. I tutor. I never thought I could do that. And these kids that are in crisis, honestly, we just hug it out. Like, it's too long of a day. We have to pick our battles.
Amen.
And it's better when I was just literally in the room crying. Like, there's times where I have a school mom. I have a school grandma. I have a school roommate. We're so much of a family in Billingsley that I couldn't picture myself really driving anywhere else. It just wouldn't be the same.
Yeah.
They tell me when I'm wrong. They praise me when I'm right. They tell me, hey, you did that subpar, but you could have did this a lot better. You know, like, it's just, it's a family-oriented group, and I'm not getting that anywhere else.
Yeah.
So when I say I really love my team, like, I really love my team.
Oh, thank you so much, Miss. That was beautiful. Yay! You all. Anything else you want to add? Anybody? I know you thanked your team pretty.
We gotta thank all of the Billingsley Bobcats.
Yes.
All of us, because we did it together. There's no way I can deal with a kid in a crisis by myself.
Amen.
Because everyone needs to be tagged out. Everyone needs to be tagged in sometimes, and it's always a group effort. It's never just me.
Yeah.
So thank you, Billingsley, for.
Aw. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you so much. Bravo, bravo. Hi, Miss Turner. Hi, how are you? Wow. Davis legend. Almost 20 years. Wow. Well, first, thank you. Thank you. Because it's a similar situation. It's something you choose every day, every year, that you keep coming back, because obviously you're invested. I love that you students remember you forever. I believe that. I absolutely believe that. And you, another person that has very, very high standards, and you personally like to be pushed, and you have high standards for yourself. And of course, you're modeling that for our students, and they're seeing that day in, day out. And that I love that you're calm and in control, because those two things don't necessarily go together. A lot of people, when they get upset, they're panicking. The sky is falling, but to be that steady, calm, like, he gave the example of being a pilot in the storm. And I'm sure most of us have been in some kind of flight where you're just like, oh boy, we're in some dangerous times right now. And to remain calm and steady, what keeps you grounded?
That would definitely be my faith. I think I'm one of those people who really believes that teaching is a calling.
Yes.
And from the time I was so little, I knew I wanted to be a teacher.
Aww.
And so whoever God calls, he equips.
Amen.
And I walk in that every day.
Amen. Oh, I love that. Whoever he calls, he equips. That was perfectly said. Thank you so much. I have enjoyed talking to you all. Anything else you want to share? Anybody you want to thank?
Yes, well, I would like to thank Mr. Griffiths, and I see Mr. Mast here. This is my first full year in the reading resource position. I was a language arts teacher for many, many years. And so working with them has really challenged me. They've been very supportive in the role that I have now, where I get to now teach teachers. And so I really appreciate the time that they invest with me, the coaching they give me. It's been very invaluable. and then my family. Because as they say, you know, when you dedicate so much to your job, you pour out all day long. A lot of times when you do get home, it's very little left you have to share with them. So it's a huge sacrifice for our families, for us to do the job that we do for the county and our kids. Yes.
And candidly, I imagine our superintendent. This lady is on 7 days a week, and I know it has to be exhausting, but she finds it in her every day, and I see that in all of you. Like every day, it's a fresh start. You start over again because you're passionate about what you do and you enjoy it. But thank you so very much. We appreciate you all. It was an honor speaking with you today. If you could sit tight, we're going to bring some things for you, and we'll take a few pictures. So thank you, Ms. Turner. Appreciate you.
Water.
right, no problem. Okay. Everyone, we have to continue with the program. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I don't mind you staying, but can we lower the volume, please? Thank you so much. We're running behind. Mr. Winstead, can I have you come up, please? We're going to quickly honor our student liaison. Okay. Okay. Shh, okay. Shh, thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to do a quick pivot and honor one of our student liaisons who was able to join us, Mr. Winstead.
Hello, I'm back up again.
Yes, sir.
Once again, to prove the dedication of our student leaders, I have Zyra Wallace here. She could not be there earlier because she was actually at work. So she literally left work, came here to fulfill her obligation as student liaison. And so we want to make sure she did not go unrecognized. So I want to introduce Zyra Wallace, who is our student liaison from St. Charles this year.
Woo! Thank you, Zyra. Let's come on up. I have to say, just in the few minutes I got to speak to her, I have to shout Zyra out. She got a full ride to Hampton University. Fantastic. Up and down, up and down. I'll go to the back.
Yes, so I do need a second row. Yes, so find a window. Find a window. See? Yes, no, Zyra, you're perfect. There you go. Mr. Hancock, will you step out to the side just a tad? Perfect. Okay, all right. Look here. Can we see that? Please, look here.
Thank you all for hanging in there with us. We are running about an hour behind, but it's okay. We're going to make up some time. All right, next up, we have public forum. I believe we have 3 speakers. Mr. Schwartz.
I will read the rules for public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief, to the point, and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. When appropriate, CCPS staff may address the speaker's concerns directly. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations: personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. Our first speaker this evening is Kevin Gibson.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Gibson. I teach at Henry Lackey High School, and I have a second grader at Craig Elementary. At last week's county commissioner meeting, although the commissioners are funding the school board at a markedly higher level than last year, there was a considerable focus on class size changes for next school year. As a parent, I think it's important to take a moment to reflect on the data which staff presented to you at the March 11th board meeting. On the Winter I-Ready assessment, 62% of fourth graders, 62% of fifth graders, and 63% of eighth graders were reading below grade level. Unless students have special educational needs, the eighth grade is the last time we assess reading levels. I suspect, though, if we assessed in high school, we would find a continuation of this trend. Our class sizes are too big in the early years when our students are learning to read. Ideally, our elementary classes would have less than 20 students when they're learning to read. Instead, they have more, sometimes 30 or more students in a room. Talking about increasing class size disadvantages our struggling learners. The superintendent's proposed budget includes a budget reduction of $1 million by adjusting the staffing ratios in fourth and fifth grades. If the change results in a budget reduction, my conclusion is that it means an increase in class size. In the 4th grade, last year, on the Winter iReady assessment, 25% of students were reading 2 or more grade levels below. That same cohort, in this year's 5th grade, the number of students reading 2 or more grade levels below has increased to 35%. I think increasing class size in the 4th and 5th grade when reading levels are trending down for our most struggling readers is a disservice to their potential for the remainder of their educational experience when accessing knowledge becomes an increasingly independent activity based on reading. The proposed budget also includes a reduction of $800,000 through staff ratio adjustments at the middle and high school. Part of the stated mission of the Charles County Public Schools is to provide an academically challenging, quality education. I can tell you, increasing class size at middle and high school does not equal a more academically challenging education. At the same time, high schools are cutting non-completed classes with less than 15 students, thus reducing students' academic choices. As a parent, the choices being made at the Board of Education are unclear, and the efforts you're making to improve reading levels is unknown. But I can tell you, parents would like to know what choices are being made about class sizes, what directions are being given to building principals, and why. If there's enough money for this year's class sizes, then next year, when we're getting more money, how is it possible that class sizes are changing? Because the bottom line is the majority of our students are struggling to read. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Nia Banks.
Good evening.
I'm Nia Banks with the Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 689. We represent some of the contracted school bus drivers and attendants. Since late 2021, when Charles County's contracted school drivers stood up for themselves and walked off the job in a wildcat strike, we as ATU Local 689 have negotiated 21 new collective bargaining agreements with transit contractors from Loudoun County, Virginia, all the way up to Towson, Maryland. These collective bargaining agreements brought wage increases, better benefits, and respect on the job for 15,000 plus transit workers covered by those collective bargaining agreements. Since April and May of 2022, when we won union elections at 9 school bus contractors in Charles County, our members have fought hard to win fair contracts and fix the broken school bus contracting system. Other workers were successful in unionizing the school bus workforces across Maryland. Some school bus unions that have formed in 2022 are already negotiating their second collective bargaining agreement. And within that same time, between 2022 and now, we've organized hundreds more transit workers into our own union. We're proud that many of the employees that our transit workers, members, give the best years of their lives to have recognized that working with their employers is better than working against them. Employees, I'm sorry. This brings me to Charles County now. Of the 9 contractors that we won elections at, 1 chose to close his business down rather than continue to work with a unionized workforce. After sending bargaining notices and meetings with all of the contractors, only 3 contractors have agreed to bargain with us. Many outright refuse to even answer union correspondence. 6 have pending unfair labor practice charges, multiple, in fact, filed with the National Labor Relations Board, and our members still face retaliation for union involvement. The Charles County Board of Education has allowed this Wild West approach to school bus contracting, and our members offer collaborative approaches where union workers would be treated with the same respect the CCBOE treats the School Bus Contractors Association. But instead, the school board simply changed its contracts with contractors to hide its direct role in governing how this bus system really works. So why are we here tonight? Contractors take in millions of taxpayer subsidies while their workers scrape by. The contractors of Charles County have formed a union that they pay dues to represent themselves and their interests while simultaneously discouraging their workers from doing the same. Contractors can afford to retire at a decent age, while our members have worked for the aforementioned contractors for decades and have no real retirement security. And we're here to let you know that we're not going anywhere, but we are running out of options to enforce our members' legally protected rights to collectively bargain fairly with their employers.
Ms. Banks, can you finish up, please?
Yes,
Your
it
3
really
minutes.
doesn't have to be this way. All it would take is a little bit of forethought on the part of the county to recognize that contractors that treat their employees as the enemy probably don't have their best interests at heart, or the county for that matter. I hope this board learns this lesson before it's too late. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Banks.
The next speaker is Brian.
It's totally fine. Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Wyville, also with Amalgamated Transit Union. I'm just here in case we weren't able to make all of the comments previously stated by Naya. I think it's funny and kind of beautiful that we're here on this day today, a day of employee appreciation, a day of recognizing the role of educators, the role of staff, and the role that they play in making the Charles County Public School system work. Honestly, I've been on the Charles County campaign of organizing school bus workers for years now. And it's a campaign that has caused me a lot of soul searching, where I'm constantly asking myself, are we wrong? Are we wrong? Is what we're asking for ridiculous? Is what we're doing crazy? And then ultimately I have to remind myself, no, these are workers that have to fight 25 years to get to the top of the wage scale. These are workers that when everyone else in this region that's a transit worker typically has a 7-year wage progression, they have 5 years between a single jump. And then I have to ask myself, is the reason we are not succeeding right now because we are incapable of succeeding? And as Naya said, no, 15,000 transit workers in this region, covered by 21 different contracts, have negotiated new contracts, sometimes first contracts, with their employers in this region. And the thing that is separating our members right now from success is the fact that there are vicious anti-union retaliation faced by our members. We have members here that honestly, we asked, do you want to speak tonight? And they said, no, I'm afraid. And that is not something any worker in any school system, any worker should deal with. And ultimately, I would let all of you know that we are running out of options to enforce our legal rights to collectively bargain. So you have the opportunity, you have the chance to take this issue seriously. Over the summer, I encourage you to make sure that you're doing everything you can to make sure that the transportation system for this county works, because your workers, who unfortunately do not work directly for you sometimes and are not able to receive the same recognition that the workers that were here today beautifully did, unfortunately, those workers are running out of options. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schwartz. We are going to go a little out of order on the agenda, as previously discussed. Next up, we will have an action item, which will be personnel. Ms. Majors? The motion, yeah. Okay, all right. As she's coming up, the chair will entertain a motion to approve personnel. Moved by Ms. Brenda Thomas, seconded by Ms. Amisha Thomas. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Are you abstaining, Ms. Bella Washington? Oh, no. You in favor? Okay, all right, so it's unanimous. All right, thank you. Ms. Majors?
Good evening, Chairperson Morley, Vice Chairperson Kramer, and all of our board members. I have the pleasure of introducing our newest principal appointments in Charles County Public Schools. So, first, I will highlight Ms. Davida Itsuakor. She joined Charles County Public Schools on July 1st, 2023, as an assistant principal at Matthew Henson Middle School, her current post. She previously served as an AP in Howard County Public Schools for 4 years. Prior to that, she held multiple roles within Howard County, including art team leader, Spanish and French teacher, and coordinator for the Summer Youth Green Jobs program with the Community Action Council of Howard County. I will tell you that Davida Itsuakor worked for 18 years as a Spanish teacher. I wanted to say hola to her tonight.
Is that all your Spanish, Ms. Majors?
So she has held just a number of teaching positions as a Spanish teacher. She started at Eastern High School in Beaver, Ohio. She was there for 4 years. She also worked as a Spanish teacher for Baltimore County Public Schools for 5 years. She was also a world language chairperson there and served as a Spanish teacher and world language chairperson again for Christina School District in Newark, Delaware for 5 years. She started as a Spanish teacher for Howard County Public Schools back in the 1990s. I don't want to date you, but in the 1990s.
1900s.
I won't tell her I was graduating one of my schools. But Miss Itsuakor has a number of educational qualifications. She has her Bachelor of Science degree in Spanish from Towson University. She also holds a master's degree in curriculum and instruction with her administrative certification from McDaniel College. We are just so proud to welcome Davida Itsuakor as the new principal of Mary H. Matula Elementary School for the 2025-2026 school year. She is looking forward to this opportunity to cultivate excellence among students, staff, and the community. Welcome, Ms. Itsuakor.
Congratulations.
Our next principal appointment is none other than Jennifer Posey. Ms. Posey is currently serving as the assistant principal at William B. Wade Elementary School. She has been in that role for 2 years and had the pleasure of recently serving as the acting principal in the late fall. Her prior experience includes serving as AP at Matula Elementary School, so I know she'll be giving Ms. Itsuakor some great advice because she was there for 5 years. She's taught 5th and 3rd grades at Gail Bailey. She was there for 4 years, and she's taught 7th grade at Davis Middle School. And I would say one of her best accolades is Ms. Posey was honored as Teacher of the Year in 2014 when she was at Theodore Davis Middle School. She also has a number of educational qualifications, including her Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education and a Master of Education in Administration and Supervision. And again, they both were from Towson University. You have a lot in common with Ms. Itsuakor. She holds her administrative certification from the Maryland State Department of Education as well. And we are so proud to welcome Ms. Posey as the new principal of Dr. Thomas L. Higdon Elementary School for the 25-26 school year. Ms. Posey is looking forward to utilizing her experience and education to improve the lives of all children. Congratulations, Ms. Posey. And last but certainly not least is Dr. Jasmine Bateman. She is currently serving as the instructional assistant principal at Thomas Stone High School. She also has been there for 2 school years. Previously, she held the position of 11th grade assistant principal at Thomas Stone High School the year before. So she's been there a total of 3 school years. Her prior experience includes serving as a teacher discipline coordinator, working with the College Apprentice Program for Success, and supporting the FSCS After School Enrichment Program. She also held the role of lead teacher for the Extended School Year STARS Academy. And Dr. Bateman has taught 5th and 3rd grade English, 2nd grade, and served as the teacher of climate and culture at Senator Frank Lautenberg School. That's school number 6 in New Jersey. Dr. Bateman holds a Bachelor of Arts in Elementary Education, K through 6, from Delaware State University. She has a Master of Arts degree in Educational Leadership, K through 12, and a Doctorate of Educational Leadership from St. Peter's University in New Jersey. So we have a Jersey girl here. She also has her Administrator 1 and 2 certification from the Maryland State Department of Education. So we are just so proud to welcome Dr. Bateman as the new principal of our first and newest charter school, Phoenix International School of the Arts, also known as PSOTA, where she is committed to maintaining educational standards, implementing educational programs, and evaluating all of their teaching materials. Congratulations, Dr. Bateman, and welcome to you all. We are so happy that you are our 3 new principal appointments. So at this time, I will just give them a minute or two to say a few words.
First, I want to say thank you to the entire board, to Dr. Navarro, to our executive directors, our chief of schools, and also thank you to my family who is in the room. And first and foremost, also thank you to my family that's watching online from New Jersey that could not make it here today. The first thing I like to do is give honor to God, who's the head of my life. I'm sorry, but I am truly honored to accept the role of principal at PSOTA. I appreciate your trust in me, and don't take this, thank you. I didn't think I was gonna cry. And I don't take this responsibility lightly. I come into this role ready to work with our scholars, our staff, our families, and this incredible community. Our scholars deserve the best, and I'm committed to making sure they get it. Every day, every single day that they get it. This is more than just academics. It's about building a space where our students feel seen, where they feel supported, where they feel pushed, and they will reach their fullest potential. I believe in real talk. I believe in real work. I believe in real results. I'm not coming in with all the answers, but I am coming with open ears. I'm coming with an open heart, and I'm coming with a whole lot of commitment. Together, we shall rise at PSOTA, also known as Phoenix International School of the Arts. Thank you so much, board members.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am elated, excited, slightly nervous, but very, very honored to have the opportunity to serve at Metula Elementary School as principal. It has been a long journey in education for me, and I would not trade it for anything. I can't think of anything else that I was called to do. I truly believe that this is my ministry and it is my calling. You know, I started teaching 5 to 8-year-olds in children's church, and now I know why. And now I know why, but they are joy, and they bring me such great joy. I am so excited to have this elementary principalship to add to my repertoire of middle, high school teaching, and I welcome the challenges of this enlarged territory where I will do my best to serve the students, the families, and the entire community of Mary H. Metula Elementary School. Thank you all for the opportunity and for your confidence in me.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
I am so grateful to be given this opportunity. I do want to thank my family and my mentors within CCPS who have supported me and helped me to grow to this point in my career. I am so excited for this next step to lead and to become a part of the wonderful Higdon community. I am eager to meet my new students and families and just have a chance to find out how I can best support them. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Again, many, many congratulations to our stellar administrators who are stepping up to leadership. Leadership is a journey, and we don't always get it right, but we are so happy and just elated that you have the courage to do what is necessary to help support our students in their success. So thank you, everyone, and again, congratulations.
Congratulations, ladies. Welcome. Thank you so much. You want to get a picture? Sure.
get a
They could get a picture with the board.
Oh, sure. Happy to do it. And then board members, we haven't had a break in about 3 hours, a little bit more. Yeah, okay. All right, we'll do a break after this. Yes. I was like, it'll make it a little longer, but people need a bio break. What's another, right? 15 minutes. Yeah. We're not voting, right? Go ahead, Dr.
Do you want Shirley individually or together?
I thought you were going to say that in Spanish. You know.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, Ms. Shelley Mackey, our Director of Communications and Media, is going to present the 2026-2027 school calendar. Welcome, Ms. Mackey.
Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. You've been hanging with us all day. Thank you, Ms. Mackey.
This is the best presentation for last, right? Last on the agenda. So you all know I love the calendar. I could talk about the calendar for hours. So tonight's presentation is an overview of the survey data.
No, you said you could talk about it for hours. I was like, but please don't.
I won't.
Love you, Miss Mackey.
So this presentation is a summary of the recent survey that Charles County Public Schools did on the 26-27 3 draft calendar models. Okay. So if you recall, 3 models were presented to you last month. One was a traditional start. One was a midweek start, one was a post-Labor Day start. The survey questions were allocated to gauge respondent preferences on holiday breaks, parent-teacher conferences, an opinion on delayed openings for students after breaks. The survey was launched for about a 3-week period. It closed this past Friday evening at 11:59. We utilized the same survey platform Charles County Public Schools has used for years through Qualtrics. It gives a really nice data export, shared it multiple ways through social media, through our website, school websites, shared it by email, shared information with our local media outlets for publication. To help respondents in the community digest some of this information a little bit easier, because there were 3 models that were brought forth, our team built a page on our website that had an overview of all of the models. It provided the 12-month model. So if I need to look at summative data, one page, that information was on the website for all 3 models, but as were the 12-month documents. We also provided the information in Spanish as well. So a total of 2,438 individuals within our community completed the survey. I did check this presentation last year for the 25-26 calendar, and we had about 2,000 respondents, so I'm happier to see a little bit of a higher number this year. Majority of our respondents were parents, followed by teachers, Then the data breaks down even further. Support staff, a small number of students. We had some administrators, and then I think last year we had 13 community members, so I was excited to see 57 this year. So I'm going to dive into the questions. Each slide has a question and then a data chart. This question gauged respondents on what model they preferred, right? Respondents could only pick one choice. Overwhelmingly, 47% traditional start. Option number 2, midweek, 37%. Option 3, 15% for that post-Labor Day start model. The slide has some graphics, some visuals where you can see where those percentages lie when it comes to looking at a visual element. So question number 2, if you chose, and this was a question for those who selected, their preference was the post-Labor Day model, right? Because we know with that post-Labor Day start model that the school year is going to end a little bit later, and maybe we take a look at shortening some breaks to tighten that model up. So if I chose, I preferred this particular model, I received this question. So respondents said in order they would look at shortening winter break, 32%, taking a look at maybe shortening spring break, 29%, but then 39% were okay with this model going through the end of June, with students attending through the end of June, teachers working through the end of June. Question number 3, if I'm a parent, the very first question was IMA, and I had to identify my role as the survey taker, right? So if I selected parent, I received this question: will any of the calendar models affect your child care needs? 79% of our parents said no, while 21% said yes. The chart here, if yes, which model, the survey respondent was to ask or to provide which model. And you see some of our comments are here. This is a direct screenshot from the results. You see a respondent here. Every time school is out, it affects child care needs. Traditional model, all models, option 2 and 3. And I think this is, depending upon what your parenting needs are and your schedule, all 3 models could impact your schedule, all 3 models could not. So there's a couple of respondents said no. So this question was for our teachers and administrators, and it was to gauge their support of the midweek start calendar model, because again, we would have teachers come back 3 days earlier than normal in a traditional model. 32% said they supported this particular model. They would come back to work 3 days earlier on a Wednesday, while 29% said they did not support this model, and 28% said they didn't prefer this model at all. Question number 4, it's the same midweek start calendar model gauge, but on the parent perspective. So if I selected I'm a parent in the beginning, then I was prompted to take this question, or to complete this question, if you will. 46% of our parents said yes, they would be support of their child returning to school 3 days earlier in August, while 15% said no, and we had 40% who said they did not prefer this model. So the data is kind of split on some of these questions, right? So for our students, same question. Do they want to come back 3 days earlier in August? 50% said yes, 27% said no, 23% said they did not prefer the midweek start calendar model. And if you recall that slide I shared in the beginning about our number of student respondents, we had about 65 students. So this is a representative of the student voice. Maybe it's not capturing all of the student voice, but it is good data to take a look at. Question 5, this was a question for all respondents about that traditional model, because in that model, schools are open on election day, and it does include a 2-week winter break. So 62% of respondents said they like this model, while 23% said they don't like this model, and 15% said they don't really have an opinion on this model. Question 6, same gauge, do I like this model? Do I not like this model? But they were asked, the respondent was asked about that midweek start model, where we have students and teachers come back on a Wednesday as opposed to a Monday. 47% like this model, 38% do not like this model, 15% didn't have an opinion on the midweek start model. So post-Labor Day, how do you feel about the post-Labor Day start model, considering its impact and challenges as if the school system were to implement this particular model? 19% said they liked this model, 74% did not like this model, 7% had no opinion on the post-Labor Day model. So question number 8, this was a question and a topic that The calendar committee, if you recall my presentation last month, included some teachers. And there was discussion about, hey, let's look at maybe building in a 2-hour delayed arrival after a long break. Whether it would be a teacher planning time or whatnot, let's gauge the community and see what their interests would be. 74% of survey respondents said they would be in support of it, while 26% said they would not be in support of it. Question number 9. This is really, the next 2 questions were data that I was looking at from a communications perspective as well as a calendar author. You know, the calendar is a document that comes out of the Office of Communications, but it is utilized consistently. And a committee member said, why don't you ask about the, what's your primary use for the calendar? And I thought that's a great question. So 34% of our respondents take a look at the calendar. They're looking at when school starts and when school ends. 32% is looking at the flow of the calendar. 28 holiday breaks, events listed 4%. Other was just 1% for the particular calendar. Then the next question is, how often do you utilize it as a reference tool? Anytime we change the calendar mid-year like we had this year, right, our last day of school shifted with inclement weather, our office always gets those calls, well, the printed calendar has the last day of this, but your website says this, and I have to say, well, we print that parent handbook calendar in August annually. We keep our mobile app updated. We keep our website updated. So I thought, let's pull a question on here to find out how often people are utilizing this important document. 31% of our respondents said they utilize our calendar daily. 43% said weekly. 25% said monthly, and then 26 individuals really hurt my feelings and said never. So question 11, if I'm a parent, if I chose in the very beginning, I'm a parent completing the survey, was to gauge the usage of that additional parent-teacher conference day. If you recall, there was always a parent-teacher conference day built into the calendar models in the fall, and these 3 models coming forward have one built into the spring. So 65% of respondents, our parents, said that they would utilize that those dates to meet with their child's teachers, while 15% said no, and 20% said undecided. So the next 2 slides have some summative data. You know, one of the questions was at the end, what other suggestions would you offer as the board considers the calendar options? I will read through these very quickly. I feel like we see some of these comments on calendar surveys consistently. I tried to pick the ones that I would see most often. Traditional models, more feasible. A lot of select a model that puts the least amount of stress on educators. The addition of asynchronous days. We have some community members who recall that Wednesday asynchronous day that we had built in our calendar during COVID. Adding a mental health day per quarter. One of our teachers said the length of breaks is a priority for them. Add a break in October. Fall with no break for teachers is exhausting. We have a lot of folks who like that 2-week winter break and that full week of spring break. There was a lot of support this year in the comments on, there was some for closing on Veterans Day. I saw a lot open for early dismissal on Fair Day. Consider looking at a year-round school model, the reduction of early dismissal days, align calendar with surrounding neighboring counties. That's not a new comment that we have read before. Add an additional snow days. A lot of support for add 2-hour early dismissals on Friday. So as a parent, I'm looking at, or even a teacher as well, I know that that early dismissal is going to be on a Friday. Why change what works? Keep the current model, which is where that traditional model falls, right? Parents love the idea of a spring conference day, 2-week winter break. Some feel it's not necessary. There's support for us to move to the educational hour model versus days in school. Additional long weekends for teachers. One of the models, if you recall, has where we close the school system completely for election day. A couple of respondents said it's not worth the extra cost. Add a full teacher planning day after a return from winter break. A few respondents also noted, typically our calendar, we try to align our spring breaks with Calvert and St. Mary's, where we have spring break come the week prior to Easter. A lot of support in the open-ended comments on the survey as moving it to the week after Easter. So CCPS being closed Good Friday and then being closed the following week after Easter, right? So it would really flip that break. A lot of comments in support of flipping our spring break around in the calendar. The next step is here. I came to you in February and talked about the calendar committee convening and, gathered some parameters and explained some of the calendar planning process. Last month was really the initial information item. This month I'm here to present survey data, answer any questions that you may have, and then the board next month is set to act on the calendar following that traditional, 3 presentation model. So I'm sharing that just as a review for the board as well as the general public. So now I'm jumping into questions and any identified next steps that you all may have for me in my role with the calendar.
This is such a task every year, and you really are very detail oriented when it comes to the calendar. So I just appreciate that and this feedback, incorporating a lot of the suggestions and things that you hear from the survey. I just wanted to address some of the comments that you put on the last couple of slides, because a lot of these things, like you said, we've heard before, but obviously we have new parents that come in at different points, and so they may not, be aware, but particularly things like asynchronous, we've talked about that multiple times. That's not a decision that we can make because the state currently doesn't allow that. So just wanted to point that out. I know there's some support amongst the board for that as well, but our hands are tied at this point. So, just wanted to mention that. Looking at one mental health day per quarter, it looks like I think it was a traditional model that we do have a day off every month. So maybe that person missed that or what have you. We have conflicting things between keep 2-week winter break, and then there's someone that said, I don't know how many people said they didn't think the 2-week break was necessary, but that's not, in general, from what I recall, the survey has always been overwhelmingly in support of the 2-week winter break. So, but that doesn't mean that that's everybody's preference. But, obviously, just want to say that that's definitely been a question that's come up before, probably every year that I can recall that we've been here, and it's usually always been the favorable response has been in favor of the 2-week winter break. So just wanted to address a couple of those things. So thank you again for the work that you've done.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Just briefly, yes, echo my colleagues' kudos in terms of thank you for all the work. Always appreciate hearing from the community in terms of what's preferable. I think this may be the first year where we've surveyed educators and wanted to get a sense of how the calendar impacts them. But correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Mackey.
So typically when we do a calendar survey, we open it to the entire community. And we usually do have a response preference of I'm a teacher. So this year we, and I think last year maybe as well, we kind of pulled that data to where I could say if I'm a support staff member or if I'm a certificated staff member. This year I just think it said support teacher and then administrator, because there's different wants and maybe desires when it comes to the calendar for those particular roles, right?
Thank you for that. So I stand corrected. Maybe I'm just more attuned to it this year. But I did want to inquire about Election Day. I don't know that we're having an election in 2027, but correct me if I'm wrong. Because this is for the 2026-2027 school year.
This would be in 2026.
In 2026 for November, correct. Okay.
November.
Okay, I've already jumped up. I was like, well, wait, what's happening in 2027? Nothing, because the election is in 2026.
Honestly, some of the, and I don't mean to interrupt your question or comment, but when we first started to push the survey out, I saw a lot of comments on social media on our page specifically about there's no Thanksgiving break, there's no time off, and I thought maybe they're looking at the wrong models. And what I realized is in the summative one-page document, I didn't put a particular bullet point that said these 3 days are closed. So we fixed that on our website very quickly. I had a few folks reach out to me as well and said, hey, your model's wrong. And when you hear those words, I'm like, you know, you start to panic a little bit because many different eyes looked at the models before we brought them here to you all last month, right? And they were looking at next year's calendar. So we tried to put on our website that next year's calendar had already been approved. But that's really for, you know, coming up on 25, 26. So there is an election day in November.
And I think, yes, my apologies, I was conflating. I just sent my family holds for 25, 26. And that, of course, 25, 26 ends in like June, July.
Yeah.
Versus 25, 26, 27 would begin whenever we decide the school year begins.
Right.
My apologies. It's been a long day.
Yes, no.
It's been a long day.
I understand. And it's a lot of information to absorb when it comes to the calendar. And when you're looking at 3 different models, it can be a lot.
Can you finish, Ms. Mackey? Could you remind me, Ms. Mackey, when we talked about, because we talked a lot about schools being closed on Election Day because they're used as polling sites. So what would that look like then?
So in 2 of the models, we have schools closed for students and teachers, I believe. But we would have the community members coming in and using them for polling sites. I think we have 25 or 26 facilities that are used for voting.
Okay.
We also have a model, I think, where students are out and teachers are working possibly, and it's a professional development day built in for staff.
Okay.
And then one of the models we have where it's a full system closure, where we would look at overtime for some of our building service folks that would come in. And then I think, share last month where right now, AFSCME staff have a floating holiday that's identified in their contract, and typically it's been applied previously at either spring break or winter break, and we've since applied it to Veterans Day because the system is closed moving forward, or at least for next year's calendar, right, for Veterans Day. So there would be the thought process, and it would have to be negotiated if we were going to move forward in 26, 27 calendar model and keep Veterans Day as a system closure, but then also look at closing the system for Election Day. That would be a consideration as well, right?
Okay.
Maybe negotiating an additional holiday for AFSCME, which has a cost to it as well.
Yeah. So when we say schools are open, then no model is school open for students on Election Day.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify because I saw that and it confused me a little bit.
Yeah.
I just want to point out question number 8, 74% support the 2-hour delayed arrival, the first day back after an extended holiday break. I know, of course, no delayed opening or early, dismissal comes without some kind of cost, which we would have to consider. I did see a comment on slide number 7 about other languages other than Spanish. I don't know if that would be difficult for us to implement, or if there's a huge demand, or if that's kind of a, I don't want to exclude anyone, but is that a practical
So
consideration?
I had a meeting prior to today's board meeting with one of our vendors who, is our mass communication tool. And right now in that platform, we utilize it for English and Spanish communication. And we had a discussion about our top 5 languages. And it has been a long day, so I don't want to sit here and say, oh, these are our top 5 languages. I checked with Ms. Hoffman probably about 6 months ago. Okay. And I think it was English, Spanish, French maybe was in the top 6, Vietnamese, and Urdu. And looking at us and try to find a way to send at least all of our print communications and our top few languages would incur some kind of a cost because we'd have to have a translation fee. And obviously a printing like the parent handbook calendar, I think every year I have maybe 3,000 printed in Spanish as opposed to 40,000 in English, right? But they fly out of our office very quickly as well in July and August. But we do have some tools right now that administrators and teachers can use and parents can use for 2-way communication. It's a platform called Talking Points.
Okay.
While it doesn't translate versions of documents that if I am a principal and I'm sending a flyer home for my PTO meeting that's coming up on that Friday, it won't translate the document itself, but it will the text, the message that is sent. So we are branching out for different languages. But as it relates to the calendar, we haven't branched out past English and Spanish, but we do have the capability of doing so.
Okay.
And I did see that particular comment as well. It was on the question about the childcare needs, right? And I thought, oh, okay, they're using this space to provide this. So that was an interesting data point for me to see.
Okay, and I know we can't do all the things all the time, but,
Right.
you know, and maybe if feasible, if we could start maybe electronically or, you know, because as our population changes and expands.
Right.
You know, I'd imagine there'll be an increased demand. And the last quick question, the students, were they sent this through Student View as well?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
grades 6 through 12 through Synergy Mail.
Okay.
And, you know, and I am excited to at least have a handful
I
of
know.
students who gauge some kind of opinion. And if they recognize they're not looking at next year's calendar, they're looking at 2 years from now, right? So I was excited to see some response from our students.
And that's all we can do is just keep offering it and, you know.
Right.
You know
And
what I
hope
mean?
they complete it.
Right, absolutely. Oh, one question, yes.
I just have a question on the slide with question 10, and you talk about how people are using the calendar once published and distributed. Given the cost of printing calendars, and every year when I had 4 kids, I got 4 calendars, right? So they would pass them out in book bags to every kid in the classroom, and then I'm like, I don't need 4 calendars. I was like, I went to send them back, like, take them and give them to somebody else. But I just thought, you know, have you thought about us going to a purely digital and not printing them, or a printing less and saying it's digital, and if you want one, you can request one. 2 reasons for a cost savings, but also because when we do have these changes, then people are a little confused as to which one they should be looking at. And it's just simply a question, not for you to answer right now, but just, you know, in the future as we look for ways that we can reduce our costs, or, you know, just printing less, because we do have families that have multiple children, and I'm pretty sure if you have multiple children, you too have gotten several calendars instead of just getting one. And so it's just a thought.
So I will tell you that every year we are recycling copies that are stored in our warehouse. Last year we were very close to running out because I was trying to be a little more reserved in what I was ordering, because the calendar production, the print process cost us about $40,000. And it jumped really in price double right after COVID because the cost of paper shot up. But the volume of calls and emails that I get from July through October for calendar requests, I would really want to do, I hate to say survey people, but I would really want some data behind that decision to just say, hey, we're going to eliminate a paper copy. But I get 2 copies that first day of school for my kids, and I am honestly tired of looking at it because I review it. I'm the main editor of the Parent Handbook Calendar, and by the time it goes to print, I've read it maybe 15 times front to back. But there are ways to look at and maybe gauging the community about an easier way to download. I know 3 years ago, our team instituted, it could be longer than 3 years, but you can download it to, if I'm an iPhone user, I have the iCal. And on our website, the way it's built in, I can further download if my child's schools, I have an elementary or middle schooler, if I have a child at all 3 levels, there is the ability to download those school calendars. Or you can go to our app and pick your preference for the calendar. So my hope is in the next 2 to 3 years to redesign our mobile app and make it more parent-friendly and add push notifications so that our community members actually utilize it, because it's not a well-utilized tool at this point. And I think that would cut back on some of our need for having that paper copy. But I do still think we have a large part of our community, and again, I would want to get data behind it, who like having that paper copy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again, Ms. Mackey. Very much appreciated. As a reminder, board members, we're scheduled to vote on this at the June meeting.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Next up is correspondence, and I know we've pushed this twice, so let us go. We'll start with Ms. Butler Washington. Next time is going to be long too. Yeah. Yeah, and sorry, it's primarily for NSBA. Yeah.
I enjoyed everything. I'm passing it on.
Really, Susan? Yes.
It was wonderful.
No, what did we do? Oh, the
So what did we do?
national.
Where was I?
The NSBA.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We attended that conference, and it was wonderful. I'll share one thing. I went to a lot of workshops, and the one that I want to talk about briefly is, sorry, I had it up. Well, I did a couple of things, but I'm gonna keep it short. Let's see. Hold on, folks. So the National Education Association did a presentation on the future of education, and they talked about one of the things that I thoroughly enjoyed. In short, hold on. Sorry, people. Sorry, folks. It's been a long night. Leveling up, building future-ready graduates, and they talked about the portraits of a graduate. I'll be sharing that with you, Dr. Navarro, because it was awesome. A lot of what they talked about were not only academic skills, but soft skills and what the workforce is looking for. So my whole track that I kind of stuck to when I went to the conference was CTE. I went to actually visited a school in Atlanta, and Dr. Smalls. That was awesome. They had a lot of programs. Shared that with Dr. Navarro as well. But basically, that particular workshop that I attended, the portrait of a graduate, awesome framework to prepare kids to go out into the real world. So thank you.
Thank you. Miss, we can just keep, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. A couple things. One, I also attended Portrait of Graduate, which I thought was awesome, but since my colleague has talked about that, I will not talk about that. But one of the things that I did attend several sessions, and the sessions that I attended, I was kind of all over the place with the different things, even though there is a track. I tried to look at things that were about policy, that are about the role of board within the school system. And I attended a session that I would like to highlight, and it was a session with Compton, a charter school in Compton, California, and they use data to drive how they evaluate their teachers. We often talk about looking at students and how they're performing, but they were deliberate about looking at the data. And they kind of had a philosophy that was like, in 3 years, if your students are above level and you consistently have 3 years of non-performance, then they move you somewhere else. They don't allow you to stay. And I know that that's going to be inflammatory. Some teachers out there are like, wait a minute, so teachers don't come for me. But I just thought it was interesting to see how they linked the performance of the students with the performance of the levels of a teacher. So if you're a new teacher, you may get more time. But if you're a certificated teacher, they were like, you're certificated, we expect to see a certain level of, your children performing. And so looking at the metrics, and they said, maybe this is not the grade for you, or maybe this is not the subject for you. And so it was very interesting, the philosophy that they use. And because of that, they saw high performance with their students and their ability to be performing at grade level or above in the core subjects. And so it was very interesting to look at their data, and I will share with Dr. Navarro. I'm not at all suggesting that we, have, some kind of philosophy where we're getting rid of teachers because they're not performing, but I do think it does suggest looking at that data and trying to use that data to refine the optimal place for a teacher, maybe, or just using it to help us advance teachers where they may need to be more advanced, or supporting teachers where they may need to be supported. So it was just very interesting that they utilize that for all of their students' success, right? It was really like, at the end of the day, student success, and how do we promote that, and looking at the adults around them and saying, what are the metrics that really matter, that we really need to look at? I was particularly interested in that as we talk about what we're going to do with our strategic plan, and also as we look at what kind of data metrics that we want to be transparent about with the public, with our parents, because we talk often about reading levels and whether kids are performing or not performing, and we often talk about it's not one-dimensional. it is something where we look at a report card, we look at, test scores, but we also look at other things. And so just trying to make sure that we're using data to paint the proper picture of what our students need, where the gaps are, and how we can address them. So it was an awesome, it was an awesome presentation to attend. The other thing is I would like to thank T.C. Martin for the town hall that we had. But I would also like to thank Ms. Dela Cruz at T.C. Martin for inviting me to their PTO meeting. Though I was traveling on the road, I still stopped on the side of the road and attended their PTO meeting, which was really good. And I say that to say that, in my district, in District 1, we said it on the Charles County Public Schools Town Hall, we are all looking to engage. We're looking for feedback and suggestions, and I'm asking those in my district or across the district-wide, if you have things that you'd like to, like suggestions, we are all here, and we are welcoming, more of your suggestions. I love that the town hall meeting we had a lot of participants. What was it, over 400?
It ended up being over 5, you said, Dr. Nova, over 500?
500 participants in our town hall, and the chat room was lit. I mean, we might as well have little martinis in the chat room, right?
Yeah.
It was just so many people going back and forth that it was great to engage, and so I like to keep that engagement up, and I'll end there. Thank you.
Speaking of, we don't have any scheduled, so that's something for us to consider, for a future agenda item to, schedule additional town halls. All right, thank you. Ms. Brenda Thomas.
I also went to the conference in Atlanta. I was happy when we got the 2025 Mega Award.
Oh, the MAGA, yes.
Yeah. I mean, we were one out of 3.
Yes,
I think
we
it
won
was,
for
yes.
the
So
big school
that.
district, yeah.
Also, our security, Mr. Starter, and you guys presenting.
Yeah, the presentation.
The presentation for that. I enjoyed that. Learned a lot myself when I went to that. Let's see. The National Connection of Joint Council. Had that with the luncheon there, and I'm gonna move it to the next one.
Thank you, Ms.
All right, I will endeavor to be brief. Let me start by saying that. I appreciate the fact that we have a county and a community that supports its board in being professionally developed. Similar to how we support our educators in being professionally developed, ensuring that we have colleagues who are attending sessions, learning from colleagues, but also bringing forward the promising practices, the things that we are finding to be working in our county to share with other jurisdictions as well. So I really appreciate that about this county. I'll start by saying Friday we had a visit, or I had a visit to Burgess Peterson Academy in Atlanta. They are a Title I school that is doing some phenomenal things. They have strategically transformed their student outcomes over the past decade. So these are some of the most students who are in poverty, students who have a number of challenges, but they are continuing to raise the bar for those students, and those students are excelling. So definitely wanted to see kind of what that magic is and what we can bring back to further grow our county. They also have the International Baccalaureate Primary Years Program World School in that school, which has also dramatically increased their gifted student population, as well as doubled enrollment and built the culture that fosters excellence, engagement, and equity. They have a transdisciplinary learning program to support their students in being globally minded. They've had a number of increased achievement around literacy instruction. So I know we heard earlier during public forum kind of needing to figure out some different strategies that we can do here specifically around literacy. So curious to see what we could beg, borrow, and steal from one of our sister schools in Atlanta. Also, they have very firm student goal setting initiatives. They have signature family engagement events to reignite the community engagement. For them, SEL practices is not a program, it's a culture. Had an opportunity to spend some time in a classroom and to see, the educators sort of working on the board, but also the students were engaging in a way that was just phenomenal. So a student got an answer right, and the entire class erupted. It was good job, Jacob. And this is fifth grade. Mostly when you get to that age, it's kind of I don't really want to, engage in that way, but it was phenomenal to see. We also attended the Rural Education Breakfast and had an opportunity to connect with other jurisdictions across the country that also have rural schools. I attended the NEA session that focused on navigating the federal education landscape, providing key policy updates specifically around impacts given the federal changes on that level. Their presentation was termed Death by a Thousand Paper Cuts. And I thought that was fairly interesting just in terms of the changes that were happening on the federal level, the cuts to programs, the impact to locals. NEA did share a number of lawsuits that they were engaged in supporting states and bringing forward. But I think it was just eye-opening in terms of some of the policy changes and kind of seeing the eyes around the room, realizing kind of what's happening on that level and how it begins to trickle down to the local level. Two things that I'll wrap up my comments by sharing. At the National Joint Council's Luncheon, we had a phenomenal presentation by Dr. Guldi Muhammad, who is the professor of literacy, language, and culture at the University of Illinois at Chicago, who talked about genius, justice, and joy, specifically the critical hope for the future of education and how we're thinking about reframing education. A few of the key points that I took away from that, things that I think we're doing here, but some things we can also learn. They mentioned opening board meetings with joy and going beyond just student assessment data. So thinking about like the students we just celebrated here this evening, that's a part of the joy that we already do. But they did mention involving local university researchers and scholars to talk about what's new in education so that we're constantly staying on the cutting edge of what's happening in the field of education and what we can bring here to the county. They asked for youth to report out at the board meetings. Think about how you're unearthing the genius in your county, as well as allowing school board members to teach one another, which essentially is what we do when we go to these conferences, because we're all going to different sessions and we're all trying to teach each other about the information that we gathered. Last point is just a quick shout out to the Charles County delegation. Again, all of my fellow board members on constantly seizing opportunities to bring forward the good things that are happening in Charles County to, again, share on that national stage. Speaking about the national stage, wanting to give a shout out to our board chair, Ms. Nanjemoy Lee, and congratulate her on her ascension to the National Council of Black School Board Members that is also a part of NSBA. I think that's a great opportunity to, again, showcase the talent that we have here, bring forth solutions that for issues that we're still grappling with in Charles County, but also to kind of bring back solutions to us as well. So kudos to you on that ascension.
Thank you very much. Dr. Smalls.
Okay, I'll make it quick because my colleague just said she summed all of mine up.
She did a wonderful job.
But the biggest thing was the conference about joy and bringing joy in the classrooms through the books, through reading, and they actually gave out books as well, so that was cool. And then the other one was when they talked about looking at things from a different lens. They gave different examples of, you can look at it one way, but it's a whole different picture. And so for me, it's just not being judgmental. Think before you speak. Think before you react. What you may be seeing and may not be so. So don't be so quick to move. And then the other thing is going to the school, one of the schools. And the biggest thing for me is, yes, the education piece is there, but just adding different things, maybe being a realtor, things like that. So I know we saw some different things, but it gave me more thought on what we could add to different schools, not just, we can teach them about income taxes or different things like that, not just the basics of doing hair or things like that, but just expanding out our vision for these children, not just the older ones, but also the younger ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Small. Mr. Hancock?
I've debated whether to say anything or not, but I will. I did not attend an SBA, unfortunately, but did attend the town hall at T.C. Martin and the town hall that we held virtually system-wide. And I do want to touch on the T.C. Martin town hall a little bit. I want to start off by saying, we as board members, we're here to help. That's our job, is to interact with members of our community. If there's an issue, please reach out to us. We all want to fix issues. There's a way to do that that's the correct way, and there's a way to do that that's not the right way. And attacking staff members in our system is not the right way to do that. There were some things that happened at that T.C. Martin Town Hall where emotions really ran high. And I want to commend both Dr. Jones and our superintendent for handling that appropriately. But in the future, that that doesn't help fix anything, because that is kind of what takes center stage. We don't even see the problem that was initially brought to us at that point. So you're not really helping your cause. And I'm not saying this to point a finger or be judgmental, because, look, I work for, as Ms. Thomas said, that's our district. I work for those people. They're the ones that voted for me. It's my job to listen to them. So I'm saying this out of a kind place in my heart. I can't speak for anybody on this board but myself, but I think we're all in agreement. I want to help. I believe there's issues there that need to be fixed and need to be addressed, but please go about it the right way. You know, hopefully we can put that behind us and continue to work to see the best in our community. And always remember, our children, they learn from us. They learn by watching us. A child does not come into this world knowing much of anything, let alone how to treat somebody. Those are behaviors that are learned. If we as adults can't show, at the very minimum, decent behavior, we certainly can't expect that from our children. And I just want to close on that. Thank you.
Vice Chair. Very well said, Mr. Hancock, and I agree with you. Before I give my NSBA updates, I just wanted to ask Dr. Navarro if she could give some clarification on something that we've kind of heard a lot about in the community recently about for next year's budget impacts, and Mr. Gibson actually, who spoke tonight, brought it up as well, about the expected increased class sizes next year, and potential elimination of some classes that may be smaller than 15 students. And I think there's just a lot of ambiguity and, quite honestly, probably some misinformation as well. So if you wouldn't mind, Dr. Navarro, if you can just provide some clarification on that.
Sure. Sure. So as you guys know, when we get into difficult budgetary times, we have to prioritize the use of our resources, and we have to do it in a way that, for me, has the least impact on student learning, on staff, on programs in the school system. So one of the things that that we do is we look at staffing at the district level, and this is an exercise in budgets. And so, when we release staffing to schools, we tend to release as a 1.0 unit. We don't release like 0.5s or 0.75s or 0.25s. So what we did is an analysis, right? Karen and I sit and say, okay, where can we show savings? Because I think the commissioners are saying, how are you utilizing your funds? You heard earlier an update on what have we done for the blueprint? How have we utilized that funding and kind of our progress forward? So I am always eager to talk about the work that collectively the school system has done and does every single day to really impact student learning, and that's the work of our staff. So when we sat and said we have to be able to show what are some of the areas that we can sort of trim and think about, staffing is one of them. Now people think that what that means is that you're going to immediately look at all class sizes to be impacted. And so what we do is we do an exercise where we go through first and foremost and count butts and seats. In every single class in our scheduling right now, what does it look like across, every grade level in the school system has about 2,000 kids. Break them up in classes of the ratios, 20 to 25. How many kids are literally sitting in classes in every single class? And we did an exercise where we got rid of, and I think I shared this exercise. We did not look at specialized classes, so a lot of our special ed classes are small for a reason. And we looked at the distribution of all kid classes, and we said, for example, if there's a ratio of one teacher to 25 students, the question is, what is the full range of all the sections that are opened at that time? And we saw that we had some room where we have, you think everybody is at 25. You hear from a lot of people that are at 27, 26, but you don't hear from everybody that's at 19, 18, 17. We still staff an FTE because you can't really, you have to be able to give a full number. So we looked at that ratio and we said, where do we feel comfortable that we can look at system-wide the courses and try with these averages not to impact as many places as we can to as we deliver as we take some savings that we need to do. And we looked at schools that are Title I schools at the elementary level for 4th and 5th grade. We kept them whole, and then we looked at other schools and looked at what does it mean to add one more student to the ratio or one more a student to the class ratios. How much would that change the average class sizes? So that's what you see at the elementary level. At the secondary level, you also see an increase of average class size. And then you also see us taking a look at if you have a class that's not a special ed course, and it's not an intervention course, and it has less than 15 kids, what we asked principals to do is to come forward and bring those classes to us so that we can go through a process of saying, will we run a class that's less than 15 students? What a lot of people have heard is we will not run any classes that are less than 15 kids, and I think there was something I also heard that said we will not run any classes that are AP that have less than 15 kids. That's not what we said to staff, and so we just have to be able to, and principals have to help me communicate the right messages. There will be a process that we will look at classes and make sometimes some tough decisions if the classes don't yet reach 15, but that doesn't automatically mean that there won't be any classes, again, not taking special ed out, that will be under 15. There will be. There may not be as many sections, but this is part of the challenging work of when we have limited resources. I would be fine coming back to the board, showing what is the actual changes, and I think we need to anyways, what is the actual changes that will be impacted in terms of average class sizes across the district and the distribution, because everybody knows I'm a math teacher, so mean and mode are important and they're different terms. And then what it means. I am not hiding away from the fact that we got to take some cuts, folks. We are not going to be right now, we're not scheduled to be fully funded. And those are the difficult decisions, and when Karen comes forward next month, I think, or maybe at the work session? Okay, so in a week, we will also highlight for you, I know, less than that. TikTok. Yeah, don't forget everybody, you have to have your PowerPoints in tomorrow. But we will need to come back to you and tell you what the impacts are if we don't get all the asks. And that's a reality that we're in. I very much appreciated the advocacy that EACC put out there to our commissioners, because they need to hear from the people that are going to be mostly impacted, which is our staff in schools. But there are some difficult decisions to be made. The board earlier, and actually they have action items, to take some funds from our one-time funding sources to offset some of these deficits. And I would encourage the board to do that, knowing very well that I have to think about the financial stability of the school system moving forward. But we will need to go into our fund balance and bring it down, because we have to make up some deficits. And the number one thing that I have always said is, if we have tentative agreements, whatever else, we've got to fund them. That has to be our priority. Our people are our number one priority, and that has to get funded. And so then it's my job with all of my staff to figure out the other things that come after that and impact the least amount that I can the learning environments. But make no mistake, we are entering financially difficult times.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. I appreciate that explanation. So more to come, I guess.
Yes.
On the details. Okay, thank you. So I'll give some updates from NSBA. I won't repeat anything that my colleagues have said in the interest of time, but except one thing. I want to just highlight again that CCPS won the Magna Award for mental health services, the expansion of mental health services, and I don't think that can be overstated, what an honor that was. And thanks again to Dr. Blanchard and Ms. Lugo and the whole team for all their hard work, and for everyone who worked on preparing the application for submission. I understand that was an undertaking, so we appreciate everybody who participated in that. And I just want to say that, going to these national conferences, not only helps us to be developed, as board members and to become, more knowledgeable about the education industry overall, but also gives us an opportunity to see how we match up to our peers around the country. And I think, as Ms. Smith said, to kind of learn from them. And then this year, especially, we had an opportunity for them to learn from us. And I just think that's the give and take, and that's what makes going to these conferences so great. So one of the sessions that I enjoyed the most is a session I attended on delivering high quality special education in budget challenges. So I've typed up my summary, Dr. Navarro, finally, and I will send it over to you. Learned some great sort of creative allocation strategies on how to use your funding, when in tight budget times, where it comes to special education. And so I'm pleased to be able to bring back those resources for principals and some suggestions for professional development that's going to help benefit Charles County Public Schools. And I found it interesting that the presenters for that session shared a data point that their largest indicator of student achievement was the child's teacher's estimation of what their students could achieve.
Very true.
And so it's just like, and it was like, you hear it, but then like, for it to be highlighted and they had data behind it to show that they actually saw it like in real life, was just more, it made it more than just a cliche saying, it just made it really real. And so essentially saying that, student outcomes a lot of times are tied to whether or not someone believes in them, right? And so that was just really profound for me. But Dr. Navarro, I'm definitely going to share what I learned from there. Ms. Morley and I, Madam Chair, and I presented with Mr. Stoddard, our Director of Safety and Security, on school safety, which was a hit. I mean, we got a lot of great feedback from that session. It was well received. We had folks from all around the country that were coming up to us at the end asking us all questions, and they just wanted to hear more. And it was just, it felt great to be able to help other school systems and share with other school systems the work that we've been doing. Mr. Stoddard, that was his jam. He's
been booked and busy,
oh,
I'm
yes.
sure.
Everybody loved him. He's a great presenter. He has high energy. People engaged with him a lot. I mean, he did a really great job. I was happy to be able to be there and participate and support him, but it was definitely his jam and his show, and he really delivered very well, and it was very well received. And then I also had the opportunity to participate in a student panel about the benefits of having a student member of the board, which I found really, really enlightening, and it was just a great opportunity for me to learn from students' perspective, and it was their session. I just, they asked me to come as a guest board member to kind of talk about my experience with having a SMOB, as we call them affectionately, on our board, because I learned that, throughout the country, a lot of school systems do not have student members of the board. And even in Maryland, where most LEAs do have a SMOB, the way they're viewed and treated is vastly different. They don't even all consider them a student member of the board. Some of our LEAs in Maryland consider them a student representative. So they don't, of course, they have various voting rights. Some have none. We only have one county in Maryland that has full voting rights. So it varies greatly. But just hearing, those students were so well spoken and really advocated for themselves so well. And truly, some folks, I think, in the room, what I said, you know, when I was speaking to them was, it's really about fear at the end of the day. And I think some of them, by me saying, hey, we've done it in Charles County, like, everything's fine, nothing went on fire, you know, everything was good. I think it really put them at ease. And I even had a couple of different representatives from other school systems around the country that came up to me at the end and were like, thank you, you know, for saying this. I'm going to bring this back to my board colleagues and see if we can really implement this. And they really saw the value. And I just want to say, too, that Maryland and in Charles County is the gold standard for student representation. Like, we were really killing it with that. And that's one of the reasons that they asked to have a representative from our board to participate in that panel. So just wanted to highlight that. And I will yield to Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. I just have to say, unapologetically, Charles County is the gold standard for many things. Many things. I have people say that to me all the time. I am constantly volunteering us on the state and national level. We will present, we will have representation, we will participate, we will do all the things. Because we are always striving, but always also achieving being a world-class school district. And I make no apology about that. I'm very proud to live and work in Charles County. And things don't have to be perfect for you to be proud. So let me just get that out there. Graduations begin on the 27th. It is a huge highlight for us. I'm so excited to celebrate our students. In related news, I also serve on the board of the Charles County Scholarship Fund. We met last night. This is like deja vu for me because I was here last night until after 9, but we awarded scholarship money. Those senior awards nights will begin next week. So this is, for us, candidly, a very, very busy time, but let me just say I'm so proud of our students, and it's a good problem to have when you have 500 and something students apply. Yeah. That, you know what I mean? That was fantastic. Welcome to our SMOB, as Dr. Navarro mentioned. I hope I don't butcher this poor child's name, Munachi Obenali, who will be joining us at the May work session, so we'll get to know her, and she officially takes, her term begins in July. Briefly to the NSBA updates, thank you to Ms. Jamila Smith for the shout out. I was appointed the chairperson of the National Black Council of School Board Members. I have met, and I also, by virtue of that, am ex officio, meaning by nature of my position, now serve on the National School Boards Association, NSBA board. So I'm just like, oh. And they've been putting me to work.
Oh,
so
sure.
NSBA has met, the board has met, wonderful orientation. Candidly, I'm going to borrow some of their onboarding because it was so well done. Chef's kiss on how they handled that. And then the joint councils have met, so the National Hispanic Council, Asian American Pacific Islander Council. So we met, and then the National Black Council met with my steering committee. We have a couple positions that we still need to fill, but they have been really, really intentional about being inclusive and what we're going to provide, the service that we're going to offer. So you all will be hearing a lot more about that. At NSBA, I went to the key work of school board members pre-conference. Ms. Brenda Smith was there as well. That was fantastic. I've attended before. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
and I rolled right with it.
We know
Look, Brenda Smith, Warren, Hancock.
Comedy starts after 8:30.
I know. And I literally didn't even catch it. So I've attended before, but they update it frequently. So like the Vice Chair, I will present my findings to Dr. Navarro. But in a nutshell, it's just talking about why are we here, who do we serve, how do we do what we do. And the highlight for me is always being able to speak to people from around the country. Yeah. We even had one lady there from Canada, and she's just like, y'all do what? That's amazing. And I can say this now, having represented CCPS in Japan, I humbly say we are the best at what we do in many other countries. Absolutely. You know what I mean? We sell ourselves short. Again, not to say there's not room for improvement, but there are a lot of things that we do really well, in particular mental health. Several people asked me about winning the Magna Award and how do we win that and how is that sustainable and what can we do, because there's such a need to offer that service. And in related news, I now will be serving on the Magna Awards Committee. So I'm hoping to encourage other local, councils, LEAs, what have you, to apply, because we want Maryland to win all the things. As Vice Chair already talked about, the Pathway to Safer Schools, that was well received. Attended many of the same sessions. One session, the general session on technology and AI and how that's impacting the future of education. I know Ms. Thompson will be presenting something around that. Dr. Navarro, kudos to you for the behind-the-scenes Magna Award discussion. That was also very well received and how we got to that. Ms. Kramer mentioned about elevating the student voice. That was wonderful. And also, Ms. Brenda Thomas and I attended the Eastern Region meeting for NSBA. So I'll be sharing some updates with you all around that, because Maryland has been horribly underrepresented at NSBA for a while. So it is, you know, my one-woman mission to correct that. There's a lot going on at MABE. I'll update you all later in the interest, since as we said, we'll be seeing each other again in a few days. And one other quick shout out to Dr. Navarro, Ms. Acton, Vice Chair Kramer, and Ms. Brenda Thomas came for support. We've all testified before the county commissioners on the budget. Kudos to EACC. As they shared, they had 60+ people in attendance, over 24 testified. It makes a difference. And they really stayed on message about the 1% more and what that means. So kudos to them on that. That is, I have more, but that's enough for now. Is there any unfinished, there's always more. There's always more. Any unfinished business? All right. Any new business, which is typically items we'd be voting on tonight? Okay. Any future agenda items? I do have one for consideration. It was presented to myself and the vice chair, and we inadvertently, unfortunately, did not include it. A teacher proposed a resolution on water safety, May being Water Safety Prevention, or Water Safety Month. She sent me a draft, and I apologize to her. We had a lot of resolutions flying, so I will send the draft to you all. And since it's for May, obviously it's not a rush, but I do want to hopefully get it approved so we can follow through on that. All right, action items. The chair will entertain a motion to approve, I thought you had to sign up, sorry. Motion to approve the board meeting minutes from April the 8th, 2025. The regular, okay, moved by Ms. Jamila Smith, seconded by Ms. Thomas. Any discussion? All right, all in favor? Thank you, that is unanimous. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the board work session minutes from April 28th, 2025. Ms. Thomas? Ms. Warren, can I rope you in for a second? Yes. All right, yes. Any discussion? All right, all in favor? Thank you. The minutes stand approved. We've already approved personnel. Next up is the intercategory budget change request. Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Vice Chair Kramer, seconded by Ms. Samisha Thomas. Any discussion? All in favor? All right, that is unanimous. And finally, the fiscal year 2025 budget increase. Motion to approve? Okay, seconded by Vice Chair, moved by Ms. Brenda Thomas, seconded by Vice Chair Kramer. Discussion? All in favor? All right, and now our favorite part of the evening. Motion to adjourn is seconded, okay, by everyone. All in favor? All right, thank you all. Please take us off the air.